Section 1 of The Seven. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford, Middlebury, Vermont. The Seven by Max Beerbohm, Enoch Soames, Part 1. When a book about the literature of the 1890s was given by Mr. Holbrook Jackson to the world, I looked eagerly in the index for Soames Enoch. I had feared he would not be there. He was not there. But everybody else was. Many writers whom I had quite forgotten, or remembered but faintly, lived again for me, they and their work, in Mr. Holbrook Jackson's pages. The book was as thorough as it was brilliantly written, and thus the omission found by me was an all the deadlier record of poor Soames's failure to impress himself on his decade. I dare say I am the only person who noticed the omission. Soames had failed so piteously as all that. Nor is there a counterpoise in the thought that if he had had some measure of success, he might have passed, like those others, out of my mind, to return only at the historian's beck. It is true that had his gifts, such as they were, been acknowledged in his lifetime, he would never have made the bargain I saw him make, that strange bargain whose results have kept him always in the foreground of my memory. But it is from those very results that the full piteousness of him glares out. Not my compassion, however, impels me to write of him. For his sake, poor fellow, I should be inclined to keep my pen out of the ink. It is ill to deride the dead, and how can I write about Enoch Soames without making him ridiculous? Or rather, how am I to hush up the horrid fact that he was ridiculous? I shall not be able to do that. Yet sooner or later write about him I must. You will see in due course that I have no option, and I may as well get the thing done now. In the summer term of '93, a bolt from the blue flashed down on Oxford. It drove deep, it hurtlingly embedded itself in the soil. Dons and undergraduates stood around, rather pale, discussing nothing but it. Whence came it, this meteorite? From Paris. Its name? Will Rothenstein. Its aim? To do a series of 24 portraits in lithograph. These were to be published from the Bodley Head, London. The matter was urgent. Already the warden of A, and the master of B, and the Regius Professor of C had meekly sat. Dignified and doddering old men who had never consented to sit to any one could not withstand this dynamic little stranger. He did not sue, he invited. He did not invite, he commanded. He was 21 years old. He wore spectacles that flashed more than any other pair ever seen. He was a wit. He was brimful of ideas. He knew Whistler. He knew Edmond de Goncourt. He knew every one in Paris. He knew them all by heart. He was Paris in Oxford. It was whispered that, so soon as he had polished off his selection of dons, he was going to include a few undergraduates. It was a proud day for me when I was included. I liked Rothenstein not less than I feared him, and there arose between us a friendship that has grown ever warmer and been more and more valued by me with every passing year. At the end of term he settled in, or rather meteoritically into, London. It was to him I owed my first knowledge of that forever enchanting little world in itself, Chelsea, and my first acquaintance with Walter Sickert and other august elders who dwelt there. It was Rothenstein that took me to see in Cambridge Street, Pimlico, a young man whose drawings were already famous among the few, Aubrey Beardsley by name. With Rothenstein I paid my first visit to the Bodley Head. By him I was inducted into another haunt of intellect and daring, the domino room of the Café Royal. There, on that October evening, There, in that exuberant vista of gilding and crimson velvet, set amidst all those opposing mirrors and upholding caryatids, with fumes of tobacco ever rising to the painted and pagan ceiling, and with the hum of presumably cynical conversation broken into so sharply now and again by the clatter of dominoes shuffled on the marble tables, I drew a deep breath, and "This indeed," said I to myself, "is life." It was the hour before dinner. We drank vermouth. Those who knew Rothenstein were pointing him out to those who knew him only by name. Men were constantly coming in through the swing doors and wandering slowly up and down in search of vacant tables, or of tables occupied by friends. One of these rovers interested me because I was sure he wanted to catch Rothenstein's eye. He had twice passed our table with a hesitating look, but Rothenstein, in the thick of a disquisition on Puvis de Chavannes, had not seen him. He was a stooping, shambling person, rather tall, very pale, with longish and brownish hair. He had a thin, vague beard, or rather he had a chin on which a large number of hairs weakly curled and clustered to cover its retreat. He was an odd-looking person, but in the 90s odd apparitions were more frequent, I think, than they are now. The young writers of that era, and I was sure this man was a writer, strove earnestly to be distinct in aspect. This man had striven unsuccessfully. He wore a soft black hat of clerical kind, but of bohemian intention, and a grey waterproof cape which, perhaps because it was waterproof, failed to be romantic. I decided that dim was the mot juste for him. I had already essayed to write, and was immensely keen on the mot juste, that holy grail of the period. The dim man was now again approaching our table, and this time he made up his mind to pause in front of it. "You don't remember me," he said in a toneless voice. Rothenstein brightly focused him. "Yes, I do," he replied after a moment, with pride rather than effusion, pride in a retentive memory. "Edwin Soames." "Enoch Soames," said Enoch. "Enoch Soames," repeated Rothenstein, in a tone implying that it was enough to have hit on the surname. "We met in Paris 2 or 3 times when you were living there. We met at the Café Groche." "And I came to your studio once." "Oh, yes. I was sorry I was out." "But you were in. You showed me some of your paintings, you know. I hear you're in Chelsea now." "Yes." I almost wondered that Mr. Soames did not, after this monosyllable, pass along. He stood patiently there, rather like a dumb animal, rather like a donkey looking over a gate. A sad figure, his. It occurred to me that hungry was perhaps the mot juste for him, but hungry for what? He looked as if he had little appetite for anything. I was sorry for him, and Rothenstein, though he had not invited him to Chelsea, did ask him to sit down and have something to drink. Seated, he was more self-assertive. He flung back the wings of his cape with a gesture which, had not those wings been waterproof, might have seemed to hurl defiance at things in general. And he ordered an absinthe. "Je me tiens toujours fidèle," he told Rothenstein, "à la sorcière glauque." "It is bad for you," said Rothenstein dryly. "Nothing is bad for one," answered Soames. "Dans ce monde il n'y a ni de bien ni de mal." "Nothing good and nothing bad? How do you mean?" "I explained it all in the preface to Negations." "Negations?" "Yes, I gave you a copy of it." "Oh, yes, of course. But did you explain, for instance, that there was no such thing as bad or good grammar?" "No," said Soames. "Of course in art there is the good and the evil. But in life, no." He was rolling a cigarette. He had weak white hands, not well washed, and with finger-tips much stained by nicotine. In life there are illusions of good and evil, but— His voice trailed away to a murmur in which the words vieux jeu and rococo were faintly audible. I think he felt he was not doing himself justice, and feared that Rothenstein was going to point out fallacies. Anyhow, he cleared his throat and said, "Parlons d'autre chose." "It occurs to you that he was a fool? It didn't to me. I was young, and had not the clarity of judgment that Rothenstein already had. Soames was quite 5 or 6 years older than either of us. Also, he had written a book. It was wonderful to have written a book. If Rothenstein had not been there, I should have revered Soames. Even as it was, I respected him, and I was very near indeed to reverence when he said he had another book coming out soon. I asked if I might ask what kind of a book it was to be. "My poems," he answered. Rothenstein asked if this was to be the title of the book. The poet meditated on this suggestion, but said he rather thought of giving the book no title at all. "If a book is good in itself," he murmured, waving his cigarette. Rothenstein objected that absence of title might be bad for the sale of a book. If, he urged, I went into a bookseller's and said simply, "Have you got?" or "Have you a copy of?" how would they know what I wanted? "Oh, of course I should have my name on the cover," Soames answered earnestly. "And I rather want," he added, looking hard at Rothenstein, "to have a drawing of myself as frontispiece." Rothenstein admitted that this was a capital idea, and mentioned that he was going into the country and would be there for some time. He then looked at his watch, exclaimed at the hour, paid the waiter, and went away with me to dinner. Soames remained at his post of fidelity to the glaucous witch. "Why were you so determined not to draw him?" I asked. "Draw him? Him? How can one draw a man who doesn't exist?" "He is dim," I admitted, but my mot juste fell flat. Rothenstein repeated that Soames was non-existent. Still, Soames had written a book. I asked if Rothenstein had read Negations. He said he had looked into it, but, he added crisply, "I don't profess to know anything about writing," a reservation very characteristic of the period. Painters would not then allow that anyone outside their own order had a right to any opinion about painting. This law, graven on the tablets brought down by Whistler from the summit of Fujiyama, imposed certain limitations. If other arts than painting were not utterly intelligible to all but the men who practised them, the law tottered. The Monroe Doctrine, as it were, did not hold good. Therefore, no painter would offer an opinion of a book without warning you, at any rate, that his opinion was worthless. No one is a better judge of literature than Rothenstein, but it wouldn't have done to tell him so in those days, and I knew that I must form an unaided judgment on Negations. Not to buy a book of which I had met the author face to face would have been for me in those days an impossible act of self-denial. When I returned to Oxford for the Christmas term, I had duly secured Negations. I used to keep it lying carelessly on the table in my room, and whenever a friend took it up and asked what it was about, I would say, "Oh, it's a rather remarkable book. It's by a man whom I know." Just what it was about I never was able to say. Head or tail was just what I hadn't made of that slim green volume. I found in the preface no clue to the exiguous labyrinth of contents, and in that labyrinth nothing to explain the preface. Lean near to life, lean very near, nearer. Life is web, and therein nor warp nor woof is, but web only. It is for this that I am Catholic in church and in thought, yet do let swift mood weave there what the shuttle of mood wills. These were the opening phrases of the preface, but those which followed were less easy to understand. Then came Stark, a conte, about a midinette who, so far as I could gather, murdered, or was about to murder, a mannequin. It was rather like a story by Catulle Mendes, in which the translator had either skipped or cut out every alternate sentence. Next, a dialogue between Pan and St. Ursula, lacking, I felt, in snap. Next, some aphorisms entitled Aphorismata, spelled in Greek. Throughout, in fact, there was a great variety of form, and the forms had evidently been wrought with much care. It was rather the substance that eluded me. Was there, I wondered, any substance at all? It did now occur to me. Suppose Enoch Soames was a fool? Up cropped a rival hypothesis. Suppose I was? I inclined to give Soames the benefit of the doubt. I had read L'après-midi d'un faune without extracting a glimmer of meaning. Yet Mallarmé, of course, was a master. How was I to know that Soames wasn't another? There was a sort of music in his prose, not indeed arresting, but perhaps, I thought, haunting, and laden, perhaps, with meanings as deep as Mallarmé's own. I awaited his poems with an open mind. And I looked forward to them with positive impatience after I had had a second meeting with them. This was on an evening in January. Going into the aforesaid domino room, I passed a table at which sat a pale man with an open book before him. He looked from his book to me, and I looked back over my shoulder with the vague sense that I ought to have recognized him. I returned to pay my respects. After exchanging a few words, I said, with a glance to the open book, "I see I am interrupting you," and was about to pass on, but "I prefer," Soames replied, in his toneless voice, "to be interrupted," and I obeyed his gesture that I should sit down. I asked him if he often read here. "Yes, things of this kind I read here," he answered, indicating the title of his book, The Poems of Shelley. "Anything that you really—" and I was going to say admire, but I cautiously left my sentence unfinished, and was glad that I had done so, for he said with unwonted emphasis, "Anything second-rate." I had read little of Shelley, but, "Of course," I murmured, "he's very uneven." I should have thought evenness was just what was wrong with him, a deadly evenness. That's why I read him here. The noise of this place breaks the rhythm. He's tolerable here." Soames took up the book and glanced through the pages. He laughed. Soames's laugh was a short, single, and mirthless sound from the throat, unaccompanied by any movement of the face or brightening of the eyes. "What a period!" he uttered, laying the book down. And "what a country!" he added. I asked rather nervously if he didn't think Keats had more or less held his own against the drawbacks of time and place. He admitted that there were passages in Keats, but did not specify them. Of the older men, as he called them, he seemed to like only Milton. Milton, he said, wasn't sentimental. Also, Milton had a dark insight. And again, I can always read Milton in the reading-room. The reading-room? Of the British Museum. I go there every day. You do? I've only been there once. I'm afraid I found it rather a depressing place. It seemed to sap one's vitality. It does. That's why I go there. The lower one's vitality, the more sensitive one is to great art. I live near the museum. I have rooms in Dyott Street. "And you go round to the reading-room to read Milton?" "Usually Milton." He looked at me. It was Milton, he certificatively added, who converted me to diabolism. "Diabolism? Oh, yes. Really?" said I, with that vague discomfort and that intense desire to be polite which one feels when a man speaks of his own religion. "You worship the devil?" Soames shook his head. "It's not exactly worship," he qualified, sipping his absinthe. "It's more a matter of trusting and encouraging." "Ah, yes. But I had rather gathered from the preface to Negations that you were a Catholic." "Je l'étais à cette époque. Perhaps I still am. Yes, I'm a Catholic diabolist." This profession he made in an almost cursory tone. I could see that what was upmost in his mind was the fact that I had read Negations. His pale eyes had for the first time gleamed. I felt as one who is about to be examined viva voce on the very subject in which he is shakiest. I hastily asked him how soon his poems were to be published. "Next week," he told me. "And are they to be published without a title?" "No. I found a title at last. But I shan't tell you what it is." As though I had been so impertinent as to inquire. "I am not sure that it wholly satisfies me. But it is the best I can find. It suggests something of the quality of the poems. Strange growths, natural and wild, yet exquisite," he added, "and many-hued and full of poisons." I asked him what he thought of Baudelaire. He uttered the snort that was his laugh, and Baudelaire, he said, was a bourgeois malgré lui. France had had only one poet, Villon, and 2/3 of Villon was sheer journalism. Verlaine was an épicier malgré lui. Altogether, rather to my surprise, he rated French literature lower than English. There were passengers in Villiers de l'Isle Adam. But I, he summed up, owe nothing to France. He nodded at me. "You'll see," he predicted. I did not, when the time came, quite see that. I thought the author of Fungoids did, unconsciously of course, owe something to the young Parisian decadents, or to the young English ones who owed something to them. I still think so. The little book, bought by me in Oxford, lies before me as I write. Its pale grey buckram cover and silver lettering have not worn well, nor have its contents. Through these, with a melancholy interest, I have again been looking. They are not much. But at the time of their publication I had a vague suspicion that they might be. I suppose it is my capacity for faith, not poor Soames's work, that is weaker than it once was. To a young woman. Thou art who hast not been, pale tunes irresolute and traceries of old sounds, blown from a rotted flute, mingle with the noise of cymbals rouged with rust, nor not strange forms and epicene lie bleeding in the dust, being wounded with wounds. For this it is that in thy counterpart of age-long mockeries thou hast not been nor art. There seemed to me a certain inconsistency as between the first and last lines of this. I tried with bent brows to resolve the discord, but I did not take my failure as wholly incompatible with the meaning in Soames's mind. Might it not rather indicate the depth of his meaning? As for the craftsmanship, rouged with rust seemed to me a fine stroke, and nor not, instead of and, had a curious felicity. I wondered who the young woman was, and what she had made of it all. I sadly suspect that Soames could not have made more of it than she. Yet even now, if one doesn't try to make any sense at all of the poem, and reads it just for the sound, there is a certain grace of cadence. Soames was an artist, insofar as he was anything, poor fellow. It seemed to me, when I first read Fungoids, that oddly enough the diabolistic side of him was the best. Diabolism seemed to be a cheerful, even a wholesome influence in his life. Nocturne. Round and round the shuttered square I strolled with the devil's arm in mine. No sound but the scrape of his hoofs was there, and the ring of his laughter and mine. We had drunk black wine. I screamed, "I will race you, master." "What matter," he shrieked, "to-night, which of us runs the faster? There is nothing to fear to-night in the foul moon's light." Then I looked him in the eyes, and I laughed full shrill at the lie he told, and the gnawing fear he would fain disguise. It was true what I'd time and again been told. He was old, old. There was, I felt, quite a swing about that first stanza, a joyous and rollicking note of comradeship. The second was slightly hysterical, perhaps. But I liked the third. It was so bracingly unorthodox, even according to the tenets of Soames's peculiar sect in the faith. Not much trusting and encouraging here. Soames triumphantly exposing the devil as a liar, and laughing full shrill, cut quite a heartening figure, I thought. Then, now in the light of what befell, none of his poems depresses me so much as Nocturne. I looked out for what the metropolitan reviewers would have to say. They seemed to fall into two classes, those who had little to say and those who had nothing. The second class was the larger, and the words of the first were cold, insomuch that strikes a note of modernity throughout. These tripping numbers, Preston Telegraph, was the only lure offered in advertisements by Soames's publisher. I had hopes that when next I met the poet I could congratulate him on having made a stir, for I fancied he was not so sure of his intrinsic greatness as he seemed. I was but able to say, rather coarsely, when next I did see him, that I hoped Fungoids was selling splendidly. He looked at me across his glass of absinthe and asked if I had bought a copy. His publisher had told him that 3 had been sold. I laughed as at a jest. "You don't suppose I care, do you?" he said, with something like a snarl. I disclaimed the notion. He added that he was not a tradesman. I said mildly that I wasn't either, and murmured that an artist who gave truly new and great things to the world had always to wait long for recognition. He said he cared not a sou for recognition. I agreed that the act of creation was its own reward. His moroseness might have alienated me if I had regarded myself as a nobody. But hadn't both John Lane and Aubrey Beardsley suggested that I should write an essay for the great new venture that was afoot, the Yellow Book? And hadn't Henry Harland, as editor, accepted my essay? And wasn't it to be in the very first number? At Oxford I was still in statu pupillari. In London I regarded myself as very much indeed a graduate now, one whom no Soames could ruffle. Partly to show off, partly in sheer goodwill, I told Soames he ought to contribute to the Yellow Book. He uttered from the throat a sound of scorn for that publication. Nevertheless I did, a day or two later, tentatively ask Harland if he knew anything of the work of a man called Enoch Soames. Harland paused in the midst of his characteristic stride around the room, threw up his hands towards the ceiling, and groaned aloud. He had often met that absurd creature in Paris, and this very morning had received some poems in manuscript from him. "Has he no talent?" I asked. "He has an income. He's all right." Harland was the most joyous of men, and most generous of critics, but he hated to talk of anything about which he couldn't be enthusiastic. So I dropped the subject of Soames. The news that Soames had an income did take the edge off solicitude. I learned afterwards that he was the son of an unsuccessful and deceased bookseller in Preston, but had inherited an annuity of £300 from a married aunt, and had no surviving relatives of any kind. Materially, then, he was all right. But there was still a spiritual pathos about him, sharpened for me now by the possibility that even the praises of the Preston Telegraph might not have been forthcoming had he not been the son of a Preston man. He had a sort of weak doggedness which I could not but admire. Neither he nor his work received the slightest encouragement, but he persisted in behaving as a personage. Always he kept his dingy little flag flying. Wherever congregated the jeunes féroces of the arts, in whatever Soho restaurant they had just discovered, in whatever music hall they were most frequenting, there was Soames in the midst of them, or rather on the fringe of them, a dim but inevitable figure. He never sought to propitiate his fellow writers, never bated a jot of his arrogance about his own work, or of his contempt for theirs. To the painters he was respectful, even humble, but for the poets and prosaists of the Yellow Book, and later of the Savoy, he had never a word but of scorn. He wasn't resented. It didn't occur to anybody that he or his Catholic diabolism mattered. When, in the autumn of '96, he brought out, at his own expense this time, a third book, his last book, nobody said a word for or against it. I meant but forgot to buy it. I never saw it, and am ashamed to say I don't even remember what it was called. But I did, at the time of its publication, say to Rothenstein that I thought poor old Soames was really a rather tragic figure, and that I believed he would literally die for want of recognition. Rothenstein scoffed. He said I was trying to get credit for a kind heart which I didn't possess, and perhaps this was so. But at the private view of the New English Art Club a few weeks later I beheld a pastel portrait of Enoch Soames, Esquire. It was very like him, and very like Rothenstein to have done it. Soames was standing near it, in his soft hat and his waterproof cape, all through the afternoon. Anybody who knew him would have recognized the portrait at a glance, but nobody who didn't know him would have recognized the portrait from its bystander. It existed so much more than he. It was bound to. Also, it had not that expression of faint happiness which on this day was discernible, yes, in Soames's countenance. Fame had breathed on him. Twice again in the course of the month I went to the New English, and on both occasions Soames himself was on view there. Looking back, I regard the close of that exhibition as having been virtually the close of his career. He had felt the breath of fame against his cheek, so late, for such a little while, and at its withdrawal he gave in, gave up, gave out. He who had never looked strong or well looked ghastly now, a shadow of the shade he had once been. He still frequented the Domino Room, but having lost all wish to excite curiosity, he no longer read books there. "You read only at the Museum now?" asked I, with attempted cheerfulness. He said he never went there now. "No absinthe there," he muttered. It was the sort of thing that in the old days he would have said for effect, but it carried conviction now. Absinthe, erst but a point in the personality he had striven so hard to build up, was solace and necessity now. He no longer called it la sorcière glauque. He had shed away all his French phrases. He had become a plain, unvarnished Preston man. Failure, if it be a plain, unvarnished, complete failure, and even though it be a squalid failure, has always a certain dignity. I avoided Soames because he made me feel rather vulgar. John Lane had published by this time 2 little books of mine, and they had had a pleasant little success of esteem. I was a slight but definite personality. Frank Harris had engaged me to kick up my heels in the Saturday Review. Alfred Harmsworth was letting me do likewise in the Daily Mail. I was just what Soames wasn't, and he shamed my gloss. Had I known that he really and firmly believed in the greatness of what he as an artist had achieved, I might not have shunned him. No man who hasn't lost his vanity can be held to have altogether failed. Soames's dignity was an illusion of mine. One day in the first week of June, 1897, that illusion went. But on the evening of that day, Soames went too. I had been out most of the morning, and, as it was too late to reach home in time for luncheon, I sought the 20e. This little place, Restaurant du 20e siècle, to give it its full title, had been discovered in '96 by the poets and prosaists, but had now been more or less abandoned in favour of some later find. I don't think it lived long enough to justify its name, but at that time there it still was, in Greek Street, a few doors from Soho Square, and almost opposite to that house where, in the first years of the century, a little girl, and with her a boy named De Quincey, made nightly encampment in darkness and hunger among dust and rats and old legal parchments. The 20e was but a small whitewashed room, leading out into the street at one end and into a kitchen at the other. The proprietor and the cook was a Frenchman, known to us as Monsieur 20e. The waiters were his two daughters, Rose and Berthe, and the food, according to faith, was good. The tables were so narrow, and were set so close together, that there was space for 12 of them, 6 jutting from either wall. Only the 2 nearest to the door, as I went in, were occupied. On one side sat a tall, flashy, rather Mephistophelian man, whom I had seen from time to time in the domino room and elsewhere. On the other side sat Soames. They made a queer contrast in that sunlit room, Soames sitting haggard in that hat and cape which nowhere at any season had I seen him doff, and this other, this keenly vital man, at sight of whom I more than ever wondered whether he were a diamond merchant, a conjurer, or the head of a private detective agency. I was sure Soames didn't want my company, but I asked, as it would have seemed brutal not to, whether I might join him, and took the chair opposite to his. He was smoking a cigarette, with an untasted salmi of something on his plate, and a half-empty bottle of Sauterne before him, and he was quite silent. I said that the preparations for the Jubilee made London impossible. I rather liked them, really. I professed a wish to go right away till the whole thing was over. In vain did I attune myself to his gloom. He seemed not to hear me, nor even to see me. I felt that his behaviour made me ridiculous in the eyes of the other man. The gangway between the 2 rows of tables at the 20e was hardly more than 2 feet wide. Rose and Berthe, in their ministrations, had always to edge past each other, quarrelling in whispers as they did so, and any one at the table abreast of yours was practically at yours. I thought our neighbour was amused at my failure to interest Soames, and so, as I could not explain to him that my insistence was merely charitable, I became silent. Without turning my head, I had him well within my range of vision. I hoped I looked less vulgar than he, in contrast with Soames. I am sure he was not an Englishman, but what was his nationality? Though his jet-black hair was en brosse, I did not think he was French. To Berthe, who waited on him, he spoke French fluently, but with a hardly native idiom and accent. I gathered that this was his first visit to the 20e, but Berthe was off-hand in her manner to him. He had not made a good impression. His eyes were handsome, but, like the 20e's tables, too narrow and set too close together. His nose was predatory, and the points of his moustache, waxed up beyond his nostrils, gave a fixity to his smile. Decidedly he was sinister. And my sense of discomfort in his presence was intensified by the scarlet waistcoat which tightly, and so unseasonably in June, sheathed his ample chest. This waistcoat wasn't wrong merely because of the heat, either. It was somehow all wrong in itself. It wouldn't have done on a Christmas morning. It would have struck a jarring note at the first night of Hernani. I was trying to account for its wrongness when Soames suddenly and strangely broke silence. 100 years hence, he murmured, as in a trance. We shall not be here, I briskly but fatuously added. We shall not be here. No, he droned, but the museum will still be just where it is, and the reading room just where it is, and people will be able to go and read there. He inhaled sharply, and a spasm as of actual pain contorted his features. I wondered what train of thought poor Soames had been following. He did not enlighten me when he said, after a long pause, You think I haven't minded. Minded what, Soames? Neglect. Failure. Failure, I said heartily. Failure? I repeated vaguely. Neglect, yes, perhaps, but that's quite another matter. Of course you haven't been appreciated, but what then? Any artist who gives, what I wanted to say was, any artist who gives truly new and great things to the world has always to wait long for recognition. But the flattery would not out, in the face of his misery, a misery so genuine and so unmasked, my lips would not say the words. And then he said them for me. I flushed. That's what you were going to say, isn't it? He asked. How did you know? It's what you said to me 3 years ago when Fungoids was published. I flushed the more. I need not have done so at all, for it's the only important thing I ever heard you say, he continued, and I've never forgotten it. It's a true thing. It's a horrible truth. But do you remember what I answered? I said I don't care a sou for recognition. And you believed me. You've gone on believing I'm above that sort of thing. You're shallow. What should you know about the feelings of a man like me? You imagine that a great artist's faith in himself and in the verdict of posterity is enough to keep him happy. You've never guessed at the bitterness and loneliness, the... His voice broke, but presently he resumed, speaking with a force that I had never known in him. Posterity! What use is it to me? A dead man doesn't know that people are visiting his grave, visiting his birthplace, putting up tablets to him, unveiling statues of him. A dead man can't read the books that are written about him. 100 years hence, think of it! If I could come back to life then, just for a few hours, and go to the reading room and read. Or better still, if I could be projected now, at this moment, into that future, into that reading room, just for this one afternoon, I'd sell myself body and soul to the devil for that. Think of the pages and pages in the catalogue. Soames, Enoch, endlessly, endless editions, commentaries, prolegomena, biographies. But here he was interrupted by a sudden loud creak of the chair at the next table. Our neighbour had half risen from his place. He was leaning towards us, apologetically intrusive. End of Enoch Soames, Section 1. Section 2 of the 7. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Enoch Soames, Part 2. Permit me, he said softly. I have been unable not to hear. Might I take a liberty? In this little restaurant sans façon, he spread wide his hands, might I, as the phrase is, cut in? I could but signify our acquiescence. Berthe had appeared in the kitchen door, thinking the stranger wanted his bill. He waved her away with his cigar, and in another moment had seated himself beside me, commanding a full view of Soames. Though not an Englishman, he explained, I know my London well, Mr. Soames. Your name and fame, Mr. Beerbohm's too, very known to me. Your point is, who am I?" He glanced quickly over his shoulder, and in a lowered voice said, "I am the devil." I couldn't help it. I laughed. I tried not to. I knew there was nothing to laugh at. My rudeness shamed me. But I laughed with increasing volume. The devil's quiet dignity, the surprise and disgust of his raised eyebrows, did but the more dissolve me. I rocked to and fro. I lay back aching. I behaved deplorably. "I am a gentleman, and," he said with intense emphasis, "I thought I was in the company of gentlemen." "Don't," I gasped faintly. "Oh, don't." "Curious, nicht wahr?" I heard him say to Soames. "There is a type of person to whom the very mention of my name is, oh, so awfully funny. In your theatres the dullest comedian needs only to say 'the devil,' and right away they give him 'the loud laugh that speaks the vacant mind.' Is it not so?" I had now just breath enough to offer my apologies. He accepted them, but coldly, and readdressed himself to Soames. "I am a man of business," he said, "and I always would put things through right now, as they say in the States. You are a poet. Les affaires, you detest them. So be it. But with me you will deal, eh? What you have said just now gives me furiously to hope." Soames had not moved, except to light a fresh cigarette. He sat crouched forward, with his elbows squared on the table and his head just about the level of his hands, staring up at the devil. "Go on," he nodded. I had no remnant of laughter in me now. "It will be the more pleasant, our little deal," the devil went on, "because you are, I mistake not, a diabolist?" "A Catholic diabolist," said Soames. The devil accepted the reservation genially. "You wish," he resumed, "to visit now, this afternoon as ever is, the reading room of the British Museum, yes? But of 100 years hence, yes? Parfaitement. Time an illusion. Past and future, they are as ever present as the present, or at any rate only what you call just round the corner. I switch you on to any date, I project you, poof! You wish to be in the reading room just as it will be on the afternoon of June 3rd, 1997? You wish to find yourself standing in that room just past the swing doors this very minute, yes? And to stay there till closing time? Am I right?" Soames nodded. The devil looked at his watch. 2:10, he said. "Closing time in summer same then as now, 7 o'clock. That will give you almost 5 hours. At 7 o'clock, poof, you find yourself again here, sitting at this table. I am dining to-night dans le monde, dans le high life. That concludes my present visit to your great city. I come and fetch you here, Mr. Soames, on my way home." "Home?" I echoed. "Be it never so humble," said the devil lightly. "All right," said Soames. "Soames," I entreated, but my friend moved not a muscle. The devil had made as though to stretch forth his hand across the table and touch Soames's forearm, but he paused in his gesture. 100 years hence, as now, he smiled, no smoking allowed in the reading room. You had better therefore—" Soames removed the cigarette from his mouth and dropped it into his glass of Sauterne. "Soames!" again I cried. "Can't you—" But the devil had now stretched forth his hand across the table. He brought it slowly down on the tablecloth. Soames's chair was empty. His cigarette floated sodden in his wine-glass. There was no other trace of him. For a few moments the devil let his hand rest where it lay, gazing at me out of the corners of his eyes, vulgarly triumphant. A shudder shook me. With an effort I controlled myself and rose from my chair. "Very clever," I said condescendingly. "But The Time Machine is a delightful book, don't you think? So entirely original." "You are pleased to sneer," said the devil, who had also risen. "But it is one thing to write about an impossible machine. It is quite another thing to be a supernatural power." All the same, I had scored. Berthe had come forth at the sound of our rising. I explained to her that Mr. Soames had been called away, and that both he and I would be dining here. It was not until I was out in the open air that I began to feel giddy. I have but the haziest recollection of what I did, where I wandered, in the glaring sunshine of that endless afternoon. I remember the sound of carpenters' hammers all along Piccadilly, and the bare chaotic look of the half-erected stands. Was it in the Green Park or in Kensington Gardens, or where was it, that I sat on a chair beneath a tree, trying to read an evening paper? There was a phrase in the leading article that went on repeating itself in my fagged mind. "Little is hidden from this august lady, full of the garnered wisdom of 60 years of sovereignty." I remember wildly conceiving a letter, to reach Windsor by express messenger, told to await answer. "Madam, well knowing that your Majesty is full of the garnered wisdom of 60 years of sovereignty, I venture to ask your advice in the following delicate matter. Mr. Enoch Soames, whose poems you may or may not know—" Was there no way of helping him, saving him? A bargain was a bargain, and I was the last man to aid or abet anyone in wriggling out of a reasonable obligation. I wouldn't have lifted a little finger to save Faust. But poor Soames, doomed to pay without respite an eternal price for nothing but a fruitless search and a bitter disillusioning. Odd and uncanny it seemed to me that he, Soames, in the flesh, in the waterproof cape, was at this moment living in the last decade of the next century, and seeing and seen by men not yet born. Uncannier and odder still that to-night and evermore he would be in hell. Assuredly, truth was stranger than fiction. Endless that afternoon was. Almost I wished I had gone with Soames, not indeed to stay in the reading-room, but to sally forth for a brisk sight-seeing walk around a new London. I wandered restlessly out of the park I had sat in. Vainly I tried to imagine myself an ardent tourist from the 18th century. Intolerable was the strain of the slow passing and empty minutes. Long before 7 o'clock I was back at the 20e. I sat there just where I had sat for luncheon. Air came listlessly through the open door behind me. Now and again Rose or Berthe appeared for a moment. I had told them I would not order any dinner till Mr. Soames came. A hurdy-gurdy began to play, abruptly drowning the noise of a quarrel between some Frenchmen further up the street. Whenever the tune was changed, I heard the quarrel still raging. I had bought another evening paper on my way. I unfolded it. My eyes gazed ever away from it to the clock over the kitchen door. 5 minutes now to the hour. I remembered that clocks in restaurants are kept 5 minutes fast. I concentrated my eyes on the paper. I vowed I would not look away from it again. I held it upright at its full width, close to my face, so that I had no view of anything but it. Rather a tremulous sheet. Only because of the draught, I told myself. My arms gradually became stiff. They ached, but I could not drop them, now. I had a suspicion, I had a certainty. Well, what then? What else had I come for? Yet I held tight that barrier of newspaper. Only the sound of Berthe's brisk footstep from the kitchen enabled me, forced me to drop it, and to utter, "What shall we have to eat, Soames?" "Il est souffrant, ce pauvre Monsieur Soames?" asked Berthe. He's only tired. I asked her to get some wine, Burgundy, and whatever food might be ready. Soames sat crouched forward against the table, exactly as when I last had seen him. It was as though he had never moved, he who had moved so unimaginably far. Once or twice in the afternoon it had for an instant occurred to me that perhaps his journey was not to be fruitless, that perhaps we had all been wrong in our estimate of the works of Enoch Soames. That we had been horribly right was horribly clear from the look of him. But don't be discouraged, I falteringly said. Perhaps it's only that you didn't leave enough time. 2-3 centuries hence, perhaps. Yes, his voice came. I've thought of that. And now for the more immediate future. Where are you going to hide? How would it be if you caught the Paris express from Charing Cross? Almost an hour to spare. Don't go on to Paris. Stop at Calais. Live in Calais. He'd never think of looking for you in Calais. It's like my luck, he said, to spend my last hours on earth with an ass. But I was not offended. And a treacherous ass, he strangely added, tossing across to me a crumpled bit of paper which he had been holding in his hand. I glanced at the writing on it, some sort of gibberish, apparently. I laid it impatiently aside. Come, Soames, pull yourself together. This isn't a mere matter of life and death. It's a question of eternal torment, mind you. You don't mean to say you're going to wait limply here till the devil comes to fetch you? I can't do anything else. I've no choice. Come, this is trusting and encouraging with a vengeance. This is diabolism run mad. I filled his glass with wine. Surely now that you've seen the brute. It's no good abusing him. You must admit there's nothing Miltonic about him, Soames. I don't say he's not rather different from what I expected. He's a vulgarian. He's a swell mobsman. He's the sort of man who hangs about the corridors of trains going to the Riviera and steals ladies' jewel cases. Imagine eternal torment presided over by him. You don't suppose I look forward to it, do you? Then why not slip quietly out of the way? Again and again I filled his glass, and always mechanically he emptied it. But the wine kindled no spark of enterprise in him. He did not eat, and I myself ate hardly at all. I did not in my heart believe that any dash for freedom could save him. The chase would be swift, the capture certain. But better anything than this passive, meek, miserable waiting. I told Soames that for the honour of the human race he ought to make some show of resistance. He asked what the human race had ever done for him. Besides, he said, can't you understand that I'm in his power? You saw him touch me, didn't you? There's an end of it. I've no will. I'm sealed. I made a gesture of despair. He went on repeating the word sealed. I began to realize that the wine had clouded his brain. No wonder. Foodless he had gone into futurity, foodless he still was. I urged him to eat at any rate some bread. It was maddening to think that he, who had so much to tell, might tell nothing. How was it all, I asked, yonder? Come, tell me your adventures. They'd make first-rate copy, wouldn't they? I'm awfully sorry for you, Soames, and I make all possible allowances, but what earthly right have you to insinuate that I should make copy, as you call it, out of you? The poor fellow pressed his hands to his forehead. I don't know, he said. I had some reason. I know. I'll try to remember. That's right. Try to remember everything. Eat a little more bread. What did the reading-room look like? Much as usual, he at length muttered. Many people there? Usual sort of number. What did they look like? Soames tried to visualize them. They all, he presently remembered, looked very like one another. My mind took a fearsome leap. All dressed in Jaeger? Yes, I think so. Greyish, yellowish stuff. A sort of uniform? He nodded. With a number on it, perhaps? A number on a large disc of metal sewn on the left sleeve? DKF 78910? That sort of thing? It was even so. And all of them, men and women alike, looking very well cared for, very utopian, and smelling rather strongly of carbolic, and all of them quite hairless? I was right every time. Soames was only not sure whether the men and women were hairless or shorn. I hadn't time to look at them very closely, he explained. No, of course not, but... They stared at me, I can tell you. I attracted a good deal of attention. At last he had done that. I think I rather scared them. They moved away whenever I came near. They followed me about at a distance wherever I went. The men at the round desk in the middle seemed to have a sort of panic whenever I went to make inquiries. What did you do when you arrived? Well, he had gone straight to the catalogue, of course, to the S volumes, and had stood long before SN, SOF, unable to take this volume out of the shelf because his heart was beating so. At first, he said, he wasn't disappointed. He only thought there was some new arrangement. He went to the middle desk and asked where the catalogue of 20th century books was kept. He gathered that there was still only one catalogue. Again he looked up his name, stared at the 3 little pasted slips he had known so well. Then he went and sat down for a long time. And then, he droned, I looked up the Dictionary of National Biography and some encyclopedias. I went back to the middle desk and asked what was the best modern book on late 19th century literature. They told me Mr. T.K. Nupton's book was considered the best. I looked it up in the catalogue and filled in a form for it. It was brought to me. My name wasn't in the index, but... Yes, he said with a sudden change of tone. That's what I'd forgotten. Where's that bit of paper? Give it me back. I, too, had forgotten that cryptic screed. I found it fallen on the floor and handed it to him. He smoothed it out, nodding and smiling at me disagreeably. I found myself glancing through Nupton's book, he resumed. Not very easy reading. Some sort of phonetic spelling. All the modern books I saw were phonetic. Then I don't want to hear any more, Soames, please. The proper names seemed all to be spelt the old way. But for that I mightn't have noticed my own name. Your own name? Really? Soames, I'm very glad. And yours? No. I thought I should find you waiting here tonight, so I took the trouble to copy out the passage. Read it. I snatched up the paper. Soames's handwriting was characteristically dim. It and the noisome spelling and my excitement made me all the slower to grasp what T.K. Nupton was driving at. The document lies before me at this moment. Strange that the words I here copy out for you were copied out for me by poor Soames just 78 years hence. From page 234 of English Literature, 1890 to 1900, by T.K. Nupton, published by The State, 1992. For example, a writer of the time named Max Beerbohm, who was still alive in the 20th century, wrote a story in which he portrayed an imaginary character called Enoch Soames, a third-rate poet who believes himself a great genius and makes a bargain with the devil in order to know what posterity thinks of him. It is a somewhat laboured satire, but not without value as showing how seriously the young men of the 1890s took themselves. Now that the literary profession has been organized as a department of public service, our writers have found their level and have learnt to do their duty without thought of the morrow. The labourer is worthy of his hire, and that is all. Thank heaven we have no Enoch Soameses among us to-day. I found that by murmuring the words aloud, a device which I commend to my reader, I was able to master them little by little. The clearer they became, the greater was my bewilderment, my distress and horror. The whole thing was a nightmare. Afar, the great grisly background of what was in store for the poor dear art of letters. Here, at the table, fixing on me a gaze that made me hot all over, the poor fellow whom evidently... But no, whatever downgrade my character might take in coming years, I should never be such a brute as to... Again I examined the screed. Imaginary. But here Soames was, no more imaginary, alas, than I. And laboured. What on earth was that? To this day I have never made out that word. It's all very baffling, I at length stammered. Soames said nothing, but cruelly did not cease to look at me. "Are you sure," I temporized, "quite sure you copied the thing correctly?" "Quite." "Well, then, it's this wretched Nupton who must be going to make some idiotic mistake. Look here, Soames, you know me better than to suppose that after all, the name Max Beerbohm is not at all an uncommon one, and there must be several Enoch Soameses running around. Or rather, Enoch Soames is a name that might occur to any one writing a story. And I don't write stories. I'm an essayist, an observer, a recorder. I admit that it's an extraordinary coincidence. But you must see." "I see the whole thing," said Soames quietly. And he added, with a touch of his old manner, but with more dignity than I had ever known in him, "Parlons d'autre chose." I accepted that suggestion very promptly. I returned straight to the more immediate future. I spent most of the long evening in renewed appeals to Soames to slip away and seek refuge somewhere. I remember saying at last that if indeed I was destined to write about him, the supposed story had better have at least a happy ending. Soames repeated those last 3 words in a tone of intense scorn. "In life and in art," he said, "all that matters is an inevitable ending." "But," I urged, more hopefully than I felt, "an ending that can be avoided isn't inevitable." "You aren't an artist," he rasped. "And you're so hopelessly not an artist that, so far from being able to imagine a thing and make it seem true, you're going to make even a true thing seem as though you'd made it up. You're a miserable bungler, and it's just my luck." I protested that the miserable bungler was not I, was not going to be I, but T.K. Nupton, and we had a rather heated argument, in the thick of which it suddenly seemed to me that Soames saw he was in the wrong. He had quite physically cowered. But I wondered why, and now I guessed with a cold throb just why. He stared so, past me. The bringer of that inevitable ending filled the doorway. I managed to turn in my chair and to say, not without a semblance of lightness, "Aha, come in." Dread was indeed rather blunted in me by his looking so absurdly like a villain in a melodrama. The sheen of his tilted hat and of his shirt-front, the repeated twists he was giving to his moustache, and most of all the magnificence of his sneer, gave token that he was there only to be foiled. He was at our table in a stride. "I am sorry," he sneered witheringly, "to break up your pleasant party, but—" "You don't. You complete it," I assured him. "Mr. Soames and I want to have a little talk with you. Won't you sit? Mr. Soames got nothing, frankly nothing, by his journey this afternoon. We don't wish to say that the whole thing was a swindle, a common swindle. On the contrary, we believe you meant well. But of course the bargain, such as it was, is off." The devil gave no verbal answer. He merely looked at Soames and pointed with rigid forefinger to the door. Soames was wretchedly rising from his chair when, with a desperate quick gesture, I swept together 2 dinner knives that were on the table and laid their blades across each other. The devil stepped sharp back against the table behind him, averting his face and shuddering. "You are not superstitious," he hissed. "Not at all," I smiled. "Soames," he said, as to an underling, but without turning his face, "put those knives straight." With an inhibitive gesture to my friend, "Mr. Soames," I said emphatically to the devil, "is a Catholic diabolist." But my poor friend did the devil's bidding, not mine, and now, with his master's eyes again fixed on him, he arose, he shuffled past me. I tried to speak. It was he that spoke. "Try," was the prayer he threw back at me as the devil pushed him roughly out through the door. "Try to make them know that I did exist." In another instant I, too, was through that door. I stood staring all ways, up the street, across it, down it. There was moonlight and lamplight, but there was not Soames nor that other. Dazed, I stood there. Dazed, I turned back at length into the little room, and I suppose I paid Berthe or Rose for my dinner and luncheon, and for Soames's. I hope so, for I never went back to the 20 again. Ever since that night I have avoided Greek Street altogether, and for years I did not set foot even in Soho Square, because on that same night it was there that I paced and loitered, long and long, with some such dull sense of hope as a man has in not straying far from the place where he has lost something. Round and round the shuttered square. That line came back to me on my lonely beat, and with it the whole stanza, ringing in my brain and bearing in on me how tragically different from the happy scene imagined by him was the poet's actual experience of that prince in whom of all princes we should not put our trust. But strange how the mind of an essayist, be it never so stricken, roves and ranges. I remember pausing before a wide doorstep and wondering if perchance it was on this very one that the young De Quincey lay ill and faint, while poor Anne flew as fast as her feet would carry her to Oxford Street, the stony-hearted stepmother of them both, and came back bearing that glass of port wine and spices, but for which he might, so he thought, actually have died. Was this the very doorstep that the old De Quincey used to revisit in homage? I pondered Anne's fate, the cause of her sudden vanishing from the ken of her boy-friend, and presently I blamed myself for letting the past override the present. Poor vanished Soames! And for myself, too, I began to be troubled. What had I better do? Would there be a hue and a cry, mysterious disappearance of an author, and all that? He had at last been seen lunching and dining in my company. Hadn't I better get a hansom and drive straight to Scotland Yard? They would think I was a lunatic. After all, I reassured myself, London was a very large place, and one very dim figure might easily drop out of it unobserved, now especially in the blinding glare of the near Jubilee. Better say nothing at all, I thought. And I was right. Soames's disappearance made no stir at all. He was utterly forgotten before anyone, so far as I am aware, noticed that he was no longer hanging around. Now and again some poet or prosaist may have said to another, "What has become of that man Soames?" But I never heard any such question asked. The solicitor through which he was paid his annuity may be presumed to have made inquiries, but no echo of these resounded. There was something rather ghastly to me in the general unconsciousness that Soames had existed, and more than once I caught myself wondering whether Nupton, that babe unborn, was going to be right in thinking him a figment of my brain. In that extract from Nupton's repulsive book there is one point which perhaps puzzles you. How is it that the author, though I have mentioned him by name and have quoted the exact words he is going to write, is not going to grasp the obvious corollary that I have invented nothing. The answer can be only this. Nupton will not have read the later passages of this memoir. Such lack of thoroughness is a serious fault in anyone who undertakes to do scholar's work. And I hope these words will meet the eye of some contemporary rival to Nupton and be the undoing of Nupton. I like to think that sometime between 1992 and 1997 somebody will have looked up this memoir and will have forced on the world his inevitable and startling conclusions. And I have reasons for believing that this will be so. You realize that the reading room into which Soames was projected by the devil was, in all respects, precisely as it will be on the afternoon of June 3rd, 1997. You realize, therefore, that on that afternoon, when it comes round, there the self-same crowd will be, and there Soames too will be, punctually, he and they doing precisely what they did before. Recall now Soames's account of the sensation he made. You may say that the mere difference of his costume was enough to make him sensational in that uniform crowd. You wouldn't say so if you had ever seen him. I assure you that in no period could Soames be anything but dim. The fact that people are going to stare at him and follow him around and seem afraid of him can be explained only on the hypothesis that they will somehow have been prepared for his ghostly visitation. They will have been awfully waiting to see whether he really would come, and when he does come the effect will of course be awful. An authentic, guaranteed, proven ghost, but only a ghost, alas, only that. In his first visit Soames was a creature of flesh and blood, whereas the creatures into whose midst he was projected were but ghosts, I take it, solid, palpable, vocal, but unconscious and automatic ghosts in a building that was itself an illusion. Next time that building and those creatures will be real. It is of Soames that there will be but the semblance. I wish I could think him destined to revisit the world actually, physically, consciously. I wish he had this one brief escape, this one small treat to look forward to. I never forget him for long. He is where he is, and for ever. The more rigid moralists among you may say that he is only himself to blame. For my part, I think he has been very hardly used. It is well that vanity should be chastened, and Enoch Soames's vanity was, I admit, above the average and called for special treatment. But there was no need for vindictiveness. You say he contracted to pay the price he is paying? Yes, but I maintain that he was induced to do so by fraud. Well informed in all things, the devil must have known that my friend would gain nothing by his visit to futurity. The whole thing was a very shabby trick. The more I think of it, the more detestable the devil seems to me. Of him I have caught sight several times, here and there, since that day at the 20e. Only once, however, have I seen him at close quarters. This was in Paris. I was walking one afternoon along the Rue d'Antin, when I saw him advancing from the opposite direction, overdressed as ever, and swinging an ebony cane, and altogether behaving as though the whole pavement belonged to him. At thought of Enoch Soames and the myriads of other sufferers eternally in this brute's dominion, a great cold wrath filled me, and I drew myself up to my full height. But, well, one is so used to nodding and smiling in the street to anybody whom one knows that the action becomes almost independent of oneself. To prevent it requires a very sharp effort and great presence of mind. I was miserably aware, as I passed the devil, that I nodded and smiled to him, and my shame was the deeper and hotter because he, if you please, stared straight at me with the utmost haughtiness. To be cut, deliberately cut by him! I still am, furious at having had that happen to me. Section 3 of the 7. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hilary, Maltby, and Stephen Braxton. People still go on comparing Thackeray and Dickens quite cheerfully, but the fashion of comparing Maltby and Braxton went out so long ago as 1795. No, I am wrong. But anything that happened in the bland old days before the war does seem to be 100 more years ago than actually it is. The year I mean is the one in whose springtime we all went bicycling, oh thrill, in Battersea Park, and the ladies wore sleeves that billowed enormously out from their shoulders, and Lord Rosebery was Prime Minister. In that park, in that springtime, in that sea of sleeves, there was almost as much talk about the respective merits of Braxton and Maltby as there was about those of Rudge and Humber. For the benefit of my younger readers, and perhaps so feeble is human memory, for the benefit of their elders too, let me state that Rudge and Humber were rival makers of bicycles, that Hilary Maltby was the author of Ariel in Mayfair, and Stephen Braxton of A Faun on the Cotswolds. Which do you think is really the best, Ariel or A Faun? Ladies were always asking one that question. Oh, well, you know, the two are so different, it's really very hard to compare them. One was always giving that answer. One was not very brilliant, perhaps. The vogue of the two novels lasted throughout the summer. As both were firstlings, and Great Britain had therefore nothing else of Braxton's or Maltby's to fall back on, the horizon was much scanned for what Maltby and what Braxton would give us next. In the autumn Braxton gave us his secondling. It was an instantaneous failure. No more was he compared with Maltby. In the spring of '96 came Maltby's secondling. Its failure was instantaneous. Maltby might once more have been compared with Braxton, but Braxton was now forgotten. So was Maltby. This was not kind. This was not just. Maltby's first novel, and Braxton's, had brought delight into many thousands of homes. People should have paused to say of Braxton, perhaps his third novel will be better than his second, and to say as much for Maltby. I blame people for having given no sign of wanting a third from either, and I blame them with the more zest because neither A Faun on the Cotswolds nor Ariel in Mayfair was a merely popular book. Each, I maintain, was a good book. I don't go so far as to say that the one had more of natural magic, more of British woodland glamour, more of the sheer joy of life in it than anything since As You Like It, though Higsby went so far as this in the Daily Chronicle. Nor can I allow the claim made for the other by Grigsby in the Globe, that for pungency of satire there has been nothing like it since Swift laid down his pen ex forti dulcedo, nothing to be mentioned in the same breath with it since the lute fell from the tired hands of Theocritus. These were foolish exaggerations. But one must not condemn a thing because it has been overpraised. Maltby's Ariel was a delicate, brilliant work, and Braxton's Faun, crude though it was in many ways, had yet a genuine power and beauty. This is not a mere impression remembered from early youth. It is the reasoned and seasoned judgment of middle age. Both books have been out of print for many years, but I secured a second-hand copy of each not long ago, and found them well worth reading again. From the time of Nathaniel Hawthorne to the outbreak of the First World War, current literature did not suffer from any lack of fauns. But when Braxton's first book appeared, fauns still had an air of novelty about them. We had not yet tired of them, and their hoofs and their slanting eyes, and their way of coming suddenly out of woods to wean quiet English villages from respectability. We did tire later. but Braxton's faun, even now, seems to me an admirable specimen of his class, wild and weird, earthy, goat-like, almost convincing. And I find myself convinced altogether by Braxton's rustics. I admit that I do not know much about rustics except from novels, but I plead that the little I do know about them by personal observation does not confirm much of what the many novelists have taught me. I plead also that Braxton may well have been right about the rustics of Gloucestershire, because he was, as so many interviewers recorded of him in his brief heyday, the son of a yeoman farmer at far Oak Ridge, and his boyhood had been divided between that village and the grammar school at Stroud. Not long ago I happened to be staying in the neighbourhood, and came across several villagers who might, I assure you, have stepped straight out of Braxton's pages. For that matter, Braxton himself, whom I often met in the spring of '95, might have stepped straight out of his own pages. I am guilty of having wished he would step straight back into them. He was a very surly fellow, very rugged and gruff. He was the antithesis of pleasant little Maltby. I used to think that perhaps he would have been less unamiable if success had come to him earlier. He was 30 years old when his book was published, and had had a very hard time since coming to London at the age of 16. Little Maltby was a year older, and so had waited a year longer, but then he had waited under a comfortable roof at Twickenham, emerging into the metropolis for no grimmer purpose than to sit and watch the fashionable riders and walkers in Rotten Row, and then going home to write a little or to play lawn tennis with the young ladies of Twickenham. He had been the only child of his parents, neither of whom, alas, survived to take pleasure in their darling's sudden fame. He had now migrated from Twickenham and taken rooms at Ryder Street. Had he ever shared with Braxton the bread of adversity? But no, I think he would in any case have been pleasant. And conversely, I cannot imagine that Braxton would in any case have been so. No one seeing the two rivals together, no one meeting them at Mr. Hookworth's famous luncheon parties in the Authors' Club, or at Mrs. Foster Dugdale's not less famous garden parties in Greville Place, would have supposed offhand that the pair had a single point in common. Dapper little Maltby, blonde, bland, diminutive Maltby, with his monocle and his gardenia; big black Braxton with his lanky hair, and his square blue jaw, and his square sallow forehead. Canary and crow. Maltby had a perpetual chirrup of amusing small talk. Braxton was usually silent, but very well worth listening to whenever he did croak. He had distinction, I admit it, the distinction of one who steadfastly refuses to adapt himself to surroundings. He stood out. He awed Mr. Hookworth. Ladies were always asking one another, rather intently, what they thought of him. One could imagine that Mr. Foster Dugdale, had he come home from the city to attend the garden parties, might have regarded him as one from whom Mrs. Foster Dugdale should be shielded. But the casual observer of Braxton and Maltby at Mrs. Foster Dugdale's or elsewhere was wrong in supposing that the two were totally unlike. He overlooked one simple and obvious point. This was that he had met them both at Mrs. Foster Dugdale's or elsewhere. Wherever they were invited, there certainly, and there punctually, they would be. They were both of them gluttons for the fruits and signs of their success. Interviewers and photographers had as little reason as had hostesses to complain of two men so earnestly and assiduously on the make as Maltby and Braxton. Maltby, for all his sparkle, was earnest; Braxton, for all his arrogance, assiduous. A faun on the Cotswolds had no more eager eulogist than the author of Ariel in Mayfair. When any one praised his work, Maltby would lightly disparage it in comparison with Braxton's. "Ah, if I could write like that!" Maltby won golden opinions in this way. Braxton, on the other hand, would let slip no opportunity for sneering at Maltby's work, gimcrack, as he called it. This was not good for Maltby. Different men, different methods. The Rape of the Lock was gimcrack, if you care to call it so, but it was a delicate, brilliant work, and so, I repeat, was Maltby's Ariel. Absurd to compare Maltby with Pope? I am not so sure. I have read Ariel, but have never read The Rape of the Lock. Braxton's opprobrious term for Ariel may not, however, have been due to jealousy alone. Braxton had imagination, and his rival did not soar above fancy. But the point is that Maltby's fancifulness went far and well. In telling how Ariel re-embodied himself from thin air, leased a small house in Chesterfield Street, was present at a levee, played the part of the good fairy in a matter of true love not running smooth, and worked meanwhile all manner of amusing changes among the aristocracy before he vanished again, Maltby showed a very pretty range of ingenuity. In one respect, his work was a more surprising achievement than Braxton's. For whereas Braxton had been born and bred among his rustics, Maltby knew his aristocrats only through Thackeray, through the photographs and paragraphs in the newspapers, and through those passionate excursions of his to Rotten Row. Yet I found his aristocrats as convincing as Braxton's rustics. It is true that I may have been convinced wrongly. That is a point which I could settle only by experience. I shift my ground, claiming for Maltby's aristocrats just this, that they pleased me very much. Aristocrats, when they are presented solely through a novelist's sense of beauty, do not satisfy us. They may be as beautiful as all that, but, for fear of thinking ourselves snobbish, we won't believe it. We do believe it, however, and revel in it when the novelist saves his face and ours by a pervading irony in the treatment of what he loves. The irony must, mark you, be pervading and obvious. Disraeli's Great Ladies and Lords won't do, for his irony was but latent in his homage, and thus the reader feels himself called on to worship and in duty bound to scoff. All's well, though, when the homage is latent in the irony. Thackeray, inviting us to laugh and frown over the follies of Mayfair, enables us to reel with him in a secret orgy of veneration for those fools. Maltby, too, in his measure, enabled us to reel thus. That is mainly why, before the end of April, his publisher was in a position to state that the 7th large impression of Ariel in Mayfair is almost exhausted. Let it be put to our credit, however, that at the same moment Braxton's publisher had the honour to inform the public that an 8th large impression of A Faun on the Cotswolds is in instant preparation. Indeed, it seemed impossible for either author to outvie the other in success and glory. Week in, week out, you saw cancelled either's every momentary advantage. A neck-and-neck race. As thus, Maltby appears as a celebrity at home in the world, Tuesday. Ha, no, Vanity Fair, Wednesday, has a perfect presentment of Braxton by Spy. Neck and neck. No, Vanity Fair says, the subject of next week's cartoon will be Mr. Hilary Maltby. Maltby wins. No, next week Braxton's in the World. Throughout May I kept, as it were, my eyes glued to my field glasses. On the first Monday in June I saw that which drew from me a hoarse ejaculation. Let me explain that always on Monday mornings at this time of year, when I opened my daily paper, I looked with respectful interest to see what bevy of the great world had been entertained since Saturday at Keeb Hall. The list was always august and inspiring. Statecraft and diplomacy were well threaded there, with mere lineage and mere beauty, with royalty sometimes, with mere wealth never, with privileged genius now and then. A noble composition always. It was said that the Duke of Hertfordshire cared for nothing but his collection of birds' eggs, and that the collections of guests at Keeb were formed entirely by his young Duchess. It was said that he had climbed trees in every corner of every continent. The Duchess's hobby was easier. She sat aloft and beckoned desirable specimens up. The list published on that first Monday in June began ordinarily enough, began with the Austro-Hungarian ambassador and the Portuguese minister. Then came the Duke and Duchess of Mull, followed by 4 lesser peers, 2 of them proconsuls, however, with their peeresses, 3 peers without their peeresses, 4 peeresses without their peers, and a dozen bearers of courtesy titles with or without their wives and husbands. The rear was brought up by Mr. A. J. Balfour, Mr. Henry Chaplin, and Mr. Hilary Maltby. Youth tends to look at the darker side of things. I confess that my first thought was for Braxton. I forgave and forgot his faults of manner. Youth is generous. It does not criticize a strong man stricken. And anon, so habituated was I to the parity of those 2 strivers, I conceived that there might be some mistake. Daily newspapers are printed in a hurry. Might not Henry Chaplin be a typographical error for Stephen Braxton? I went out and bought another newspaper, but Mr. Chaplin's name was in that too. Patience, I said to myself, Braxton crouches only to spring. He will be at Keeb Hall on Saturday next. My mind was free now to dwell with pleasure on Maltby's great achievement. I thought of writing to congratulate him, but feared this might be in bad taste. I did, however, write asking him to lunch with me. He did not answer my letter. I was, therefore, all the more sorry next Monday at not finding "and Mr. Stephen Braxton" in Keeb's week-end catalogue. A few days later I met Mr. Hookworth. He mentioned that Stephen Braxton had left town. "He has taken," said Hookworth, "a delightful bungalow on the east coast. He has gone there to work." He added that he had a great liking for Braxton, a man utterly unspoilt. I inferred that he, too, had written to Maltby and received no answer. That butterfly did not, however, appear to be hovering from flower to flower in the parterres of Rankin fashion. In the daily lists of guests at dinners, receptions, dances, balls, the name of Maltby figured never. Maltby had not caught on. Presently I heard that he, too, had left town. I gathered that he had gone quite early in June, quite soon after Keeb. Nobody seemed to know where he was. My own theory was that he had taken a delightful bungalow on the west coast to balance Braxton. Anyhow, the parity of the 2 strivers was now somewhat re-established. In point of fact, the disparity had been less than I supposed. While Maltby was at Keeb, there Braxton was also, in a sense. It was a strange story. I did not hear it at the time. Nobody did. I heard it 17 years later. I heard it in Lucca. Little Lucca I found so enchanting that though I had only a day or 2 to spare, I stayed there a whole month. I formed the habit of walking every morning round that high-pitched path which girdles Lucca, that wide and tree-shaded path from which one looks down over the city wall at the fertile plains beneath Lucca. There were never many people there, but the few who did come came daily, so that I grew to like seeing them, and took a mild personal interest in them. One of them was an old lady in a wheel-chair. She was not less than 70 years old, and might or might not have once been beautiful. Her chair was slowly propelled by an Italian woman. She herself was obviously Italian. Not so, however, the little gentleman who walked assiduously beside her. Him I guessed to be English. He was a very stout little gentleman, with gleaming spectacles and a full blonde beard, and he seemed to radiate cheerfulness. I thought at first that he might be the old lady's resident physician. But no, there was something subtly unprofessional about him. I became sure that his constancy was gratuitous and his radiance real. And one day, I know not how, there dawned on me a suspicion that he was, who? Someone I had known, some writer, what's his name, something with an M, Maltby, Hilary Maltby of the long ago. At sight of him on the morrow, this suspicion hardened almost to certainty. I wished I could meet him alone and ask him if I were not right, and what he had been doing all these years, and why he had left England. He was always with the old lady. It was only on my last day in Lucca that my chance came. I had just lunched, and was seated on a comfortable bench outside my hotel, with a cup of coffee on the table before me, gazing across the faded old sunny piazza, and wondering what to do with my last afternoon. It was then that I espied yonder the back of the putative Maltby. I hastened forth to him. He was buying some pink roses, a great bunch of them, from a market woman under an umbrella. He looked very blank. He flushed greatly when I ventured to accost him. He admitted that his name was Hilary Maltby. I told him my own name, and by degrees he remembered me. He apologized for his confusion. He explained that he had not talked English, had not talked to an Englishman for, hundreds of years. He said that he had, in the course of his long residence in Lucca, seen 2 or 3 people whom he had known in England, but that none of them had recognized him. He accepted, but as though he were embarking on the oddest adventure in the world, my invitation that he should come and sit down and take coffee with me. He laughed with pleasure and surprise at finding that he could still speak his native tongue quite fluently and idiomatically. I know absolutely nothing, he said, about England nowadays, except from stray references to it in the Corriere della Sera. Nor did he show the faintest desire that I should enlighten him. England, he mused, how it all comes back to me. But not you to it? Ah, no, indeed, he said gravely, looking at the roses which he had laid carefully on the marble table. I am the happiest of men. He sipped his coffee and stared out across the piazza, out beyond it into the past. I am the happiest of men, he repeated. I plied him with the spur of silence. And I owe it all to having once yielded to a bad impulse. Absurd the threats of our destinies hang on. Again I plied him with that spur. As it seemed not to prick him, I repeated the words he had last spoken. For instance, I added. Take, he said, a certain evening in the spring of '95. If on that evening the Duchess of Hertfordshire had had a bad cold, or if she had decided that it wouldn't be rather interesting to go to that party, that annual soirée, I think it was, of the Inkwomen's Club, or again, to go a step further back, if she hadn't ever written that one little poem, and if it hadn't been printed in The Gentlewoman, and if the Inkwomen's Committee hadn't instantly and unanimously elected her an honorary vice-president because of that one little poem, or if 1,000,001 utterly irrelevant things hadn't happened, don't you know, I shouldn't be here. I might be there, he smiled, with a vague gesture indicating England. Suppose, he went on, I hadn't been invited to that annual soirée, or suppose that other fellow— Braxton, I suggested. I had remembered Braxton at the moment of recognizing Maltby. Suppose he hadn't been asked, but of course we both were. It happened that I was the first to be presented to the Duchess. It was a great moment. I hoped I should keep my head. She wore a tiara. I had often seen women in tiaras at the opera, but I had never talked to a woman in a tiara. Tiaras were symbols to me. Eyes are just a human feature. I fixed mine on the Duchess's. I kept my head by not looking at hers. I behaved as one human being to another. She seemed very intelligent. We got on very well. Presently she asked whether I should think her very bold if she said how perfectly divine she thought my book. I said something about doing my best, and asked with animation whether she had read A Faun on the Cotswolds. She had. She said it was too wonderful. She said it was too great. If she hadn't been a duchess, I might have thought her slightly hysterical. Her innate good sense quickly reasserted itself. She used her great power. With a wave of her magic wand, she turned into a fact the glittering possibility that had haunted me. She asked me down to Keeb. She seemed very pleased that I would come. Was I, by any chance, free on Saturday week? She hoped there would be some amusing people to meet me. Could I come by the 3:30? It was only an hour and a quarter from Victoria. On Saturday there were always compartments reserved for people coming to Keeb by the 3:30. She hoped I would bring my bicycle with me. She hoped I wouldn't find it very dull. She hoped I wouldn't forget to come. She said how lovely it must be to spend one's life among clever people. She supposed I knew everybody here tonight. She asked me to tell her who everybody was. She asked who was the tall, dark man over there. I told her it was Stephen Braxton. She said they had promised to introduce her to him. She added that he looked rather wonderful. Oh, he is very, I assured her. She turned to me with a sudden appeal. Do you think, if I took my courage in both hands and asked him, he'd care to come to Keeb? I hesitated. It would be easy to say that Satan answered for me. Easy, but untrue. It was I that babbled. Well, as a matter of fact, since you ask me, if I were you, really, I think you'd better not. He's very odd in some ways. He has an extraordinary hatred of sleeping out of London. He has the real Gloucestershire love of London. At the same time, he's very shy, and if you asked him, he wouldn't very well know how to refuse. I think it would be kinder not to ask him. At that moment, Mrs. Wilpham, the president, loomed up to us, bringing Braxton. He bore himself well. Rough dignity with a touch of mellowness. I dare say you never saw him smile. He smiled gravely down at the Duchess while she talked in her pretty little quick, humble way. He made a great impression. What I had done was not merely base, it was very dangerous. I was in terror that she might rally him on his devotion to London. I didn't dare to move away. I was immensely relieved when at length she said she must be going. Braxton seemed loath to relax his grip on her hand at parting. I feared she wouldn't escape without uttering that invitation. But all was well. In saying good night to me, she added in a murmur, "Don't forget Keeb, Saturday week, the 3:30. Merely an exquisite murmur. But Braxton heard it. I knew by the diabolical look he gave me that Braxton had heard it. If he hadn't, I shouldn't be here. Was I a prey to remorse? Well, in the days between that soiree and that Saturday, remorse often claimed me, but rapture wouldn't give me up. Arcady, Olympus, the right people, at last! I hadn't realized how good my book was. Not till it got me this guerdon. Not till I got it this huge advertisement. I foresaw how pleased my publisher would be. In some great houses I knew, it was possible to stay without any one knowing you had been there. But the Duchess of Hertfordshire hid her light under no bushel. Exclusive she was, but not of publicity. Next to Windsor Castle, Keeb Hall was the most advertised house in all England. Meanwhile, I had plenty to do. I rather thought of engaging a valet, but decided that this wasn't necessary. On the other hand, I felt a need for 3 new summer suits, and a new evening suit, and some new white waistcoats. Also a smoking suit. And had any man ever stayed at Keeb without a dressing-case? Hitherto I had been content with a pair of wooden brushes and so forth. I was afraid these would appall the footman who unpacked my things. I ordered, for his sake, a large dressing-case, with my initials engraved throughout it. It looked compromisingly new when it came to me from the shop. I had to kick it industriously, and throw it about and scratch it, so as to avert possible suspicion. The tailor did not send my things home till the Friday evening. I had to sit up late, wearing the new suits in rotation. Next day, at Victoria, I saw strolling on the platform many people, male and female, who looked as if they were going to Keeb, tall, cool, ornate people who hadn't packed their own things and had reached Victoria in broughams. I was ornate, but not tall nor cool. My porter was rather offhand in his manner as he wheeled my things along to the 3:30. I asked severely if there were any compartments reserved for people going to stay with the Duke of Hertfordshire. This worked an instant change in him. Having set me up in one of those shrines, he seemed almost loath to accept a tip. A snob, I'm afraid. A selection of the tall, the cool, the ornate, the intimately acquainted with one another soon filled the compartment. There I was, and I think they felt they ought to try to bring me into the conversation. As they were all talking about a cotillion of the previous night, I shouldn't have been able to shine. I gazed out of the window with middle-class aloofness. Presently the talk drifted on to the topic of bicycles, but by this time it was too late for me to come in. I gazed at the squalid outskirts of London as they flew by. I doubted, as I listened to my fellow passengers, whether I should be able to shine at Keeb. I rather wished I were going to spend the week-end at one of those little houses with back gardens beneath the railway line. I was filled with fears. For shame, thought I. Was I nobody? Was the author of Ariel in Mayfair nobody? I reminded myself how glad Braxton would be if he knew of my faint-heartedness. I thought of Braxton sitting, at this moment, in his room in Clifford's Inn, and glowering with envy of his hated rival in the 3:30. And after all, how enviable I was! My spirits rose. I would acquit myself well. I much admired the scene at the little railway station where we alighted. It was like a fete by Lancret. I knew from the talk of my fellow passengers that some people had been going down by an earlier train, and that others were coming by a later. But the 3:30 had brought a full score of us. Us. That was the final touch of beauty. Outside there were 2 broughams, a landau, dog-carts, a phaeton, a wagonette, I know not what. But almost everybody, it seemed, was going to bicycle. Lady Rodfitten said she was going to bicycle. Year after year I had seen that famous countess riding or driving in the park. I had been told at fourth hand that she had a masculine intellect and could make and unmake ministries. She was nearly 60 now, a trifle dyed and stout and weather-beaten, but still tremendously handsome and hard as nails. One would not have said she had grown older, but merely that she belonged now to a rather later period of the Roman Empire. I had never dreamed of a time when one roof would shelter Lady Rodfitten and me. Somehow she struck my imagination more than any of these others. More than Count Dame, more than Mr. Balfour, more than the lovely Lady Thisbe Crowborough. I might have had a ducal vehicle all to myself, and should have liked that, but it seemed more correct that I should use my bicycle. On the other hand, I didn't want to ride with all these people, a stranger in their midst. I lingered around the luggage till they were off, and then followed at a long distance. The sun had gone behind the clouds, but I rode slowly so as to be sure not to arrive hot. I passed, not without a thrill, through the massive open gates into the Duke's Park. A massive man with a cockade saluted me, hearteningly, from the door of the lodge. The park seemed endless. I came, at length, to a long straight avenue of elms that were almost blatantly immemorial. At the end of it was, well, I felt like a gnat going to stay in a public building. If there had been turnstiles, in and out, and a shilling to pay, I should have felt easier as I passed into that hall, that Palladio Gargantuan hall. Some butler or groom of the chamber, murmured that her Grace was in the garden. I passed out through the great opposite doorway onto a wide, spectacular terrace with lawns beyond. Tea was on the nearest of these lawns. In the central group of people, some standing, others sitting, I espied the Duchess. She sat pouring out tea, a deft and animated little figure. I advanced firmly down the steps from the terrace, feeling that all would be well so soon as I had reported myself to the Duchess. But I had a staggering surprise on my way to her. I espied in one of the smaller groups, whom do you think? Braxton. I had no time to wonder how he had got there, time merely to grasp the black fact that he was there. The Duchess seemed really pleased to see me. She said it was too splendid of me to come. "You know Mr. Maltby?" she asked. Lady Rodfitten, who exclaimed, "Not Mr. Hilary Maltby," with a vigorous grace that was overwhelming. Lady Rodfitten declared that she was the greatest of my admirers, and I could well believe that in whatever she did she excelled all competitors. On the other hand, I found it hard to believe she was afraid of me. Yet I had her word for it that she was. Her womanly charm gave place now to her masculine grip. She eulogized me in the language of a seasoned reviewer on the staff of a long-established journal, wordy perhaps, but sound. I revered and loved her. I wished I could give her my undivided attention. But whilst I sat there, teacup in hand, between her and the Duchess, part of my brain was fearfully concerned with that glimpse I had had of Braxton. It didn't so much matter that he was here to have my triumph. But suppose he knew what I had told the Duchess? And suppose he had? No, surely, if he had shown me up in all my meanness, she wouldn't have received me so very cordially. I wondered where she could have met him since that evening of the Ink-Women. I heard Lady Rodfitten concluding her review of Ariel with 2 or 3 sentences that might have been framed specially to give the publisher an easy quote. And then I heard myself asking mechanically whether she had read A Faun on the Cotswolds. The Duchess heard me too. She turned from talking to other people and said, "I did like Mr. Braxton so very much." "Yes," I threw out with a sickly smile, "I'm so glad you asked him to come." "But I didn't ask him. I didn't dare." But surely he wouldn't be here if—" We stared at each other blankly. "Here?" she echoed, glancing at the scattered little groups of people on the lawn. I glanced too. I was much embarrassed. I explained that I had seen Braxton standing just over there when I arrived, and had supposed he was one of the people who came by the earlier train. "Well," she said, with a slightly irritated laugh, "you must have mistaken someone else for him." She dropped the subject, talked to other people, and presently moved away. Surely, thought I, she didn't suspect me of trying to make fun of her. On the other hand, surely she hadn't conspired with Braxton to make a fool of me. And yet how could Braxton be here without an invitation and without her knowledge? My brain whirled. One thing only was clear. I could not have mistaken anybody for Braxton. There Braxton had stood, Stephen Braxton, in that old pepper and salt suit of his, with his red tie all askew and without a hat, his hair hanging over his forehead. All this I had seen sharp and clean cut. There he had stood, just beside one of the women who travelled down in the same compartment as I, a very pretty woman in a pale blue dress, a tall woman, but I had noticed how small she looked beside Braxton. This woman was now walking to and fro yonder with Monsieur de Sauveral. I had seen Braxton beside her as clearly as I now saw Monsieur de Sauveral. Lady Rodfitten was talking about India to a recent viceroy. She seemed to have as firm a grip of the India as of Ariel. I sat forgotten. I wanted to arise and wander off, in a vague search for Braxton. But I feared this might look as if I were angry at being ignored. Presently Lady Rodfitten herself arose, to have what she called her annual look-round. She bade me come too, and strode off between me and the recent Viceroy, noting improvements that had been made in the grounds, suggesting improvements that might be made, indicating improvements that must be made. She was great on landscape gardening. The recent Viceroy was less great on it, but great enough. I don't say I walked forgotten. The eminent woman constantly asked my opinion, but my opinion, though of course it always coincided with hers, sounded quite worthless somehow. I longed to shine. I could only bother about Braxton. Lady Rodfitten's voice sounded overstrong for the stillness of evening. The shadows lengthened. My spirit sank lower and lower with the sun. I was a naturally cheerful person, but always towards sunset I had a vague sense of melancholy. I seemed always to have grown weaker. Morbid misgivings would come to me. On this particular evening there was one such misgiving that crept in and out of me again and again, a very horrible misgiving as to the nature of what Section 4 of the 7. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Well, dressing for dinner is a great tonic, especially if one shaves. My spirits rose as I lathered my face. I smiled to my reflection in the mirror. The afterglow of the sun came through the window behind the dressing-table, but I had switched on all the lights. My new silver-topped bottles and things made a fine array. To-night I was going to shine too. I felt that I might yet be the life and soul of the party. Anyway, my new evening suit was without a fault. And meanwhile this new razor was perfect. Having shaved down, I lathered myself again and proceeded to shave up. It was then that I uttered a sharp sound and swung round on my heel. No one was there. Yet this I knew. Stephen Braxton had just looked over my shoulder. I had seen the reflection of his face beside mine, craned forward to the mirror. I had met his eyes. He had been with me. This I knew. I turned to look again at that mirror. One of my cheeks was all covered with blood. I staunched it with a towel. 3 long cuts where the razor had slipped and skipped. I plunged the towel into cold water and held it to my cheek. The bleeding went on, alarmingly. I rang the bell. No one came. I vowed I wouldn't bleed to death for Braxton. I rang again. At last a very tall powdered footman appeared, more reproachful-looking than sympathetic, as though I hadn't ordered the dressing-case specially on his behalf. He said he thought one of the housemaids would have some sticking plaster. He was very sorry he was needed downstairs, but he would tell one of the housemaids. I continued to dab and to curse. The blood flowed less. I showed great spirit. I vowed Braxton should not prevent me from going down to dinner. But a pretty sight I was when I did go down. Pale but determined, with 3 long strips of black sticking plaster forming a sort of Z on my left cheek. Mr. Hilary Maltby at Keeb, Literature's ambassador. I don't know how late I was. Dinner was in full swing. Some servant piloted me to my place. I sat down, unobserved. The woman on either side of me was talking to her other neighbour. I was near the Duchess's end of the table. Soup was served to me, that dark red soup that you pour cream into, borscht. I felt it would steady me. I raised the first spoonful to my lips, and my hand gave a sudden jerk. I was aware of 2 separate horrors, a horror that had been, a horror that was. Braxton had vanished. Not for more than an instant had he stood scowling at me from behind the opposite diners. Not for more than the fraction of an instant, but he had left his mark on me. I gazed down with a frozen stare at my shirt-front, at my white waistcoat, both dark with borscht. I rubbed them with a napkin. I made them worse. I looked at my glass of champagne. I raised it carefully and drained it at one draught. It nerved me, but behind that shirt-front was a broken heart. The woman on my left was Lady Thisbe Crowborough. I don't know who was the woman on my right. She was the first to turn and see me. I thought it best to say something about my shirt-front at once. I said it to her sideways without showing my left cheek. Her handsome eyes rested on the splashes. She said, after a moment's thought, that they looked rather gay. She said she thought the eternal black and white of men's evening clothes was so very dreary. She did her best. Lady Thisbe Crowborough did her best, too, I suppose. But breeding isn't proof against all possible shocks. She visibly started at sight of me and my Z. I explained that I had cut myself shaving. I said, with an attempt at lightness, that shy men ought always to cut themselves shaving. It made such a good conversational opening. "But surely," she said after a pause, "you don't cut yourself on purpose." She was an abysmal fool. I didn't think so at the time. She was Lady Thisbe Crowborough. This fact hallowed her. That we didn't get on at all well was a misfortune for which I blamed only myself and my repulsive appearance and the unforgettable horror that distracted me. Nor did I blame Lady Thisbe for turning rather soon to the man on her other side. The woman on my right was talking to the man on her other side, so that I was left a prey to secret memory and dread. I wasn't wondering, wasn't attempting to explain. I was merely remembering and dreading. And how odd one is! On the top layer of my consciousness I hated to be seen talking to no one. Mr. Maltby at Keeb. I caught the Duchess's eye once or twice, and she nodded encouragingly, as who should say, "You do look rather awful, and you do seem rather out of it, but I don't for a moment regret having asked you to come." Presently I had another chance of talking. I heard myself talk. My feverish anxiety to please rather touched me, but I noticed that the eyes of my listener wandered. And yet I was sorry when the ladies went away. I had a sense of greater exposure. Men who hadn't seen me saw me now. The Duke, as he came round to the Duchess's end of the table, must have wondered who I was. But he shyly offered me his hand as he passed, and said it was so good of me to come. I had thought of slipping away to put on another shirt and waistcoat, but had decided that this would make me the more ridiculous. I sat drinking port, poison to me after the champagne, but a lulling poison, and listened to noblemen with unstained shirt-fronts talking about the Australian cricket match. Is Rubicon Bezique still played in England? There was a mania for it at that time. The floor of Keeb's Palladio Gargantuan Hall was dotted with innumerable little tables. I didn't know how to play. My hostess told me I must come and amuse the dear old Duke and Duchess of Mull, and led me to a remote sofa on which an old gentleman had just sat down beside an old lady. They looked at me with a dim, kind interest. My hostess had set me and left me on a small gilt chair in front of them. Before going, she had conveyed to them loudly, one of them was very deaf, that I was the famous writer. It was a long time before they understood that I was not a political writer. The Duke asked me, after a troubled pause, whether I had known old Mr. Abraham Hayward. The Duchess said I was too young to have known Mr. Hayward, and asked if I knew her clever friend, Mr. Mallock. I said I had just been reading Mr. Mallock's new novel. I heard myself shouting a confused précis of the plot. The place where we were sitting was near the foot of the great marble staircase. I said how beautiful the staircase was. The Duchess of Mull said she had never cared very much for that staircase. The Duke, after a pause, said that he had often heard old Mr. Abraham Hayward hold a whole dinner-table. There were long and frequent pauses, between which I heard myself talking loudly, frantically, sinking lower and lower in the esteem of my small audience. I felt like a man drowning under the eyes of an elderly couple who sit on the bank regretting that they can offer no assistance. Presently the Duke looked at his watch and said to the Duchess that it was time to be thinking of bed. They rose, as it were, from the bank, and left me, so to speak, under water. I watched them as they passed slowly out of sight up the marble staircase which I had mispraised. I turned and surveyed the brilliant, silent scene presented by the card-players. I wondered what old Mr. Abraham Hayward would have done in my place. Would he have just darted in among those tables and held them? I presumed that he would not have stolen silently away, quickly and cravenly away, up the marble staircase, as I did. I don't know which was the greater, the relief or the humiliation of finding myself in my bedroom. Perhaps the humiliation was the greater. There, on a chair, was my grand new smoking suit laid out for me. What a mockery! Once I had foreseen myself wearing it in the smoking-room at a late hour, the centre of a group of eminent men, entranced by the brilliancy of my conversation. And now I was nothing but a small, dull, soup-stained, sticking-plastered, nerve-racked recluse. Nerves, yes. I assured myself that I had not seen what I had seemed to see. All very odd, of course, and very unpleasant, but easily explained. Nerves. Excitement of coming to keep too much for me. A good night's rest, that was all I needed. Tomorrow I should laugh at myself. I wondered that I wasn't tired physically. There my grand new silk pyjamas were, yet I felt no desire to go to bed, none while it was still possible for me to go. The little writing-table at the foot of my bed seemed to invite me. I had brought with me in my portmanteau a sheaf of letters that I had purposely left unanswered in order that I might answer them on Keeb Hall note-paper. These the footman had neatly laid beside the blotting-pad on that little writing-table at the foot of the bed. I regretted that the note-paper stacked there had no ducal coronet on it. What matter? The address sufficed. If I hadn't yet made a good impression on the people who were staying here, I could at any rate make one on the people who weren't. I sat down, I set to work, I wrote a prodigious number of fluent and graceful notes. Some of these were to strangers who wanted my autograph. I was always delighted to send my autograph, and never perfunctory in the manner of sending it. Dear Madam, I remember writing to somebody that night, were it not that you make your request for it so charmingly, I should hesitate to send you that which rarity alone can render valuable. Yours truly, Hilary Maltby. I remember reading this over and wondering whether the word render looked rather commercial. It was in the act of wondering thus that I raised my eyes from the note-paper and saw through the bars of the brass bedstead the naked sole of a large human foot, saw beyond it the calf of a great leg, a nightshirt, and the face of Stephen Braxton. I did not move. I thought of making a dash for the door, dashing out into the corridor, shouting at the top of my voice for help. I sat quite still. What kept me to my chair was the fear that if I tried to reach the door, Braxton would spring off the bed to intercept me. If I sat quite still, perhaps he wouldn't move. I felt that if he moved, I should collapse utterly. I watched him, and he watched me. He lay there with his body half raised, one elbow propped on the pillow, his jaw sunk on his breast, and from under his black brows he watched me steadily. No question of mere nerves now, that hope was gone. No mere optical delusion, this abiding presence. Here Bracton was. He and I were together in the bright, silent room. How long would he be content to watch me? 11 nights ago he had given me one horrible look. It was this look that I had to meet in infinite prolongation now, not daring to shift my eyes. He lay as motionless as I sat. I did not hear him breathing, but I knew, by the rise and fall of his chest under his nightshirt, that he was breathing heavily. Suddenly I started to my feet. For he had moved. He had raised one hand slowly. He was stroking his chin. And as he did so, and as he watched me, his mouth gradually slackened to a grin. It was worse, it was more malign, this grin, than the scowl that remained with it. And its immediate effect on me was an impulse that was as hard to resist as it was hateful. The window was open. It was nearer to me than the door. I could have reached it in time. Well, I lived to tell the tale. I stood my ground. And there dawned on me now a new fact in regard to my companion. I had all the while been conscious of something abnormal in his attitude, a lack of ease in his gross possessiveness. I saw now the reason for this effect. The pillow on which his elbow rested was still uniformly puffed and convex, like a pillow untouched. His elbow rested but on the very surface of it, not changing the shape of it at all. His body made not the least furrow along the bed. He had no weight. I knew that if I leaned forward and thrust my hand between those brass rails to clutch his foot, I should clutch nothing. He wasn't tangible. He was realistic. He wasn't real. He was opaque. He wasn't solid. Odd as it may seem to you, these certainties took the edge off my horror. During that walk with Lady Rodfitten I had been appalled by the doubt that haunted me. But now the very confirmation of that doubt gave me a sort of courage. I could cope better with anything to-night than with actual Braxton. And the measure of the relief I felt is that I sat down again on my chair. More than once there came to me a wild hope that the thing might be an optical delusion after all. Then would I shut my eyes tightly, shaking my head sharply. But when I looked again, there the presence was, of course. He, not actual Braxton, but roughly speaking Braxton, had come to stay. I was conscious of intense fatigue, taut and alert though every particle of me was, so that I became, in the course of that ghastly night, conscious of a great envy also. For some time before the dawn came in through the window, Braxton's eyes had been closed. Little by little now his head drooped sideways, then fell on his forearm and rested there. He was asleep. Cut off from sleep, I had a great longing for smoke. I had cigarettes on me, I had matches on me, but I didn't dare to strike a match. The sound might have waked Braxton up. In slumber he was less terrible, though perhaps more odious. I wasn't so much afraid now as indignant. It's intolerable, I sat saying to myself, utterly intolerable. I had to bear it nevertheless. I was aware that I had, in some degree, brought it on myself. If I hadn't interfered and lied, actual Braxton would have been here at Keeb, and I at this moment sleeping soundly. But this was no excuse for Braxton. Braxton didn't know what I had done. He was merely envious of me. And, wanly I puzzled it out in the dawn, by the very force of the envy, hatred, and malice in him, he had projected hither into my presence this simulacrum of himself. I had known that he would be thinking of me. I had known that the thought of me at Keeb Hall would be of the last bitterness to his most sacred feelings. But I had reckoned without the passionate force and intensity of the man's nature. If by the same strength and intensity he had merely projected himself as an invisible guest under the Duchess's roof, if his feat had been wholly, as perhaps it was in part, a feat of mere wistfulness and longing, then I should have felt really sorry for him, and my conscience would have soundly rated me in his behalf. But no. If the wretched creature had been invisible to me, I shouldn't have thought of Braxton at all, except with gladness that he wasn't here. That he was visible to me, and to me alone, wasn't any sign of proper remorse within me. It was but the gauge of his incredible ill will. Well, it seemed to me that he was avenged, with a vengeance. There I sat, hot-browed from sleeplessness, cold in the feet, stiff in the legs, cowed and indignant all through, sat there in the broadening daylight and in that new evening suit of mine, with the Braxtonized shirt-front and waistcoat that by day were more than ever loathsome. Literature's ambassador at Keeb. I rose gingerly from my chair and caught sight of my face, of my Braxtonized cheek in the mirror. I heard the twittering of birds in distant trees. I saw through my window the elaborate landscape of the Duke's grounds, all soft in the grey bloom of early morning. I think I was nearer to tears than I have ever been since I was a child. But the weakness passed. I turned towards the personage on my bed, and summoning all such power as was in me, willed him to be gone. My effort was not without result, an inadequate result. Braxton turned in his sleep. I resumed my seat and sat up staring and blinking at a tall man with red hair. "I must have fallen asleep," I said. "Yes, sir," he replied, and his toneless voice touched in me one or two springs of memory. I was at Keeb, this was the footman who looked after me, but why wasn't I in bed? Had I? No, surely it had been no nightmare. Surely I had seen Braxton on that white bed. The footman was impassively putting away my smoking suit. I was too dazed to wonder what he thought of me. Nor did I attempt to stifle a cry when, a moment later, turning in my chair, I beheld Braxton leaning moodily against the mantelpiece. "Are you unwell, sir?" asked the footman. "No," I said faintly. "I'm quite well." "Yes, sir. Will you wear the blue suit or the grey?" "The grey." "Yes, sir." It seemed almost incredible that he didn't see Braxton. He didn't appear to me one whit more solid than the night-shirted brute who stood against the mantelpiece and watched him lay out my things. "Shall I let your bath-water run now, sir?" "Please, yes." "Your bathroom's the second door to the left, sir." He went out with my bath-towel and sponge, leaving me alone with Braxton. I rose to my feet, mustering once more all the strength that was in me. Hoping against hope, with set teeth and clenched hands, I faced him, thrust forth my will at him, with everything but words commanded him to vanish, to cease to be. Suddenly, utterly, he vanished. And you can imagine the truly exquisite sense of triumph that thrilled me and continued to thrill me till I went into the bathroom and found him in my bath. Quivering with rage, I returned to my bedroom. "Intolerable," I heard myself repeating, like a parrot that knew no other word. A bath was just what I had needed. Could I have lain for a long time basking in very hot water, and then have sponged myself with cold water, I should have emerged calm and brave, comparatively so at any rate. I should have looked less ghastly, and have had less of a headache and something of an appetite when I went down to breakfast. Also, I shouldn't have been the very first guest to appear on the scene. There were 5 or 6 round tables instead of last night's long table. At the further end of the room the butler and 2 other servants were lighting the little lamps under the hot dishes. I didn't like to make myself ridiculous by running away. On the other hand, was it right for me to begin breakfast all by myself at one of these round tables? I supposed it was. But I dreaded to be found eating alone in that vast room by the first downcomer. I sat dallying with dry toast and watching the door. It occurred to me that Braxton might occur at any moment. Should I be able to ignore him? Some man and wife, a very handsome couple, were the first to appear. They nodded and said "Good morning" when they noticed me on their way to the hot dishes. I rose uncomfortably, guiltily, and sat down again. I rose again when the wife drifted to my table, followed by the husband with 2 steaming plates. She asked me if it wasn't a heavenly morning, and I replied with nervous enthusiasm that it was. She then ate kedgeree in silence. "You just finishing, what?" the husband asked, looking at my plate. "Oh, no, only just beginning," I assured him, and helped myself to butter. He then ate kedgeree in silence. He looked like some splendid bull, and she like some splendid cow, grazing. I envied them their eupeptic calm. I surmised that 10,000 Braxtons would not have prevented them from sleeping soundly by night and grazing steadily by day. Perhaps their stolidity infected me a little, or perhaps what braced me was the great quantity of strong tea that I consumed. Anyhow, I had begun to feel that if Braxton came in now, I shouldn't blench nor falter. Well, I wasn't put to the test. Plenty of people drifted in, but Braxton wasn't one of them. Lady Rodfitten, no, she didn't drift, she marched in, and presently at an adjacent table she was drawing a comparison in clarion tones between Jean and Edouard de Reski. It seemed to me that her own voice had much in common with Edouard's. Even more was it akin to a military band. I found myself beating time to it with my foot. Decidedly my spirits had risen. I was in a mood to face and outface anything. When I rose from the table and made my way to the door, I walked with something of a swing to the tune of Lady Rodfitten. My buoyancy didn't last long, though. There was no swing in my walk when, a little later, I passed out onto the spectacular terrace. I had seen my enemy again and had beaten a furious retreat. No doubt I should see him yet again soon, here, perhaps, on this terrace. 2 of the guests were bicycling slowly up and down the long paved expanse, both of them smiling with pride in the new delicious form of locomotion. There was a great array of bicycles propped neatly along the balustrade. I recognized my own among them. I wondered whether Braxton had projected from Clifford's Inn an image of his own bicycle. He may have done so, but I've no evidence that he did. I myself was bicycling when I next saw him, but he, I remember, was on foot. This was a few minutes later. I was bicycling with dear Lady Rodfitten. She seemed really to like me. She had come out and accosted me heartily on the terrace, asking me, because of my sticking plaster, with whom I had fought a duel since yesterday. I did not tell her with whom, and she had already branched off on the subject of duelling in general. She regretted the extinction of duelling in England, and gave cogent reasons for her regret. Then she asked me what my next book was to be. I confided that I was writing a sort of sequel, Ariel Returns to Mayfair. She shook her head, and with her usual soundness that sequels were very dangerous things, and asked me to tell her briefly the lines along which I was working. I did so. She pointed out 2 or 3 weak points in my scheme. She said she could judge better if I would let her see my manuscript. She asked me to come and lunch with her next Friday, just our 2 selves, at Rodfitten House, and to bring my manuscript with me. Need I say that I walked on air? "And now," she said strenuously, "let us take a turn on our bicycles." By this time there were a dozen riders on the terrace, all of them smiling with pride and rapture. We mounted and rode along together. The terrace ran around 2 sides of the house, and before we came to the end of it, these words had provisionally marshalled themselves in my mind: "To Eleanor, Countess of Rodfitten, this book, which owes all to her wise counsel and unwearying supervision, is gratefully dedicated by her friend the author." Smiled to masonically by the passing bicyclists, and smiling masonically to them in return, I began to feel that the rest of my visit would run smooth if only... "Let's go a little faster. Let's race," said Lady Rodfitten. And we did so, just our two selves. I was on the side nearer to the balustrade, and it was on that side that Braxton suddenly appeared from nowhere, solid-looking as a rock, his arms akimbo, less than 3 yards ahead of me, so that I swerved involuntarily, sharply, striking broadside the front wheel of Lady Rodfitten and collapsing with her, and, with a crash of machinery, to the ground. I wasn't hurt. She had broken my fall. I wished I was dead. She was furious. She sat speechless with fury. A crowd had quickly collected, just as in the case of a street accident. She accused me now to the crowd. She said I had done it on purpose. She said such terrible things of me that I think the crowd's sympathy must have veered towards me. She was assisted to her feet. I tried to be one of the assistants. "Don't let him come near me," she thundered. I caught sight of Braxton on the fringe of the crowd, grinning at me. It was all his fault, I madly cried, pointing at him. Everybody looked at Mr. Balfour, just behind whom Braxton was standing. There was a general murmur of surprise, in which I have no doubt Mr. Balfour joined. He gave a charming, blank, deprecating smile. I can't explain what I mean," I groaned. Lady Rodfitten moved away, refusing support, limping terribly towards the house. The crowd followed her, solicitous. I stood helplessly, desperately, where I was. I stood an outlaw, a speck on the now empty terrace. Mechanically, I picked up my straw hat and wheeled the two bent bicycles to the balustrade. I suppose Mr. Balfour has a charming nature, for he presently came out again, on purpose, I am sure, to alleviate my misery. He told me that Lady Rodfitten had suffered no harm. He took me for a stroll up and down the terrace, talking thoughtfully and enchantingly about things in general. Then, having done his deed of mercy, this good Samaritan went back into the house. My eyes followed him with gratitude, but I was still bleeding from wounds beyond his skill. I escaped down into the gardens. I wanted to see no one. Still more did I want to be seen by no one. I dreaded in every nerve of me my reappearance among those people. I walked ever faster and faster to stifle the thought, but in vain. Why hadn't I simply ridden through Braxton? I was aware of being now in the park, among the great trees and undulations of wild green ground. But nature did not achieve the task that Mr. Balfour had attempted, and my anguish was unassuaged. I paused to lean against a tree in the huge avenue that led to the huge, hateful house. I leaned, wondering whether the thought of re-entering that house were the more hateful because I should have to face my fellow guests, or because I should probably have to face Braxton. A church bell began ringing somewhere, and anon I was aware of another sound, a twitter of voices. A consignment of hatted and parasoled ladies was coming fast adown the avenue. My first impulse was to dodge behind my tree, but I feared that I had been observed, so that what was left to me of self-respect compelled me to meet these ladies. The Duchess was among them. I had seen her from afar at breakfast, but not since. She carried a prayer book, which she waved to me as I approached. I was a disastrous guest, but still a guest, and nothing could have been prettier than her smile. "Most of my men this week," she said, "are pagans, and all the others have dispatch boxes to go through, except the dear old Duke of Mull, who's a member of the Free Kirk. You're pagan, of course?" I said, and indeed it was a heart cry, that I should like very much to come to church. "If I shan't be in the way," I rather abjectly added. It didn't strike me that Braxton would try to intercept me. I don't know why, but it never occurred to me, as I walked briskly along beside the Duchess, that I should meet him so far from the house. The church was in a corner of the park, and the way to it was by a side path that branched off from the end of the avenue. A little way along, casting its shadow across the path, was a large oak. It was from behind this tree, when we came to it, that Braxton sprang suddenly forth and tripped me up with his foot. Absurd to be tripped up by the mere semblance of a foot! But remember, I was walking quickly, and the whole thing happened in a flash of time. It was inevitable that I should throw out my hands and come down headlong, just as though the obstacle had been as real as it looked. Down I came on palms and kneecaps, and up I scrambled, very much hurt and shaken and apologetic. "Poor Mr. Maltby, really!" the Duchess wailed for me in this latest of my mishaps. Some other lady chased my straw hat, which had bowled far ahead. 2 others helped to brush me. They were all very kind, with a quaver of mirth in their concern for me. I looked furtively around for Braxton, but he was gone. The palms of my hands were abraded with gravel. The Duchess said I must on no account come to church now. I was utterly determined to reach that sanctuary. I marched firmly on with the Duchess. Come what might be on the way, I wasn't going to be left out here. I was utterly bent on winning at least one respite. Well, I reached the little church without further molestation. To be there seemed almost too good to be true. The organ, just as we entered, sounded its first notes. The ladies rustled into the front pew. I, being the one male of the party, sat at the end of the pew beside the Duchess. I couldn't help feeling that my position was a proud one, but I had gone through too much to take instant pleasure in it, and was beset by thoughts of what new horror might await me on the way back to the house. I hoped the service would not be brief. The swelling and dwindling strains of the voluntary on the small organ were strangely soothing. I turned to give an almost feudal glance to the simple villagers in the pews behind, and saw a sight that cowed my soul. Braxton was coming up the aisle. He came slowly, casting a tourist's eye at the stained-glass windows on either side. Walking heavily, yet with no sound of boots on the pavement, he reached our pew. There, towering and glowering, he halted, as though demanding that we should make room for him. A week later he edged sullenly into the pew. Instinctively I had sat tight back, drawing my knees aside in a shudder of revulsion against contact. But Braxton did not push past me. What he did was to sit slowly and fully down on me. No, not down on me, down through me and around me. What befell me was not mere ghastly contact with the intangible. It was inclusion, envelopment, eclipse. What Braxton sat down on was not I, but the back seat of the pew, and what he sat back against was not my face and chest, but the back of the pew. I didn't realize this at the moment. All I knew was a sudden black blotting out of all things, an infinite and impenetrable darkness. I dimly conjectured that I was dead. What was wrong with me, in point of fact, was that my eyes, with the rest of me, were inside Braxton. You remember what a great hulking fellow Braxton was. I calculate that as we sat there my eyes were just beneath the roof of his mouth. Horrible! Out of the unfathomable depths of that pitch darkness I could yet hear the voluntary swelling and dwindling just as before. It was by this I knew now that I wasn't dead, and I suppose I must have craned my head forward, for I had a sudden glimpse of things, a close, quick, downward glimpse of a pepper and salt waistcoat and of 2 great hairy hands clasped across it. Then darkness again. Either I had drawn back my head, or Braxton had thrust his forward. I don't know which. "Are you all right?" the Duchess's voice whispered, and no doubt my face was ashen. "Quite," whispered my voice. But this pathetic monosyllable was the last gasp of the social instinct in me. Suddenly, as the voluntary swelled to its close, there was a great, sharp, shuffling noise. The congregation had risen to its feet at the entry of choir and vicar. Braxton had risen, leaving me in daylight. I beheld his towering back. The Duchess, beside him, glanced round at me. But I could not, dared not, stand up into that presented back, into that great waiting darkness. I did but clutch my hat from beneath the seat and hurry distraught down the aisle, out through the porch, into the open air. Whither? To what goal? I didn't reason. I merely fled, like Orestes, fled like an automaton along the path we had come by. And was followed? Yes, yes. Glancing back across my shoulder, I saw that brute some 20 yards behind me, gaining on me. I broke into a sharper run. A few sickening moments later, he was beside me, scowling down into my face. I swerved, dodged, doubled on my tracks, but he was always at me. Now and again, for lack of breath, I halted, and he halted with me. And then, when I had got my wind, I would start running again, in the insane hope of escaping him. We came, by what twisting and turning course I know not, to the great avenue, and as I stood there in an agony of panting, I had a dazed vision of the distant hall. Really, I had quite forgotten I was staying at the Duke of Hertfordshire's. But Braxton hadn't forgotten. He planted himself in front of me. He stood between me and the house. Faint though I was, I could almost have laughed. Good heavens! Was that all he wanted? That I shouldn't go back there? Did he suppose I wanted to go back there with him? Was I the Duke's prisoner on parole? What was there to prevent me from just walking off to the railway station? I turned to do so. He accompanied me on my way. I thought that when once I had passed through the lodge gates, he might vanish, satisfied. But no, he didn't vanish. It was as though he suspected that if he let me out of his sight, I should sneak back to the house. He arrived with me, this quiet companion of mine, at the little railway station. Evidently he meant to see me off. I learned from an elderly and solitary porter that the next train to London was the 4:3. Well, Braxton saw me off by the 4:3. I reflected as I stepped up into an empty compartment that it wasn't yet 24 hours ago since I, or someone like me, had alighted at that station. The guard blew his whistle, the engine shrieked, and the train jolted forward and away, but I did not lean out of the window to see the last of my attentive friend. Really? Not 24 hours ago? Not 24 years? Maltby paused in his narrative. Well, well, he said, I don't want you to think I overrate the ordeal of my visit to Keeb. A man of stronger nerve than mine, and of greater resourcefulness, might have coped successfully with Braxton from first to last, might have stayed on till Monday, making a very favourable impression on everyone all the while. Even as it was, even after my manifold failures and sudden flight, I don't say my position was impossible. I only say it seemed so to me. A man less sensitive than I, and less vain, might have cheered up after writing a letter of apology to his hostess, and have resumed his normal existence as though nothing very terrible had happened after all. I wrote a few lines to the Duchess that night, but I wrote amidst the preparations of my departure from England. I crossed the Channel the next morning. Throughout that Sunday afternoon with Braxton at the Keeb railway station, pacing the desolate platform with him, waiting in the desolating waiting-room with him, I was numb to regrets and was thinking of nothing but the 4:3. On the way to Victoria, my brain worked and my soul wilted. Every incident in my stay at Keeb stood out clear to me. a dreadful, a hideous pattern. I had done for myself so far as those people were concerned. And now that I had sampled them, what cared I for others? Too low for a hawk, too high for a buzzard. That homely old saying seemed to sum me up. And suppose I could still take pleasure in the company of my own old upper middle class, how would that class regard me now? Gossip percolates. Little by little, I was sure, the story of my Keeb fiasco would leak down into the drawing-room of Mrs. Foster Dugdale. I felt I could never hold up my head in any company where anything of that story was known. Are you quite sure you've never heard anything? I assured Maltby that all I had known was the great bare fact of his having stayed at Keeb Hall. It's curious, he reflected. It's a fine illustration of the loyalty of those people to one another. I suppose there was a general agreement for the Duchess's sake that nothing should be said about her queer guest. But even if I had dared hope to be so efficiently hushed up, I couldn't have not fled. I wanted to forget. I wanted to leap into some void far away from all reminders. I leapt straight from Ryder Street into Vaux-la-Rochette, a place of which I had once heard that it was the least frequented seaside resort in Europe. I leapt leaving no address, leapt telling my landlord that if a suitcase and a portmanteau arrived for me, he could regard them and their contents, as his own for ever. I dare say the Duchess wrote me a kind little letter, forcing herself to express a vague hope that I would come again, some other time. I dare say Lady Rodfitten did not write reminding me of my promise to lunch on Friday, and bring Ariel Returns to Mayfair with me. I left that manuscript at Ryder Street, in my bedroom grate, a shuffle of ashes. Not that I'd given up all thought of writing, but I certainly wasn't going to write now about the two things I most needed to forget. I wasn't going to write about the British aristocracy, nor about any kind of supernatural presence. I did write a novel, my last, while I was at Vaux. Mr. and Mrs. Robinson. Did you ever come across a copy of it? I nodded gravely. Ah, I wasn't sure, said Maltby, whether it was ever published. A dreary affair, wasn't it? I knew a great deal about suburban life. But, well, I suppose one can't really understand what one doesn't love, and one can't make good fun without real understanding. Besides, what chance of virtue is there for a book written merely to distract the author's mind? I had hoped to be healed by sea and sunshine and solitude. These things were useless. The labour of Mr. and Mrs. Robinson did help, a little. When I had finished it, I thought I might as well send it off to my publisher. He had given me a large sum of money down, after Ariel, for my next book, so large that I was rather loath to disgorge. In the note I sent with the manuscript, I gave no address, and asked that the proof should be read in the office. I didn't care whether the thing were published or not. I knew it would be a dead failure if it were. What mattered one more drop in the foaming cup of my humiliation? I knew Braxton would grin and gloat. I didn't mind even that. Oh, well, I said, Braxton was in no mood for grinning and gloating. The drones had already appeared. Maltby had never heard of the drones, which I myself had remembered only in the course of his disclosures. I explained to him that it was Braxton's second novel, and was by way of being a savage indictment of the British aristocracy, that it was written in the worst possible taste, but was so very dull that it fell utterly flat, that Braxton had forthwith taken, with all of what Maltby had called the passionate force and intensity of his nature, to drink, and had presently gone under and not re-emerged. Maltby gave signs of genuine, though not deep, emotion, and cited 2 or 3 of the finest passages from A Faun on the Cotswolds. He even expressed a conviction that the drones must have been misjudged. He said he blamed himself more than ever for yielding to that bad impulse at the soiree. "And yet," he mused, "and yet, honestly, I can't find it in my heart to regret that I did yield. I can only wish that all had turned out as well in the end for Braxton as for me. I wish he could have won out, as I did, into a great and lasting felicity. For about a year after I had finished Mr. and Mrs. Robinson, I wandered from place to place, trying to kill memory, shunning all places frequented by the English. At last I found myself in Lucca. Here, if anywhere, I thought, might a bruised and tormented spirit find gradual peace. I determined to move out of my hotel into some permanent lodging. Not for felicity, not for any complete restoration of self-respect was I hoping, only for peace. A Mezzano conducted me to a noble and ancient house, of which, he told me, the owner was anxious to let the first floor. It was in much disrepair, but even so seemed to me very cheap. According to the simple Lucan standard, I am rich. I took that first floor for a year, had it repaired, and engaged 2 servants. My padrona inhabited the ground floor. From time to time she allowed me to visit her there. She was the Contessa Adriano Rizzoli, the last of her line. She is the Contessa Adriano Rizzoli Maltby. We have been married 15 years. Maltby looked at his watch. He rose and took tenderly from the table his great bunch of roses. She is a lineal descendant, he said, of the Emperor. Section 5 of 7 Men. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I was shocked this morning when I saw in my newspaper a paragraph announcing his sudden death. I do not say that the shock was very disagreeable. One reads a newspaper for the sake of news. Had I never met James Pethel, belike I should never have heard of him, and my knowledge of his death, coincident with my knowledge that he had existed, would have meant nothing at all to me. If you learn suddenly that one of your friends is dead, you are wholly distressed. If the death is that of a mere acquaintance whom you have recently seen, you are disconcerted, pricked as your sense of mortality, but you do find great solace in telling other people that you met the poor fellow only the other day, and that he was so full of life and spirits, and that you remember he said, whatever you may remember of his sayings. If the death is that of a mere acquaintance whom you have not seen for years, you are touched so lightly as to find solace enough in even such faded reminiscences as yours to offer. 7 years have passed since the day when I last saw James Pethel, and that day was the morrow of my first meeting with him. I had formed the habit of spending August in Dieppe. The place was then less overrun by trippers than it is now. Some pleasant English people shared it with some pleasant French people. We used rather to resent the race week, the 3rd week of the month, as an intrusion on our privacy. We sneered as we read in the Paris edition of the New York Herald the names of the intruders, though by some of these we were secretly impressed. We disliked the nightly crush in the baccarat room of the casino, and the croupier's obvious excitement at the high play. I made a point of avoiding that room during the week, for the special reason that the sight of serious habitual gamblers has always filled me with a depression bordering on disgust. Most of the men, by some subtle stress of their ruling passion, have grown so monstrously fat, and most of the women so harrowingly thin. The rest of the women seem to be marked out for apoplexy, and the rest of the men to be wasting away. One feels that anything thrown at them would be either embedded or shattered, and looks vainly among them for one person furnished with a normal amount of flesh. Monsters they are, all of them, to the eye, though I believe that many of them have excellent moral qualities in private life. But just as in an American town one goes sooner or later, goes against one's finer judgment, but somehow goes, into the dime museum, so year by year, in Dieppe Race Week, there would be always one evening when I drifted into the baccarat room. It was on such an evening that I first saw the man whose memory I here celebrate. My gaze was held by him for the very reason that he would have passed unnoticed elsewhere. He was conspicuous not in virtue of the mere fact that he was taking the bank at the principal table, but because there was nothing at all odd about him. He alone, among his fellow players, looked as if he were not to die before the year was out. Of him alone I said to myself that he was destined to die normally at a ripe old age. Next day, certainly, I would not have made this prediction, would not have given him the 7 years that were still in store for him, nor the comparatively normal death that has been his. But now, as I stood opposite to him behind the croupier, I was refreshed by my sense of his wholesome durability. Everything about him, except the amount of money he had been winning, seemed moderate. Just as he was neither fat nor thin, so had his face neither that extreme pallor nor that extreme redness which belongs to the faces of seasoned gamblers. It was just a clear pink. And his eyes had neither the unnatural brightness nor the unnatural dullness of the eyes about him. They were ordinarily clear eyes, of an ordinary grey. His very age was moderate, a putative 36, not more. Not less, I would have said in those days. He assumed no air of nonchalance. He did not deal out the cards as though they bored him, but he had no look of grim concentration. I noticed that the removal of his cigar from his mouth made never the least difference to his face, for he kept his lips pursed out as steadily as ever when he was not smoking, and this constant pursing of his lips seemed to denote just a pensive interest. His bank was nearly done now. There were only a few cards left. Opposite to him was a welter of party-coloured counters that the croupier had not yet had time to sort out and add to the rouleau already made. There were also a fair accumulation of notes and several little stacks of gold, in all not less than £500 certainly. Happy banker! How easily had he won in a few minutes more than I, with utmost pains, could win in many months. I wished I were he. His lucre seemed to insult me personally. I disliked him, and yet I hoped he would not take another bank. I hoped he would have the good sense to pocket his winnings and go home. Deliberately to risk the loss of all those riches would intensify the insult to me. Monsieur, la banque est aux enchères. There was some brisk bidding while the croupier tore open and shuffled 2 new packs. But it was as I feared. The gentleman whom I resented kept his place. Monsieur, la banque est faite, 15,000 francs à la banque. Monsieur, les cartes passent. Monsieur, les cartes passent. Turning to go, I encountered a friend, one of those race-weekers, but in a sense a friend. Going to play? I asked. Not while Jimmy Pethel's taking the bank, he answered with a laugh. Is that the man's name? Yes, don't you know him? I thought everyone knew old Jimmy Pethel. I asked him what was so wonderful about old Jimmy Pethel that everyone should be supposed to know him. Oh, he's a great character, has extraordinary luck, always. I do not think my friend was versed in the pretty theory that good luck is the subconscious wisdom of them who in previous incarnations have been consciously wise. He was a member of the Stock Exchange, and I smiled as at a certain quaintness in his remark. I asked in what ways besides luck the great character was manifested. Oh, well, Pethel had made a huge scoop on the Stock Exchange when he was only 23, and very soon had doubled that and doubled it again, then retired. He wasn't more than 35 now. And then? Oh, well, he was a regular all-round sportsman, had gone after big game all over the world, and had a good many narrow shaves. Great steeplechaser, too. Rather settled down now, lived in Leicestershire mostly. Had a big place there. Hunted 5 times a week. Still did an occasional flutter, though. Cleared 80,000 in Mexicans last February. Wife had been a barmaid at Cambridge. Married her when he was 19. Things seemed to have turned out quite well. Altogether, a great character. Possibly, thought I. But my cursory friend, accustomed to quick transactions and to things accepted on the nod, had not proved his case to my slower, more literary intelligence. It was to him, though, that I owed, some minutes later, a chance of testing his opinion. At the cry of "Monsieur, la banque est aux enchères," we looked round and saw that the subject of our talk was preparing to rise from his place. "Now one can punt," said Grierson, this was my friend's name, and turned to the bureau at which counters are for sale. "If old Jimmy Pethel punts," he added, "I shall just follow his luck." But this lodestar was not to be. While my friend was buying his counters, and I was wondering whether I, too, could buy some, Pethel himself came up to the bureau. With his lips no longer pursed, he had lost his air of gravity, and looked younger. Behind him was an attendant bearing a big wooden bowl, that plain but romantic bowl supplied by the establishment to a banker whose gains are too great to be pocketed. He and Grierson greeted each other. He said he had arrived in Dieppe this afternoon, was here for a day or two. We were introduced. He spoke to me with empressement, saying he was a very great admirer of my work. I no longer disliked him. Grierson, armed with counters, had now darted away to secure a place that had just been vacated. Pethel, with a wave of his hand toward the table, said, "I suppose you never condescend to this sort of thing?" "Well," I smiled indulgently. "Awful waste of time," he admitted. I glanced down at the splendid mess of counters and golden notes that were now becoming, under the swift fingers of the little man at the bureau, an orderly array. I did not say aloud that it pleased me to be, and to be seen, talking on terms of equality to a man who had won so much. I did not say how wonderful it seemed to me that he, whom I had watched just now with awe and with aversion, had all the while been a great admirer of my work. I did but say, again indulgently, that I supposed baccarat to be as good a way of wasting time as another. "Ah, but you despise us all the same." He added that he always envied men who had resources within themselves. I laughed lightly, to imply that it was very pleasant to have such resources, but that I didn't want to boast. And indeed I had never felt humbler, flimsier, than when the little man at the bureau, naming a fabulous sum, asked its owner whether he would take the main part in notes of 1,000 francs, 5,000 francs, 10,000 francs, quoi? Had it been mine, I should have asked to have it all in 5-franc pieces. Pethel took it in the most compendious form and crumpled it into his pocket. I asked if he were going to play any more tonight. "Oh, later on," he said. "I want to get a little sea air into my lungs now." He asked with a sort of breezy diffidence if I would go with him. I was glad to do so. It flashed across my mind that yonder on the terrace he might suddenly blurt out, "I say, look here, don't think me awfully impertinent, but this money's no earthly use to me. I do wish you'd accept it as a very small return for all the pleasure your work has given me, and there, please, not another word," all with such candour, delicacy, and genuine zeal that I should be unable to refuse. But I must not raise false hopes in my reader. Nothing of the sort happened. Nothing of that sort ever does happen. We were not long on the terrace. It was not a night on which you could stroll and talk. There was a wind against which you had to stagger, holding your hat on tightly, and shouting such remarks as might occur to you. Against that wind acquaintance could make no headway. Yet I see now that despite the wind, or rather because of it, I ought to have known Pethel a little bit better than I did when we presently sat down together inside the café of the Casino. There had been a point in our walk, or our stagger, when we paused to lean over the parapet, looking down at the black and driven sea. And Pethel had shouted that it would be great fun to be out in a sailing boat tonight, and that at one time he had been very fond of sailing. As we took our seats in the café, he looked about him with boyish interest and pleasure. Then, squaring his arms on the little table, he asked me what I would drink. I protested that I was the host, a position which he, with the quick courtesy of the very rich, yielded to me at once. I feared he would ask for champagne, and was gladdened by his demand for water. Apollinaris, Saint-Galmier, or what? I asked. He preferred plain water. I ventured to warn him that such water was never safe in these places. He said he had often heard that, but would risk it. I remonstrated, but he was firm. Alors, I told the waiter, pour monsieur un verre de l'eau fraîche et pour moi un demi-blonde. Pethel asked me to tell him who everyone was. I told him no one was anyone in particular, and suggested that we should talk about ourselves. You mean, he laughed, that you want to know who the devil I am? I assured him that I had often heard of him. At this he was unaffectedly pleased. But, I added, it's always more interesting to hear a man talked about by himself. And indeed, since he had not handed his winnings over to me, I did hope he would at any rate give me some glimpses into that great character of his. Full though his life had been, he seemed but like a rather clever schoolboy out on a holiday. I wanted to know more. That beer looks good, he admitted, when the waiter came back. I asked him to change his mind, but he shook his head, raised to his lips the tumbler of water that had been placed before him, and meditatively drank a deep draught. I never, he then said, touch alcohol of any sort. He looked solemn, but all men do look solemn when they speak of their own habits, whether positive or negative, and no matter how trivial. And so, though I really had no warrant for not supposing him a reclaimed drunkard, I dared ask him for what reason he abstained. When I say I never touch alcohol, he said hastily, in a tone as of self-defence, I mean that I don't touch it often, or, at any rate, well, I never touch it when I'm gambling, you know. It takes the edge off. His tone did make me suspicious. For a moment I wondered whether he had married the barmaid rather for what she symbolized than for what in herself she was. But no, surely not. He had been only 19 years old, nor in any way had he now, the steady, brisk, clear-eyed fellow, the aspect of one who has since fallen. The edge off the excitement? I asked. Rather. Of course, that sort of excitement seems awfully stupid to you. But, no use denying it, I do like a bit of a flutter, just occasionally, you know. And one has to be in trim for it. Suppose a man sat down dead drunk to a game of chance, what fun would it be for him? None. And it's only a question of degrees. Soothe yourself ever so little with alcohol, and you don't get quite the full sensation of gambling. You do lose just a little something of the proper tremors before a coup, the proper throes during a coup, the proper thrill of joy or anguish after a coup. You're bound to, you know, he added, purposely making this bathos when he saw me smiling at the heights to which he had risen. And tonight, I asked, remembering his prosaically pensive demeanour in taking the bank, were you feeling these throes and thrills to the utmost? He nodded. And you'll feel them again tonight?" "I hope so." "I wonder you can stay away." "Oh, one gets a bit deadened after an hour or so. One needs to be freshened up, so long as I don't bore you." I laughed and held out my cigarette case. "I rather wonder you smoke," I murmured, after giving him a light. "Nicotine's a sort of drug. Doesn't it soothe you? Don't you lose just a little something of the tremors and things?" He looked at me gravely. "By Jove!" he ejaculated. "I never thought of that. Perhaps you're right. 'Pon my word, I must think that over." I wondered whether he was secretly laughing at me. Here was a man to whom, so I conceived, with an effort of the imagination, the loss or gain of a few £100 could hardly matter. I told him I had spoken in jest. To give up tobacco might, I said, intensify the pleasant agonies of a gambler staking his little all. But in your case, well, I don't see where the pleasant agonies come in." "You mean because I'm beastly rich?" "Rich," I amended. "All depends on what you call rich. Besides, I'm not the sort of fellow who's content with 3%. A couple of months ago, I tell you this in confidence, I risked virtually all I had in an Argentine deal." "And lost it?" "No, as a matter of fact, I made rather a good thing out of it. I did rather well last February, too." "But there's no knowing the future. A few errors of judgment, a war here, a revolution there, a big strike somewhere else, and—" He blew a jet of smoke from his lips, and then looked at me as at one whom he could trust to feel for him in a crash already come. My sympathy lagged, and I stuck to the point of my inquiry. "Meanwhile," I suggested, "and all the more because you aren't merely a rich man, but also an active taker of big risks, how can these tiny little baccarat risks give you so much emotion?" "There you rather have me," he laughed. "I've often wondered at that myself. I suppose," he puzzled it out, "I do a good lot of make-believe. While I'm playing a game like this to-night, I imagine the stakes are huge, and I imagine I haven't another penny in the world." "Ah, so that with you it's always a life-and-death affair?" He looked away. "Oh, no, I didn't say that." "Stupid phrase," I admitted. "But—" there was yet one point I would put to him. "If you have extraordinary luck always—" "There's no such thing as luck." "No, strictly, I suppose there isn't. But if in point of fact you do always win, then, surely, perfect luck driveth out fear." "Whoever said I always won?" he asked sharply. I waved my hands and said, "Oh, you have the reputation, you know, for extraordinary luck." "That isn't the same thing as always winning. Besides, I haven't extraordinary luck, never have had. Good heavens!" he exclaimed. "If I thought I had any more chance of winning than of losing, I'd—" "Never again set foot in that baccarat room to-night," I soothingly suggested. "Oh, baccarat be blowed! I wasn't thinking of baccarat. I was thinking of lots of things. Baccarat included, yes." "What things?" I ventured to ask. "What things?" He pushed back his chair. "Look here," he said with a laugh, "don't pretend I haven't been boring your head off with all this talk about myself. You've been too patient. I'm off. Shall I see you to-morrow? Perhaps you'd lunch with us to-morrow? It would be a great pleasure for my wife. We're at the Grand Hotel." I said I should be most happy, and called the waiter, at sight of whom my friend said he had talked himself thirsty and asked for another glass of water. He mentioned that he had brought his car over with him. His little daughter, by the news of whose existence I felt idiotically surprised, was very keen on motoring, and they were all three starting the day after to-morrow on a little tour through France. Afterward they were going on to Switzerland for some climbing. Did I care about motoring? If so, we might go for a spin after luncheon to Rouen or somewhere. He drank his glass of water, and, linking a friendly arm in mine, passed out with me into the corridor. He asked what I was writing now, and said that he looked to me to do something big one of these days, and that he was sure I had it in me. This remark, though of course I pretended to be pleased by it, irritated me very much. It was destined, as you shall see, to irritate me very much more in recollection. Yet I was glad he had asked me to luncheon, glad because I liked him and glad because I dislike mysteries. Though you may think me very dense for not having thoroughly understood Pethel in the course of my first meeting with him, the fact is that I was only aware, and that dimly, of something more in him that he had cared to reveal, some veil behind which perhaps lurked his right to the title so airily bestowed on him by Grierson. I assured myself as I walked home that if veil there was, I should tomorrow find an eyelet. But one's intuition, when it is off duty, seems always a much more powerful engine than it does on active service, and the next day, at sight of Pethel awaiting me outside his hotel, I became less confident. His, thought I, was a face which for all its animation would tell nothing at any rate that mattered. It expressed well enough that he was pleased to see me, but for the rest I was reminded that it had a sort of frank inscrutability. Besides, it was at all points so very usual a face that couldn't, so I then thought, even if had leave to, betray connection with a great character. It was a strong face, certainly, but so are yours and mine. And very fresh it looked, though, as he confessed, Pethel had sat up in that beastly baccarat room till 5 a.m. I asked, had he lost? Yes, he had lost steadily for 4 hours. Proudly he laid stress on this. But in the end, well, he had won it all back, and a bit more. By the way, he murmured, as we were about to enter the hall, don't ever happen to mention to my wife what I told you about that Argentine deal. She's always rather nervous about investments. I don't tell her about them. She's rather a nervous woman altogether, I'm sorry to say. This did not square with my preconception of her. Slave that I am to traditional imagery, I had figured her as flaunting, as golden-haired, as haughty to most men, but with a provocative smile across the shoulder for some. Nor, indeed, did her husband's words save me the suspicion that my eyes deceived me when anon I was presented to a very pale, small lady whose hair was rather white than grey, and the little daughter. This prodigy's hair was as yet down, but looked as if it might be up at any moment. She was nearly as tall as her father, whom she very much resembled in face and figure and heartiness of handshake. Only after a rapid mental calculation could I account for her. "I must warn you she's in a great rage this morning," said her father. "Do try to soothe her." She blushed, laughed, and bade her father not to be so silly. I asked her the cause of the great rage. She said, "He only means I was disappointed, and he was just as disappointed as I was. Weren't you now, father?" "I suppose they meant well, Peggy," he laughed. "They were quite right," said Mrs. Pethel, evidently not for the first time. They, as I presently learned, were the authorities of the bathing establishment. Pethel had promised his daughter he would take her for a swim, but on their arrival at the bathing cabins they were ruthlessly told that bathing was défendu à cause du mauvais temps. This embargo was our theme as we sat down to luncheon. Miss Peggy was of opinion that the French were cowards. I pleaded for them that even in English watering places bathing was forbidden when the sea was very rough. She did not admit that the sea was very rough today. Besides, she appealed to me, where was the fun of swimming in absolutely calm water? I dared not say that this was the only sort of water I liked to swim in. "They were quite right," said Mrs. Pethel again. "Yes, but, darling mother, you can't swim. Father and I are both splendid swimmers." To gloss over the mother's disability, I looked brightly at Pethel, as though in ardent recognition of his prowess among the waves. With a movement of his head he indicated his daughter, indicated that there was no one like her in the whole world. I beamed agreement. Indeed, I did think her rather nice. If one liked the father, and I liked Pethel all the more in that capacity, one couldn't help liking the daughter. The two were so absurdly alike. Whenever he was looking at her, and it was seldom that he looked away from her, the effect, if you cared to be fantastic, was that of a very vain man before a mirror. It might have occurred to me that if there was any mystery in him, I could solve it through her. But in point of fact, I had forgotten all about that possible mystery. The amateur detective was lost in the sympathetic observer of a father's love. That Pethel did love his daughter I have never doubted. One passion is not less true because another predominates. No one who ever saw that father with that daughter could doubt that he loved her intensely, and this intensity gauges for me the strength of what else was in him. Mrs. Pethel's love, though less explicit, was not less evidently profound, but the maternal instinct is less attractive to an onlooker, because he takes it more for granted than the paternal. What endeared poor Mrs. Pethel to me was, well, the inevitability of the epithet I gave her. She seemed, poor thing, so essentially out of it, and by it is meant the glowing mutual affinity of husband and child. Not that she didn't, in her little way, assert herself during the meal, but she did so, I thought, with the knowledge that she didn't count, and never would count. I wondered how it was that she had, in that Cambridge bar-room long ago, counted for Pethel to the extent of matrimony. But from any such room she seemed so utterly remote that she might well be in all respects now an utterly changed woman. She did pre-eminently look as if much had by some means been taken out of her, with no compensatory process of putting in. Pethel looked so very young for his age, whereas she would have had to be really old to look young for hers. I pitied her as one might a governess with two charges who were hopelessly out of hand. But a governess, I reflected, can always give notice. Love tied poor Mrs. Pethel fast to her present situation. As the three of them were to start next day on their tour through France, and as the four of us were to make a tour to Rouen this afternoon, the talk was much about motoring, a theme which Miss Peggy's enthusiasm made almost tolerable. I said to Mrs. Pethel, with more good will than truth, that I supposed she was very keen on it. She replied that she was. "But, darling mother, you aren't. I believe you hated. You're always asking father to go slower, and what is the fun of just crawling along?" "Oh, come, Peggy, we never crawl," said her father. "No, indeed," said her mother in a tone of which Pethel laughingly said it would put me off coming out with them this afternoon. I said, with an expert air to reassure Mrs. Pethel, that it wasn't fast driving, but only bad driving that was a danger. "There, mother!" cried Peggy. "Isn't that what we're always telling you?" I felt that they were always either telling Mrs. Pethel something, or, as in the matter of that intended bath, not telling her something. It seemed to me possible that Peggy advised her father about his investments. I wondered whether they had yet told Mrs. Pethel of their intention to go on to Switzerland for some climbing. Of his secretiveness for his wife's sake I had a touching little instance after luncheon. We had adjourned to have coffee in front of the hotel. The car was already in attendance, and Peggy had darted off to make her daily inspection of it. Pethel had given me a cigar, and his wife presently noticed that he himself was not smoking. He explained to her that he thought he had smoked too much lately, and that he was going to knock it off for a while. I would not have smiled if he had met my eye, but his avoidance of it made me quite sure that he really had been thinking over what I had said last night about nicotine and its possibly deleterious action on the gambling thrill. Mrs. Pethel saw the smile that I could not repress. I explained that I was wishing I could knock off tobacco, and envying her husband's strength of character. She smiled, too, but wanly, with her eyes on him. "Nobody has so much strength of character as he has," she says. "Nonsense," he laughed. "I'm the weakest of men." "Yes," she said quietly, "that's true, too, James." Again he laughed, but he flushed. I saw that Mrs. Pethel also had faintly flushed, and I became horribly aware of following suit. In the sudden glow and silence created by Mrs. Pethel's paradox, I was grateful to the daughter for bouncing back among us and asking how soon we should be ready to start. Pethel looked at his wife, who looked at me, and rather strangely asked if I was sure I wanted to go with them. I protested that of course I did. Pethel asked her if she really wanted to come. "You see, dear, there was the run yesterday from Calais, and tomorrow you'll be on the road again, and all the days after." "Yes," said Peggy, "I'm sure you'd much rather stay home, darling mother, and have a good rest." "Shall we go and put on our things, Peggy?" replied Mrs. Pethel, rising from her chair. She asked her husband whether he was taking the chauffeur with him. He said he thought not. "Oh, hurrah!" cried Peggy. "Then I can be on the front seat." "No, dear," said her mother. "I'm sure Mr. Beerbohms would like to be on the front seat." "You'd like to be with mother, wouldn't you?" the girl appealed. I replied with all possible emphasis that I should like to be with Mrs. Pethel. But presently, when the mother and daughter reappeared in the guise of motorists, it became clear that my aspiration had been set aside. "I am to be with mother," said Peggy. I was inwardly glad that Mrs. Pethel could, after all, assert herself to some purpose. Had I thought she disliked me, I should have been hurt, but I was sure her desire that I should not sit with her was due merely to a belief that in case of accident a person on the front seat was less safe than a person behind. And of course I did not expect her to prefer my life to her daughter's. Poor lady, my heart was with her. As the car glided along the sea front and then under the Norman archway, through the town and past the environs, I wished that her husband inspired in her as much confidence as he did in me. For me, the sight of his clear, firm profile — he did not wear motor goggles — was an assurance in itself. From time to time, for I, too, was ungoggled, I looked round to nod and smile cheerfully at his wife. She always returned the nod, but left the smile to be returned by the daughter. Pethel, like the good driver he was, did not talk, just drove. But as we came out onto the Rouen road, he did say that in France he always rather missed the British police traps. Not, he added, that I've ever fallen into one, but the chance that a policeman may at any moment dart out and land you in a bit of a scrape does rather add to the excitement, don't you think? Though I answered in the tone of one to whom the chance of a police trap is the very salt of life, I did not inwardly like the spirit of his remark. However, I dismissed it from my mind. The sun was shining and the wind had dropped. It was an ideal day for motoring, and the Norman landscape had never looked lovelier to me in its width of sober and silvery grace. Author's note. The other names in this memoir are, for good reason, pseudonyms. I presently felt that this landscape was not, after all, doing itself full justice. Was it not rushing rather too quickly past? "James," said a shrill, faint voice from behind, and gradually, "Oh, darling mother, really," protested another voice. The landscape slackened pace. But after a while, little by little, the landscape lost patience, forgot its good manners, and flew faster and faster than before. The road rushed furiously beneath us, like a river in spate. Avenues of poplars flashed past us, every tree of them on each side hissing and swishing angrily in the draught we made. Motors going Rouen-ward seemed to be passed as quickly as motors that bore down on us. Hardly had I espied in the landscape ahead a chateau or other object of interest before I was craning my neck round for a final glimpse of it as it faded on the backward horizon. An endless uphill road was breasted and crested in a twinkling, and transformed into a decline near the end of which our car leaped straight across to the opposite ascent, and "James!" again and again. By degrees the laws of nature were re-established, but again by degrees revoked. I did not doubt that speed in itself was no danger, but when the road was about to make a sharp curve, why shouldn't Pethel, just as a matter of form, slow down slightly and sound a note or two of the hooter? Suppose another car were... Well, that was all right. The road was clear, but at the next turning, when our car neither slackened nor hooted, and was for an instant full on the wrong side of the road, I had within me a contraction which, at thought of what must have been if, lasted though all was well. Loath to betray fear, I hadn't turned my face to Pethel. Eyes front. And how about that wagon ahead, huge hay wagon plodding with its back to us, seeming to occupy the whole road? Surely Pethel would slacken, hoot? No. Imagine a needle threaded with one swift gesture from afar. Even so was it that we shot between wagon and road's edge, though, whereon, confronting us within a few yards, inches now, but we swerved, was the cart that incredibly we grazed not as we rushed on. Now indeed I had turned my eyes on Pethel's profile, and my eyes saw that which stilled, with a greater emotion, all fear and wonder in me. I think that for the first instant, oddly, what I felt was merely satisfaction, not hatred. For I all but asked him whether, by not smoking to-day, he had got a keener edge to his thrills. I understood him, and for an instant this sufficed me. Those pursed-out lips, so queerly different from the compressed lips of the normal motorist, and seeming, as elsewhere last night, to denote no more than pensive interest, had told me suddenly all that I needed to know about Pethel. Here, as there, and oh, ever so much better here than there, he could gratify the passion that was in him. No need of any make-believe here. I remembered the queer look he had given me when I asked if his gambling were always a life-and-death affair. Here was the real thing, the authentic game for the highest stakes. And here was I, a little extra stake, tossed onto the board. He had vowed I had it in me to do something big. Perhaps, though, there had been a touch of make-believe about that. I am afraid it was not before my thought about myself that my moral sense began to operate and my hatred of Pethel set in. Put it to my credit that I did see myself as a mere detail in his villainy. You deprecate the word villainy? Understand all, forgive all? No doubt. But between the acts of understanding and forgiving, an interval may sometimes be condoned. Condone it in this instance. Even at the time I gave Pethel due credit for risking his own life, for having doubtless risked it and none other, again and again in the course of his adventurous and abstemious life by field and flood. I was even rather touched by memory of his insistence last night on another glass of that water which just might give him typhoid, rather touched by the memory of his unsaying that he never touched alcohol. He who, in point of fact, had to be always gambling on something or other. I gave him due credit, too, for his devotion to his daughter. But his use of that devotion, his cold use of it to secure for himself the utmost thrill of hazard, did seem utterly abominable to me. And it was even more for the mother than for the daughter that I was incensed. That daughter did not know him, did but innocently share his damnable love of chances. But that wife had for years known him at least as well as I knew him now. Here again I gave him credit for wishing, though he didn't love her, to spare her what he could. That he didn't love her I presumed from his indubitable willingness not to stake her in this afternoon's game. That he had never loved her, had taken her in his precocious youth simply as a gigantic chance against him, was likely enough. So much the more credit to him for such consideration as he showed her, though this was little enough. He could wish to save her from being a looker-on at his game, but he couldn't not go on playing. Assuredly she was right in deeming him at once the strongest and the weakest of men. Rather a nervous woman. I remembered an engraving that had hung in my room at Oxford, and in scores of other rooms there, a presentment by Sir Marcus, then Mr. Stone, of a very pretty young person in a Gainsborough hat, seated beneath an ancestral elm, looking as though she were about to cry, and entitled A Gambler's Wife. Mrs. Pethel was not like that. Of her there were no engravings for undergraduate hearts to melt at. But there was one man, certainly, whose compassion was very much at her service. How was he going to help her? I know not how many hair's-breadth escapes we may have had while these thoughts passed through my brain. I had closed my eyes. So preoccupied was I, that but for the constant rush of air against my face, I might, for aught I knew, have been sitting ensconced in an armchair at home. After a while I was aware that this rush had abated. I opened my eyes to the old familiar streets of Rouen. We were to have tea at the Hôtel d'Angleterre. What was to be my line of action? Should I take Pethel aside and say, "Swear to me on your word of honour as a gentleman that you will never again touch the driving gear, or whatever you call it, of a motor-car? Otherwise I shall expose you to the world. Meanwhile we shall return to Dieppe by train." He might flush, for I knew him capable of flushing, as he asked me to explain. And after? He would laugh in my face. He would advise me not to go motoring any more. He might even warn me not to go back to Dieppe in one of those dangerous railway trains. He might even urge me to wait until a nice bath chair had been sent out for me from England. I heard a voice, mine, alas, saying brightly, "Well, here we are." I helped the ladies to descend. Tea was ordered. Pethel refused that stimulant and had a glass of water. I had a liqueur brandy. It was evident to me that tea meant much to Mrs. Pethel. She looked stronger after her second cup and younger after her third. Still, it was my duty to help her if I could. While I talked and laughed, I did not forget that. But what on earth was I to do? I am no hero. I hate to be ridiculous. I am inveterately averse to any sort of fuss. Besides, how was I to be sure that my own personal dread of the return journey hadn't something to do with my intention of tackling Pethel? I rather thought it had. What this woman would dare daily because she was a mother could not I dare once? I reminded myself of this man's reputation for invariable luck. I reminded myself that he was an extraordinarily skilful driver. To that skill and luck I would pin my faith. What I seemed to myself, do you ask of me? But I answered your question a few lines back. Enough that my faith was rewarded. We did arrive safely in Dieppe. I still marvel that we did. That evening, in the vestibule of the casino, Grierson came up to me. "Seen Jimmy Pethel?" he asked. "He was asking for you. Wants to see you particularly. He's in the baccarat room, punting, winning hand over fist, of course. Said he'd seldom met a man he liked more than you. Great character, what?" One is always glad to be liked, and I pleaded guilty to a moment's gratification at the announcement that Pethel liked me. But I did not go and seek him in the baccarat room. A great character assuredly he was, but of a kind with which, I say it at the risk of seeming priggish, I prefer not to associate. Why he had particularly wanted to see me was made clear in a note sent by him to my room early next morning. He wondered if I could be induced to join them in their little tour. He hoped I wouldn't think it great cheek, his asking me. He thought it might rather amuse me to come. It would be a very great pleasure to his wife. He hoped I wouldn't say no. Would I send a line by bearer? They would be starting at 3:00. He was mine sincerely. It was not too late to tackle him even now. Should I go round to his hotel? I hesitated. And, well, I told you at the outset that my last meeting with him was on the morrow of my first. I forget what I wrote to him, but I am sure that the excuse I made for myself was a good and graceful one, and that I sent my kindest regards to Mrs. Pethel. She had not, I am sure of that, authorized her husband to say she would like me to come with them. Else would not the thought of her, the pity of her, have haunted me as it did for a very long time. I do not know whether she is still alive. No mention is made of her in the obituary notice which awoke these memories in me. This notice I will, however, transcribe, because it is, for all its crudeness of phraseology, rather interesting both as an echo and as an amplification. Its title is Death of Wealthy Aviator, and its text is: Widespread regret will be felt in Leicestershire at the tragic death of Mr. James Pethel, who had long resided there and was very popular as an all-round sportsman. In recent years he had been much interested in aviation, and had had a private aerodrome erected on his property. Yesterday afternoon he fell down dead quite suddenly as he was returning to his house, apparently in his usual health and spirits, after descending from a short flight which, despite a strong wind, he had made on a new type of aeroplane, and on which he was accompanied by his married daughter and her infant son. It is not expected that an inquest will be necessary, as its physician, Dr. Saunders, has certified death to be due to heart disease, from which, it appears, the deceased gentleman had been suffering for many years. Dr. Saunders adds that he had repeatedly warned deceased that any strain on the nervous system might prove fatal. Thus, for I presume that his ailment had its origin in his habits, James Pethel did not, despite that merely pensive look of his, live his life with impunity. And by reason of that life he died. As for the manner of his death, enough that he did die. Let not our hearts be vexed that his great luck was with him. Section 6 of 7 Men by Max Beerbohm. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I unpacked my things and went down to await luncheon. It was good to be here again in this little old sleepy hostel by the sea. Hostel, I say, though it spelt itself without an S, and even placed a circumflex above the O. It made no other pretension. It was very cosy indeed. I had been here just a year before, in mid-February, after an attack of influenza, and now I had returned after an attack of influenza. Nothing was changed. It had been raining when I left, and the waiter, there was but a single, a very old waiter, had told me it was only a shower. That waiter was still here, not a day older, and the shower had not ceased. Steadfastly it fell on the sands, steadfastly into the iron-grey sea. I stood looking out at it from the windows of the hall, admiring it very much. There seemed to be little else to do. What little there was, I did. I mastered the contents of a blue handbill, which, pinned to the wall just beneath the framed engraving of Queen Victoria's coronation, gave token of a concert that was to be held, or rather was to have been held some weeks ago, in the town hall for the benefit of the lifeboat fund. I looked at the barometer, tapped it, and was not the wiser. I wandered to the letter-board. These letter-boards always fascinate me. Usually some 2 or 3 of the envelopes stuck into the cross-garterings have a certain newness and freshness. They seem sure they will yet be claimed. Why not? Why shouldn't John Doe, Esquire, or Mrs. Richard Roe turn up at any moment? I do not know. I can only say that nothing in the world seems to be more unlikely. Thus it is that these young bright envelopes touch my heart even more than do their dusty and sallowed seniors. Sour resignation is less touching than impatience for what will not be, than the eagerness that has to wane and wither. Soured beyond measure these old envelopes are. They are not nearly so nice as they should be to the young ones. They lose no chance of sneering and discouraging. Such dialogues as this are only too frequent. A very young envelope. Something in me whispers that he will come today. A very old envelope. He? Well, that's good. Ha, ha, ha! Why didn't he come last week when you came? What reason have you for supposing he'll ever come now? It isn't as if he were a frequenter of the place. He's never been here. His name is utterly unknown here. You don't suppose he's coming on the chance of finding you? A very young envelope. It may seem silly, but something in me whispers. A very old envelope. Something in you? One has only to look at you to see there's nothing in you but a note scribbled to him by a cousin. Look at me. There are 3 sheets closely written in me. The lady to whom I am addressed. A very young envelope. Yes, sir, yes, you told me all about her yesterday. A very old envelope. And I shall do so today and tomorrow and every day and all day long. That young lady was a widow. She stayed here many times. She was delicate, and the air suited her. She was poor, and the tariff was just within her means. She was lonely, and had need of love. I have in me for her a passionate avowal and strictly honourable proposal, written to her, after many rough copies, by a gentleman who had made her acquaintance under this very roof. He was rich, he was charming, he was in the prime of life. He had asked if he might write to her. She had flutteringly granted his request. He posted me to her the day after his return to London. I looked forward to being torn open by her. I was very sure she would wear me and my contents next to her bosom. She was gone. She had left no address. She never returned. This I tell you, and shall continue to tell you, not because I want any of your callow sympathy, no, thank you, but that you may judge how much less than slight are the probabilities that you yourself. But my reader has overheard these dialogues as often as I. He wants to know what was odd about this particular letter-board before which I was standing. At first glance I saw nothing odd about it, but presently I distinguished a handwriting that was vaguely familiar. It was mine. I stared, I wondered. There is always a slight shock in seeing an envelope of one's own after it has gone through the post. It looks as if it had gone through so much, but this was the first time I had ever seen an envelope of mine eating its heart out in bondage on a letter-board. This was outrageous. This was hardly to be believed. Sheer kindness had impelled me to write to A. V. Lader, Esquire, and this was the result. I hadn't minded receiving no answer. Only now, indeed, did I remember that I hadn't received one. In multitudinous London the memory of A.V. Lader and his trouble had soon passed from my mind. But, well, what a lesson not to go out of one's way to write to casual acquaintances! My envelope seemed not to recognize me as its writer. Its gaze was the more piteous for being blank. Even so had I once been gazed at by a dog that I had lost, and after many days found in the Battersea home. I don't know who you are, but whoever you are, claim me, take me out of this. That was my dog's appeal. This was the appeal of my envelope. I raised my hand to the letter-board, meaning to effect a swift and lawless rescue, but paused at the sound of a footstep behind me. The old waiter had come to tell me that my luncheon was ready. I followed him out of the hall, not, however, without a bright glance across my shoulder to reassure the little captive that I should come back. I had the sharp appetite of the convalescent, and this the sea air had whetted already to a finer edge. In touch with a dozen oysters and with stout, I soon shed away the unreasoning anger I had felt against A.V. Lader. I became merely sorry for him that he had not received a letter which might perhaps have comforted him. In touch with cutlets, I felt how sorely he had needed comfort. And anon, by the big bright fireside of that small dark smoking room where, a year ago, on the last evening of my stay here, he and I had at length spoken to each other, I reviewed in detail the tragic experience he had told me, and I simply revelled in reminiscent sympathy with him. A.V. Lader. I had looked him up in the visitors' book on the night of his arrival. I myself had arrived the day before, and had been rather sorry there was no one else staying here. A convalescent by the sea likes to have some one to observe, to wonder about at meal-time. I was glad when on my second evening I found seated at the table opposite to mine another guest. I was the gladder because he was just the right kind of guest. He was enigmatic. By this I mean that he did not look soldierly or financial or artistic or anything definite at all. He offered a clean slate for speculation, and thank heaven he evidently wasn't going to spoil the fun by engaging me in conversation later on. A decently unsociable man, anxious to be left alone. The heartiness of his appetite, in contrast with his extreme fragility of aspect and limpness of demeanour, assured me that he, too, had just had influenza. I liked him for that. Now and again our eyes met and were instantly parted. We managed, as a rule, to observe each other indirectly. I am sure it was not merely because he had been ill that he looked interesting. Nor did it seem to me that a spiritual melancholy, though I imagined him sad at the best of times, was his sole asset. I conjectured that he was clever. I thought he might also be imaginative. At first glance I had mistrusted him. A shock of white hair, combined with a young face and dark eyebrows, does somehow make a man look like a charlatan. But it is foolish to be guided by an accident of colour. I had soon rejected my first impression of my fellow diner. I found him very sympathetic. Anywhere but in England it would be impossible for two solitary men, howsoever much reduced by influenza, to spend 5 or 6 days in the same hostel and not exchange a single word. That is one of the charms of England. Had Lader and I been born and bred in any other land than England, we should have become acquainted before the end of our first evening in the small smoking-room, and have found ourselves irrevocably committed to go on talking each other throughout the rest of our visit. We might, it is true, have happened to like each other more than any one we had ever met. This off chance may have occurred to us both, but it counted for nothing against a certain surrender of quietude and liberty. We slightly bowed to each other as we entered or left the dining-room or smoking-room, and as we met on the widespread sands or in the shop that had a small and faded circulating library. That was all. Our mutual aloofness was a positive bond between us. Had he been much older than I, the responsibility for our silence would of course have been his alone. But he was not, I judged, more than 5 or 6 years ahead of me, and thus I might without impropriety have taken it on myself to perform that hard and perilous feat which English people call with a shiver breaking the ice. He had reason, therefore, to be as grateful to me as I to him. Each of us, not the less frankly because silently, recognized his obligation to the other. And when, on the last evening of my stay, the ice actually was broken, there was no ill will between us. Neither of us was to blame. It was a Sunday evening. I had been out for a long last walk and had come in very late to dinner. Lader had left his table almost directly after I sat down to mine. When I entered the smoking-room, I found him reading a weekly review which I had bought the day before. It was a crisis. He could not silently offer, nor could I have silently accepted, 6pence. It was a crisis. We faced it like men. He made, by word of mouth, a graceful apology. Verbally, not by signs, I besought him to go on reading. But this, of course, was a vain counsel of perfection. The social code forced us to talk now. We obeyed it like men. To reassure him that our position was not so desperate as it might seem, I took the earliest opportunity to mention that I was going away early next morning. In the tone of his "Oh, are you?" he tried bravely to imply that he was sorry, even now, to hear that. In a way, perhaps, he really was sorry. We had got on so well together, he and I. Nothing could efface the memory of that. Nay, we seemed to be hitting it off even now. Influenza was not our sole theme. We passed from that to the aforesaid weekly review, and to a correspondence that was raging therein on faith and reason. This correspondence had now reached its 4th and penultimate stage, its Australian stage. It is hard to see why these correspondencies spring up. One only knows that they do spring up, suddenly, like street crowds. There comes, it would seem, a moment when the whole English-speaking race is unconsciously bursting to have its say about some one thing, the split infinitive, or the habits of migratory birds, or faith and reason, or what not. Whatever weekly review happens at such a moment to contain a reference, however remote, to the theme in question reaps the storm. Gusts of letters come in from all corners of the British Isles. These are presently reinforced by Canada in full blast. A few weeks later the Anglo-Indians weigh in. In due course we have the help of our Australian cousins. By that time, however, we of the mother country have got our second wind, and so determined are we to make the most of it that at last even the editor suddenly loses patience and says, "This correspondence must now cease. Ed." and wonders why on earth he ever allowed anything so tedious and idiotic to begin. I pointed out to Lader one of the Australian letters that had especially pleased me in the current issue. It was from a Melbourne man, and was of the abrupt kind which declares that all your correspondents have been groping in the dark, and then settles the whole matter in one short, sharp flash. The flash in this instance was, "Reason is faith, faith reason. That is all we know on earth, and all we need to know." The writer then enclosed his card and was, etc., a Melbourne man. I said to Lader how very restful it was, after influenza, to read anything that meant nothing whatsoever. Lader was inclined to take the letter more seriously than I, and to be mildly metaphysical. I said that for me faith and reason were two separate things, and, as I am no good at metaphysics, however mild, I offered a definite example to coax the talk onto ground where I should be safer. Palmistry, for example, I said. Deep down in my heart I believe in palmistry. Later turned in his chair. You believe in palmistry? I hesitated. Yes, somehow I do. Why? I haven't the slightest notion. I can give myself all sorts of reasons for laughing it to scorn. My common sense utterly rejects it. Of course the shape of the hand means something, is more or less an index of character, but the idea that my past and future are neatly mapped out on my palms. I shrugged my shoulders. You don't like that idea? Asked Lader in his gentle, rather academic voice. I only say it's a grotesque idea. Yet you do believe in it? I've a grotesque belief in it, yes. Are you sure your reason for calling this idea grotesque isn't merely that you dislike it? Well, I said, with the thrilling hope that he was a companion in absurdity, doesn't it seem grotesque to you? It seems strange. You believe in it? Oh, absolutely. Hurrah! He smiled at my pleasure, and I, at the risk of re-entanglement in metaphysics, claimed him as standing shoulder to shoulder with me against a Melbourne man. This claim he gently disputed. You may think me very prosaic, he said, but I can't believe without evidence. Well, I'm equally prosaic and equally at a disadvantage. I can't take my own belief as evidence, and I've no other evidence to go on. He asked me if I had ever made a study of palmistry. I said I had read one of de Barrol's books years ago, and one of Heron Allen's. But, he asked, had I tried to test them by the lines on my own hands, or on the hands of my friends? I confessed that my actual practice in palmistry had been of a merely passive kind, the prompt extension of my palm to anyone who would be so good as to read it and truckle for a few minutes to my egoism. I hoped Lader might do this. Then I almost wonder, he said, with his sad smile, that you haven't lost your belief after all the nonsense you must have read. There are so many young girls who go in for palmistry. I am sure all the 5 foolish virgins were awfully keen on it, and used to say, you can be led but not driven, and you are likely to have a serious illness between the ages of 45 and 55, and you are by nature rather lazy, but can be very energetic by fits and starts. And most of the professionals, I'm told, are as silly as the young girls. For the honour of the profession, I named 3 practitioners whom I had found really good at reading character. He asked whether any of them had been right about past events. I confessed that, as a matter of fact, all 3 of them had been right in the main. This seemed to amuse him. He asked whether any of them had predicted anything which had since come true. I confessed that all 3 had predicted that I should do several things which I had since done rather unexpectedly. He asked if I didn't accept this as, at any rate, a scrap of evidence. I said I could only regard it as a fluke, a rather remarkable fluke. The superiority of his sad smile was beginning to get on my nerves. I wanted him to see that he was as absurd as I. Suppose, I said, suppose, for the sake of argument, that you and I are nothing but helpless automata created to do just this and that, and to have just that and this done to us. Suppose, in fact, we haven't any free will whatsoever. Is it likely or conceivable that the power which fashioned us would take the trouble to jot down in cipher on our hands just what was in store for us? Lader did not answer this question. He did but annoyingly ask me another. You believe in free will?" "Yes, of course. I'll be hanged if I'm an automaton." "And you believe in free will, just as in palmistry, without any reason?" "Oh, no. Everything points to our having free will." "Everything? What, for instance?" This rather cornered me. I dodged out as lightly as I could by saying, "I suppose you would say it's written in my hand that I should be a believer in free will." "Ah, I've no doubt it is." I held out my palms. But to my great disappointment he looked quickly away from them. He had ceased to smile. There was agitation in his voice as he explained that he never looked at people's hands now. Never now, never again. He shook his head as though to beat off some memory. I was much embarrassed by my indiscretion. I hastened to tide over the awkward moment by saying that if I could read hands I wouldn't, for fear of the awful things I might see there. "Awful things, yes," he whispered, nodding at the fire. "Not," I said in self-defence, "that there's anything very awful, so far as I know, to be read in my hands." He turned his gaze from the fire to me. "You aren't a murderer, for example?" "Oh, no," I replied, with a nervous laugh. "I am." This was more than awkward. It was a painful moment for me, and I am afraid I must have started or winced, for he instantly begged my pardon. "I don't know," he exclaimed, "why I said it. I'm usually a very reticent man, but sometimes—" He pressed his brow. "What you must think of me!" I begged him to dismiss the matter from his mind. "It's very good of you to say that, but I've placed myself, as well as you, in a false position. I ask you to believe that I'm not the sort of man who is wanted, or ever was wanted, by the police. I should be bowed out of any police station at which I gave myself up. I'm not a murderer in any bald sense of the word. No." My face must have perceptibly brightened, for, "Ah," he said, "don't imagine I'm not a murderer at all. Morally, I am." He looked at the clock. I pointed out that the night was young. He assured me that his story was not a long one. I assured him that I hoped it was. He said I was very kind. I denied this. He warned me that what he had to tell might rather tend to stiffen my unwilling faith in palmistry, and to shake my opposite and cherished faith in free will. I said, never mind. He stretched his hands pensively toward the fire. I settled myself back in my chair. "My hands," he said, staring at the backs of them, "are the hands of a very weak man. I dare say you know enough of palmistry to see that for yourself. You notice the slightness of the thumbs and of the two little fingers? They are the hands of a weak and oversensitive man, a man without confidence, a man who would certainly waver in an emergency. Rather Hamletish hands," he mused. "And I'm like Hamlet in other respects, too. I'm no fool, and I've rather a noble disposition, and I'm unlucky. But Hamlet was luckier than I in one thing. He was a murderer by accident, whereas the murders that I committed one day 14 years ago, for I must tell you it wasn't one murder, but many murders that I committed, were all of them due to the wretched inherent weakness of my own wretched self. I was 27 years old, and a rather nondescript person as I am now. I was supposed to have been called to the bar. In fact, I believe I had been called to the bar. I hadn't listened to the call, I never intended to practice, and I never did practice. I only wanted an excuse in the eyes of the world for existing. I suppose the nearest I have ever come to practising is now, at this moment, I am defending a murderer. My father had left me well enough off, provided with money. I was able to go my own desultory way, riding my hobbies where I would. I had a good stableful of hobbies. Palmistry was one of them. I was rather ashamed of this one. It seemed to me absurd, as it does to you. Like you, though, I believed in it. Unlike you, I had done more than merely read a book about it. I had read innumerable books about it. I had taken casts of all my friends' hands. I had tested and tested again the points at which Desabaroles dissented from the gypsies, and, well, enough that I had gone into it all rather thoroughly, and was as sound a palmist as a man may be without giving his whole life to palmistry. One of the first things I had seen in my own hand, as soon as I had learned to read it, was that at about the age of 26 I should have a narrow escape from death, from a violent death. There was a clean break in the lifeline, and a square joining it, the protective square, you know. The markings were precisely the same in both hands. It was to be the narrowest escape possible, and I wasn't going to escape without injury either. That is what bothered me. There was a faint line connecting the break in the lifeline with a star on the line of health. Against that star was another square. I was to recover from the injury, whatever it might be. Still, I didn't exactly look forward to it. Soon after I had reached the age of 25, I began to feel uncomfortable. The thing might be going to happen at any moment. In palmistry, you know, it is impossible to pin an event down hard and fast to 1 year. This particular event was to be when I was about 26. It mightn't be till I was 27. It might be while I was only 25. And I used to tell myself it mightn't be at all. My reason rebelled against the whole notion of palmistry, just as yours does. I despised my faith in the thing, just as you despise yours. I used to try not to be so ridiculously careful as I was whenever I crossed a street. I lived in London at that time. Motor cars had not yet come in, but what hours, all told, I must have spent standing on curbs, very circumspect, very lamentable. It was a pity, I suppose, that I had no definite occupation, something to take me out of myself. I was one of the victims of private means. There came a time when I drove in four-wheelers rather than hansoms, and was doubtful of four-wheelers. Oh, I assure you, I was very lamentable indeed. If a railway journey could be avoided, I avoided it. My uncle had a place in Hampshire. I was very fond of him and of his wife. Theirs was the only house I ever went to stay in now. I was there for a week in November, not long after my 27th birthday. There were other people staying there, and at the end of the week we all travelled back to London together. There were 6 of us in the carriage. Colonel Elburn and his wife and their daughter, a girl of 17, and another married couple, the Bretts. I had been at Winchester with Brett, but had hardly seen him since that time. He was in the Indian Civil, and was home on leave. He was sailing for India next week. His wife was to remain in England for some months, and then join him out there. They had been married 5 years. She was now just 24 years old. He told me that this was her age. The Elburns I had never met before. They were charming people. We had all been very happy together. The only trouble had been that on the last night at dinner my uncle asked me if I still went in for the gypsy business, as he always called it, and of course the 3 ladies were immensely excited and implored me to do their hands. I told them it was all nonsense. I said I had forgotten all I once knew. I made up various excuses, and the matter dropped. It was quite true that I had given up reading hands. I avoided anything that might remind me of what was in my own hands. And so, next morning, it was a great bore to me when, soon after the train started, Mrs. Elburn said it would be too cruel of me if I refused to do their hands now. Her daughter and Mrs. Brett also said it would be brutal, and they were all taking off their gloves and, well, of course, I had to give in. I went to work methodically on Mrs. Elburn's hands. in the usual way, you know, first sketching the character from the backs of them, and there was the usual hush, broken by the usual little noises, grunts of assent from the husband, cooings of recognition from the daughter. Presently I asked to see the palms, and from them I filled in the details of Mrs. Elburn's character before going on to the events in her life. But while I talked, I was calculating how old Mrs. Elburn might be. In my first glance at her palms, I had seen that she could not have been less than 25 when she married. The daughter was 17. Suppose the daughter had been born a year later, how old would the mother be? 43, yes. Not less than that, poor woman. Later looked at me. Why poor woman, you wonder? Well, in that first glance I had seen other things than her marriage line. I had seen a very complete break in the lines of life and of fate. I had seen violent death there. At what age? Not later, not possibly later than 43. When I talked to her about the things that had happened in her girlhood, the back of my brain was hard at work on those marks of catastrophe. I was horribly wondering that she was still alive. It was impossible that between her and that catastrophe there could be more than a few short months. And all the time I was talking, and I suppose I acquitted myself well, for I remember that when I ceased I had a sort of ovation from the Elburns. It was a relief to turn to another pair of hands. Mrs. Brett was an amusing young creature, and her hands were very characteristic and prettily odd in form. I allowed myself to be rather whimsical about her nature, and having begun in that vein, I went on in it, somehow, even after she had turned her palms. In those palms were reduplicated the signs I had seen in Mrs. Elburn's. It was as though they had been copied neatly out. The only difference was in the placing of them, and it was this difference that was the most horrible point. The fatal age in Mrs. Brett's hands was, not past, no, for here she was. But she might have died when she was 21. 23 seemed to be the utmost span. She was 24, you know. Section 7 of 7 Men. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I have said that I am a weak man, and you will have good proof of that directly. Yet I showed a certain amount of strength that day, yes, even on that day which has humiliated and saddened the rest of my life. Neither my face nor my voice betrayed me when in the palms of Dorothy Elburn I was again confronted with those same signs. She was all for knowing the future, poor child. I believe I told her all manner of things that were to be, and she had no future, none in this world, except... And then, while I talked, there came to me suddenly a suspicion. I wondered it hadn't come before. You guess what it was. It made me feel very cold and strange. I went on talking, but also I went on, quite separately, thinking. The suspicion wasn't a certainty. This mother and daughter were always together. What was to befall the one might anywhere, befall the other. But a like fate, in an equally near future, was in store for that other lady. The coincidence was curious, very. Here we all were together, here, they and I who was narrowly to escape so soon now, what they so soon now were to suffer. Oh, there was an inference to be drawn. Not a sure inference, I told myself. And always I was talking, and the train was swinging and swaying noisily along. To what? It was a fast train. Our carriage was near the engine. I was talking loudly. Full well I had known what I should see in the Colonel's hands. I told myself I had not known. I told myself that even now the thing I dreaded was not sure to be. Don't think I was dreading it for myself. I wasn't so lamentable as all that, now. It was only of them that I thought, only for them. I hurried over the Colonel's character and career. I was perfunctory. It was Brett's hand that I wanted. They were the hands that mattered. If they had the marks. Remember, Brett was to start for India in the coming week. His wife was to remain in England. They would be apart. Therefore. And the marks were there. And I did nothing but hold forth on the subtleties of Brett's character. There was a thing for me to do. I wanted to do it. I wanted to spring to the window and pull the communication cord. Quite a simple thing to do. Nothing easier than to stop a train. You just give a sharp pull and the train slows down, comes to a standstill. And the guard appears at your window. You explain to the guard. Nothing easier than to tell him there is going to be a collision. Nothing easier than to insist that you and your friends and every other passenger in the train must get out at once. There are easier things than this, things that need less courage than this. Some of them I could have done, I dare say. This thing I was going to do. Oh, I was determined that I would do it directly. I had said all I had to say about Brett's hands. I had brought my entertainment to an end. I had been thanked and complimented all round. I was quite at liberty. I was going to do what I had to do. I was determined, yes. We were near the outskirts of London. The air was grey, thickening, and Dorothy Elburn had said, "Oh, this horrible old London! I suppose there's the same old fog." And presently I heard her father saying something about prevention and a short Act of Parliament and anthracite. And I sat and listened and agreed and... Later closed his eyes. He passed his hand slowly through the air. I had a racking headache, and when I said so, I was told not to talk. I was in bed, and the nurses were always telling me not to talk. I was in a hospital. I knew that, but I didn't know why I was there. One day I thought I should like to know why, and so I asked. I was feeling much better now. They told me by degrees that I had had concussion of the brain. I had been brought there unconscious, and had remained unconscious for 48 hours. I had been in an accident, a railway accident. This seemed to me odd. I had arrived quite safely at my uncle's place, and I had no memory of any journey since that. In cases of concussion, you know, it's not uncommon for the patient to forget all that happened just before the accident. There may be a blank for several hours. So it was in my case. One day my uncle was allowed to come and see me, and somehow, suddenly, at sight of him, the blank was filled. I remembered in a flash everything. I was quite calm, though. Or I made myself seem so, for I wanted to know how the collision had happened. My uncle told me that the engine driver had failed to see a signal because of the fog, and our train had crashed into a goods train. I didn't ask him about the people who were with me. You see, there was no need to ask. Very gently my uncle began to tell me, but I had begun to talk strangely, I suppose. I remember the frightened look of my uncle's face, and the nurse scolding him in whispers. After that, all a blur. It seems that I became very ill indeed, wasn't expected to live. However, I live. There was a long silence. Later did not look at me, nor I at him. The fire was burning low, and he watched it. At length he spoke. "You despise me. Naturally. I despise myself." "No, I don't despise you, but—" "You blame me." I did not meet his gaze. "You blame me," he repeated. "Yes. And there, if I may say so, you are a little unjust. It isn't my fault that I was born weak." "But a man may conquer his weakness." "Yes, if he is endowed with the strength for that." His fatalism drew from me a gesture of disgust. "Do you really mean," I asked, "that because you didn't pull that cord, you couldn't have pulled it?" "Yes." "And it's written in your hands that you couldn't?" He looked at the palms of his hands. "They are the hands of a very weak man," he said. "A man so weak that he cannot believe in the possibility of free will for himself or for anyone?" "They are the hands of an intelligent man, who can weigh evidence and see things as they are." "But answer me. Was it foreordained that you should not pull that cord?" "It was foreordained." "And was it actually marked in your hands that you were not going to pull it?" "Ah, well, you see, it is rather the things one is going to do that are actually marked. The things one isn't going to do, the innumerable negative things, how could one expect them to be marked?" "But the consequences of what one leaves undone may be positive?" "Horribly positive. My hand is the hand of a man who has suffered a great deal in later life." "And was it the hand of a man destined to suffer?" "Oh, yes. I thought I told you that." There was a pause. "Well," I said with awkward sympathy, "I suppose all hands are the hands of people destined to suffer." "Not of people destined to suffer so much as I have suffered, as I still suffer." The insistence of his self-pity chilled me, and I harked back to a question he had not straightly answered. "Tell me, was it marked in your hands that you were not going to pull that cord?" Again he looked at his hands, and then, having pressed them for a moment to his face, "It was marked very clearly," he answered, "in their hands." 2 or 3 days after this colloquy, there occurred to me in London an idea, an ingenious and comfortable doubt. How was Later to be sure that his brain, recovering from concussion, had remembered what happened in the course of that railway journey? How was he to know that his brain hadn't simply, in its abeyance, invented all this for him? It might be that he had never seen those signs in those hands. Assuredly, here was a bright loophole. I had forthwith written to Later, pointing it out. This was the letter which now, at my second visit, I had found miserably pent on the letter-board. I remembered my promise to rescue it. I arose from the retaining fireside, stretched my arms, yawned, and went to fulfil my Christian purpose. There was no one in the hall. The shower had at length ceased. The sun had positively come out, and the front door had been thrown open in its honour. Everything along the sea-front was beautifully gleaming, drying, shimmering. But I was not to be diverted from my purpose. I went to the letter-board, and my letter was not there. Resourceful and plucky little thing, it had escaped. I did hope it would not be captured and brought back. Perhaps the alarm had already been raised by the tolling of that great bell which warns the inhabitants for miles around that a letter has broken loose from the letter-board. I had a vision of my envelope skimming wildly along the coastline, pursued by the old but active waiter and a breathless pack of local worthies. I saw it outdistancing them all, dodging past coastguards, doubling on its tracks, leaping breakwaters, unluckily injuring itself, losing speed, and at last, in a splendour of desperation, taking to the open sea. But suddenly I had another idea. Perhaps Later had returned. He had. I espied afar on the sands a form that was recognizably, by the listless droop of it, his. I was glad and sorry, rather glad because he completed the scene of last year, and very sorry because this time we should be at each other's mercy. No restful silence and liberty for either of us this time. Perhaps he had been told I was here, and had gone out to avoid me while he yet could. Oh, weak, weak, why palter? I put on my hat and coat and marched out to meet him. "Influenza, of course?" we asked simultaneously. There is a limit to the time which one man may spend in talking to another about his own influenza, and presently, as we paced the sands, I felt that Later had passed this limit. I wondered that he didn't break off and thank me now for my letter. He must have read it. He ought to have thanked me for it at once. It was a very good letter, a remarkable letter. But surely he wasn't waiting to answer it by post. His silence about it gave me the absurd sense of having taken a liberty, confound him. He was evidently ill at ease while he talked, but it wasn't for me to help him out of his difficulty, whatever that might be. It was for him to remove the strain imposed on myself. Abruptly, after a long pause, he did now manage to say, "It was very good of you to write me that letter." He told me he had only just got it, and he drifted away into otiose explanations of this fact. I thought he might at least say it was a remarkable letter, and you can imagine my annoyance when he said, after another interval, "I was very much touched indeed." I had wished to be convincing, not touching. I can't bear to be called touching. "Don't you," I asked, "think it is quite possible that your brain invented all those memories of what happened before the accident?" He drew a sharp sigh. "You make me feel very guilty." "That's exactly what I tried to make you not feel." "I know, yes. That's why I feel so guilty." We had paused in our walk. He stood nervously prodding the hard, wet sand with his walking stick. "In a way," he said, "your theory was quite right, but it didn't go far enough. It's not only possible, it's a fact, that I didn't see those signs in those hands. I never examined those hands. They weren't there. I wasn't there. I haven't an uncle in Hampshire, even. I never had." I, too, prodded the sand. "Well," I said at length, "I do feel rather a fool." "I've no right even to beg your pardon, but—" "Oh, I'm not vexed. Only I rather wish you hadn't told me this." "I wish I hadn't had to. It was your kindness, you see, that forced me. By trying to take an imaginary load off my conscience, you laid a very real one on it." "I'm sorry. But you, of your own free will, you know, exposed your conscience to me last year. I don't yet quite understand why you did that." "No, of course not. I don't deserve that you should. But I think you will. May I explain? I'm afraid I've talked a great deal already about my influenza, and I shan't be able to keep it out of my explanation. Well, my weakest point, I told you this last year, but it happens to be perfectly true, that my weakest point is my will. Influenza, as you know, fastens unerringly on one's weakest point. It doesn't attempt to undermine my imagination. That would be a forlorn hope. I have, alas, a very strong imagination. At ordinary times my imagination allows itself to be governed by my will. My will keeps it in check by constant nagging. But when my will isn't strong enough even to nag, then my imagination stampedes. I become even as a little child. I tell myself the most preposterous fables, and, the trouble is, I can't help telling them to my friends. Until I've thoroughly shaken off influenza, I'm not fit company for anyone. I perfectly realize this, and I have the good sense to go right away till I'm quite well again. I come here usually. It seems absurd, but I must confess I was sorry last year when we fell into conversation. I knew I should very soon be letting myself go, or rather very soon be swept away. Perhaps I ought to have warned you, but I'm a rather shy man. And then you mentioned the subject of palmistry. You said you believed it. I wondered at that. I had once read de Barrol's book about it, but I am bound to say I thought the whole thing very great nonsense indeed. Then, I gasped, it isn't even true that you believe in palmistry? Oh, no, but I wasn't able to tell you that. You had begun by saying that you believed in palmistry, and then you proceeded to scoff at it. While you scoffed, I saw myself as a man with a terribly good reason for not scoffing, and in a flash I saw the terribly good reason. I had the whole story, at least I had the broad outlines of it clear before me. You hadn't ever thought of it before?" He shook his head. My eyes beamed. "The whole thing was a sheer improvisation?" "Yes," said Lader humbly. "I am as bad as all that. I don't say that all the details of the story I told you that evening were filled in at the very instant of its conception. I was filling them in while we talked about palmistry in general, and while I was waiting for the moment when the story would come in most effectively. And I've no doubt I added some extra touches in the course of the actual telling. Don't imagine that I took the slightest pleasure in deceiving you. It's only my will, not my conscience, that is weakened after influenza. I simply can't help telling what I've made up, and telling it to the best of my ability. But I'm thoroughly ashamed all the time." "Not of your ability, surely?" "Yes, of that too," he said with his sad smile. "I always feel that I'm not doing justice to my idea." "You are too stern a critic, believe me." "It is very kind of you to say that. You are very kind altogether. Had I known that you were so essentially a man of the world, in the best sense of that term, I shouldn't have so much dreaded seeing you just now and having to confess to you. But I'm not going to take advantage of your urbanity and your easy-going ways. I hope that some day we may meet somewhere when I haven't had influenza and am a not wholly undesirable acquaintance. As it is, I refuse to let you associate with me. I am an older man than you, and so I may without impertinence warn you against having anything to do with me." I deprecated this advice, of course, but for a man of weakened will he showed great firmness. "You," he said, "in your heart of hearts, don't want to have to walk and talk continually with a person who might at any moment try to bamboozle you with some ridiculous tale. And I, for my part, don't want to degrade myself by trying to bamboozle any one, especially one whom I have taught to see through me. Let the 2 talks we have had be as though they had not been. Let us bow to each other as last year, but let that be all. Let us follow in all things the precedent of last year." With a smile that was almost gay he turned on his heel, and moved away with a step that was almost brisk. I was a little disconcerted. But I was also more than a little glad. The restfulness of silence, the charm of liberty, these things were not, after all, forfeit. My heart thanked Lader for that, and throughout the week I loyally seconded him in the system he had laid down for us. All was as it had been last year. We did not smile to each other, we merely bowed when we entered or left the dining-room or smoking-room, and when we met on the widespread sands, or in that shop which had a small and faded but circulating library. Once or twice, in the course of the week, it did occur to me that perhaps Lader had told the simple truth at our first interview, and an ingenious lie at our second. I frowned at this possibility. The idea of any one wishing to be quit of me was most distasteful. However, I was to find reassurance. On the last evening of my stay I suggested in the small smoking-room that he and I should, as sticklers for precedent, converse. We did so very pleasantly. And after a while I happened to say that I had seen this afternoon a great number of seagulls flying close to the shore. "Seagulls?" said Lader, turning in his chair. "Yes, and I don't think I had ever realized how extraordinarily beautiful they are when their wings catch the light." Lader threw a quick glance at me and away from me. "You think them beautiful?" "Surely." "Well, perhaps they are, yes. I suppose they are. But I don't like seeing them. They always remind me of something, rather an awful Section 8. of 7 Men by Max Beerbohm. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Savonarola Brown. I like to remember that I was the first to call him so, for though he always deprecated the nickname, in his heart he was pleased by it, I know, and encouraged to go on. Quite apart from its significance, he had reason to welcome it. He had been unfortunate at the font. His parents, at the time of his birth, lived in Ladbroke Crescent 15. They must have been an extraordinarily unimaginative couple, for they could think of no better name for their child than Ladbroke. This was all very well for him till he went to school, but you can fancy the indignation and delight of us boys at finding among us a newcomer who, on his own confession, had been named after a crescent. I don't know how it is nowadays, but 35 years ago, certainly, schoolboys regarded the possession of any Christian name as rather unmanly. As we all had these encumbrances, we had to wreak our scorn on anyone who was cumbered in a queer fashion. I myself, bearer of a Christian name, adjudged eccentric, though brief, had had much to put up with in my first term. Brown's arrival, therefore, at the beginning of my second term, was a good thing for me, and I am afraid I was very prominent among his persecutors. Trafalgar Brown, Tottenham Court Brown, Bond Brown, what names did we little brutes not cull for him from the London Directory? Except how miserable we made his life, I do not remember much about him as he was at that time, and the only important part of the little else that I do recall is that already he showed a strong sense for literature. For the majority of us Carthusians, literature was bounded on the north by White Melville, on the south by Hawley Smart, on the east by the former, and on the west by the latter. Little Brown used to read Harrison Ainsworth, Wilkie Collins, and other writers whom we, had we essayed them, would have dismissed as deep. It has been said by Mr. Arthur Symons that all art is a mode of escape. The art of letters did not, however, enable Brown to escape so far from us as he would have wished. In my third term he did not reappear among us. His parents had in some sort atoned. Unimaginative though they were, it seems they could understand a tale of woe laid before them circumstantially, and had engaged a private tutor for their boy. 15 years elapsed before I saw him again. This was at the second night of some play. I was dramatic critic for the Saturday Review, and weary of meeting the same lot of people over and over again at first nights, had recently sent a circular to the managers asking that I might have seats for second nights instead. I found that there existed as distinct and invariable a lot of second-nighters as of first-nighters. The second-nighters were less showy, but then they came rather to see than to be seen, and there was an air that I liked of earnestness and hopefulness about them. I used to write a great deal about the future of the British drama, and they, for their part, used to think and talk a great deal about it. People who care about books and pictures find much to interest and to please them in the present. It is only the students of the theatre who always fall back, or rather forward, on the future. Though second-nighters do come to see, they remain rather to hope and pray. I should have known anywhere, by the visionary look in his eyes, that Brown was a confirmed second-nighter. What surprises me is that I knew he was Brown. It is true that he had not grown much in those 15 years. His brow was still disproportionate to his body, and he looked young to have become confirmed in any habit. But it is also true that not once in the past 10 years, at any rate, had he flitted through my mind and poised on my conscience. I hope that I and those other boys had long ago ceased from recurring to him in nightmares. Cordial though the hand was that I offered him, and highly civilized my whole demeanour, he seemed afraid that at any moment I might begin to dance around him, shooting out my lips at him and calling him Seven Sisters Brown, or something of that kind. It was only after constant meetings at second nights and innumerable entr'acte talks about the future of the drama that he began to trust me. In course of time we formed the habit of walking home together as far as Cumberland Place, at which point our ways diverged. I gathered that he was still living with his parents, but he did not tell me where, for they had not, as I learned by reference to the Red Book, moved from Ladbroke Crescent. I found his company restful rather than inspiring. His days were spent in clerkship at one of the smaller government offices, his evenings, except when there was a second night, in reading and writing. He did not seem to know much, or wish to know more, about life. Books and plays, first editions and second nights, were what he cared for. On matters of religion and ethics he was as little keen as he seemed to be on human character in the raw, so that, though I had already suspected him of writing or meaning to write a play, my eyebrows did rise when he told me he meant to write a play about Savonarola. He made me understand, however, that it was rather the name than the man that at first attracted him. He said that the name was in itself a great incentive to blank verse. He uttered it to me slowly, in a voice so much deeper than his usual voice that I nearly laughed. For the actual bearer of the name he had no hero worship, and said it was by a mere accident that he had chosen him as central figure. He had thought of writing a tragedy about Sardanapalus, but the volume of the Encyclopaedia Britannica in which he was going to look up the main facts about Sardanapalus happened to open at Savonarola. Hence a sudden and complete peripety in the student's mind. He told me he had read the Encyclopedia's article carefully and had dipped into one or two books there mentioned as authorities. He seemed almost to wish he hadn't. Facts get in one's way so, he complained. History is one thing, drama is another. Aristotle said drama was more philosophic than history because it showed us what men would do, not just what they did. I think that's so true, don't you? I want to show what Savonarola would have done if— He paused. If what? Well, that's just the point. I haven't settled that yet. When I've thought of a plot, I shall go straight ahead. I said I supposed he intended his tragedy rather for the study than for the stage. This seemed to hurt him. I told him that what I meant was that managers always shied at anything without a strong feminine interest. This seemed to worry him. I advised him not to think about managers. He promised that he would think only about Savonarola. I know now that this promise was not exactly kept by him, and he may have felt slightly awkward when some weeks later he told me he had begun the play. I've hit on an initial idea, he said, and that's enough to start with. I gave up my notion of inventing a plot in advance. I thought it would be a mistake. I don't want puppets on wires. I want Savonarola to work out his own destiny in his own way. Now that I have the initial idea, what I've got to do is to make Savonarola live. I hope I shall be able to do this. Once he's alive, I shan't interfere with him. I shall just watch him. Won't it be interesting? He isn't alive yet, but there's plenty of time. You see, he doesn't come on at the rise of the curtain. A friar and a sacristan come on and talk about him. By the time they've finished, perhaps he'll be alive. But they won't have finished yet. Not that they're going to say very much, but I write slowly. I remember the mild thrill I had when one evening he took me aside and said in an undertone, "Savonarola has come on. Alive." For me, the MS Hereinafter printed has an interest that for you it cannot have. So abristle am I with memories of the meetings I had with its author throughout the 9 years he took over it. He never saw me without reporting progress or lack of progress. Just what was going on, or standing still, he did not divulge. After the entry of Savonarola, he never told me what characters were appearing. All sorts of people appear, he would say rather helplessly. They insist. I can't prevent them. I used to say it must be great fun to be a creative artist. But at this he always shook his head. I don't create. They do. Savonarola especially, of course. I just look on and record. I never know what's going to happen next. He had the advantage of me in knowing at any rate what had happened last. But whenever I pled for a glimpse, he would again shake his head. The thing must be judged as a whole. Wait till I've come to the end of the 5th act. So impatient did I become that as the years went by I used rather to resent his presence at second nights. I felt he ought to be at his desk. His, I used to tell him, was the only drama whose future ought to concern him now. And in point of fact he had, I think, lost the true spirit of the second nighter, and came rather to be seen than to see. He liked the knowledge that here and there in the auditorium, when he entered it, someone would be saying, "Who is that?" and receiving the answer, "Oh, don't you know? That's Savonarola Brown." This sort of thing, however, did not make him cease to be the modest, unaffected fellow I had known. He always listened to the advice I used to offer him, though inwardly he must have chafed at it. Myself, a fidgety and uninspired person, unable to begin a piece of writing before I know just how it shall end, I had always been afraid that sooner or later Brown would take some turning that led nowhither, would lose himself and come to grief. This fear crept into my gladness when one evening in the spring of 1909 he told me he had finished the 4th act. Would he win out safely through the 5th? He himself was looking rather glum, and as we walked away from the theatre I said to him, "I suppose you feel rather like Thackeray when he'd killed the colonel. You've got to kill the monk." "Not quite that," he answered, "but of course he'll die very soon now, a couple of years or so, and it does seem rather sad. It's not merely that he's so full of life. He has been becoming much more human lately. At first I only respected him. Now I have a real affection for him." This was an interesting glimpse at last, but I turned from it to my besetting fear. "Haven't you," I asked, "any notion of how he is to die?" Brown shook his head. "But in a tragedy," I insisted, "the catastrophe must be led up to step by step. My dear Brown, the end of the hero must be logical and rational." "I don't see that," he said as we crossed Piccadilly Circus. "In actual life it isn't so. What is there to prevent a motor omnibus from knocking me over and killing me at this moment?" At that moment, by what has always seemed to me the strangest of coincidences, and just the sort of thing that playwrights ought to avoid, a motor omnibus knocked Brown over and killed him. He had, as I afterwards learned, made a will in which he appointed me his literary executor. Thus passed into my hands the unfinished play by whose name he had become known to so many people. I hate to say that I was disappointed in it, but I had better confess quite frankly that on the whole I was. Had Brown written it quickly and read it to me soon after our first talk about it, it might in some ways have exceeded my hopes. But he had become for me, by reason of that quiet and unhasting devotion to his work while the years came and went, a sort of hero, and the very mystery involving just what he was about had addicted me to those ideas of magnificence which the unknown is said always to foster. Even so, however, I am not blind to the great merits of the play as it stands. It is well that the writer of poetic drama should be a dramatist and a poet. Here is a play that abounds in striking situations, and I have searched it vainly for one line that does not scan. What I nowhere feel is that I have not elsewhere been thrilled or lulled by the same kind of thing. I do not go so far as to say that Brown inherited his parents' deplorable lack of imagination, But I do wish he had been less sensitive than he was to impressions, or else had seen and read fewer poetic dramas, ancient and modern. Remembering that visionary look in his eyes, remembering that he was as displeased as I by the work of all living playwrights, and as dissatisfied with the great efforts of the Elizabethans, I wonder that he was not more immune from influences. Also, I cannot but wish still that he had faltered in his decision to make no scenario. There is much to be said for the theory that a dramatist should first vitalize his characters and then leave them unfettered, but I do feel that Brown's misused the confidence he reposed in them. The labour of so many years has somewhat the air of being a mere improvisation. Savonarola himself, after the first act or so, strikes me as utterly inconsistent. It may be that he is just complex, like Hamlet. He does, in the fourth act, show traces of that prince. I suppose this is why he struck Brown as having become more human. To me he seems merely a poorer creature. But enough of these reservations. In my anxiety for poor Brown's sake that you should not be disappointed, perhaps I have been carrying tactfulness too far, and prejudicing you against that for which I specially want your favour. Here, without more ado, it is. Savonarola, a Tragedy, by L. Brown. Act 1. Scene: a room in the monastery of San Marco, Florence. Time, 1490 A.D., a summer morning. Enter the sacristan and a friar. Sacristan. Savonarola looks more grim to-day than ever. Should I speak my mind, I'd say that he was fashioning some great new scourge to flay the backs of men. Friar. 'Tis even so. Brother Filippo saw him stand last night in solitary vigil till the dawn, leapt o'er the Arno, and his face was such as men may wear in purgatory, nay, e'en in the inmost core of hell's own fires. Sacristan. I often wonder if some woman's face, seen at some rout in his old worldling days, haunts him e'en now, e'en here, and urges him to fierier fury 'gainst the Florentines. Friar. Savonarola lovesick! Ha, ha, ha! Lovesick! He lovesick! 'Tis a goodly jest. The confirmed misogyn a lady's man? Thou must have eaten of some strange red herb that takes the reason captive. I will swear Savonarola never yet hath seen a woman but he spurned her. Hist! He comes. Enter Savonarola, wrapt in thought. Give thee good morrow, brother. Sacristan. And therewith a multitude of sorrows equal good, till thou, by heaven's grace, hast wrought the work nearest thine heart. Savonarola. I thank thee, brother, yet I thank thee not, for that my thankfulness, and such there be, gives thanks to heaven alone. Friar to Sacristan. 'Tis the right answer he hath given thee. Had Savonarola spoken less than thus, methinks me, the less Savonarola he. As when the snow lies on yon Apennines, white as the hem of Mary Mother's robe, and insusceptible to the sun's rays, being harder to the touch than tempered steel, e'en so this great gaunt monk white-visaged upstands to heaven, and to heaven devotes the scarped thoughts that crown the upper slopes of his abrupt and austere nature. Sacristan. I. Enter Lucrezia Borgia, St. Francis of Assisi, and Leonardo da Vinci. Lucrezia is thickly veiled. St. Francis. This is the place. Lucrezia, pointing at Savonarola. And this the man. Aside. And I, by the hot blood that courses in my veins, I swear it ineluctably, the woman. Savonarola. Who is this wanton? Lucrezia throws back her hood, revealing her face. Savonarola starts back, gazing at her. St. Francis. Hush, sir, 'tis my little sister, the poisoner, right well beloved by all whom she as yet hath spared. Hither she came, mounted upon another little sister of mine, a mare caparisoned in goodly wise. She, I refer now to Lucrezia, desireth to have word of thee anent some matter that befrets her. Savonarola to Lucrezia. Hence, be gone. Savonarola will not tempted be by face of woman, e'en though it be, though 'tis, surpassing fair. All hope abandon therefore, I charge thee, vade retro, Satanas. Leonardo. Sirrah, thou speak'st in haste, as is the way of monkish men. The beauty of Lucrezia commends, not discommends, her to the eyes of keener thinkers than I take thee for. I am an artist and an engineer, given o'er to subtile dreams of what shall be on this our planet. I foresee a day when men shall skim the earth in certain chairs, not drawn by horses, but sped on by oil or other matter, and shall thread the sky bird-like. Lucrezia. It may be as thou sayest, friend, or may be not. To Savonarola. As touching this our errand, I crave of thee, Sir Monk, an audience instanter. Friar. Lo, here Alighieri comes. I had methought he was still at Parma. Enter Dante. St. Francis to Dante. How fares my little sister Beatrice? Dante. She died, alack, last sennight. St. Francis. Did she so? If the condolences of men avail thee aught, take mine. Dante. They are of no avail. Savonarola to Lucrezia. I do refuse thee audience. Lucrezia. Then why didst thou not say so promptly when I asked it? Savonarola. Full well thou know'st that I was interrupted by Alighieri's entry. Noise without. Enter Guelphs and Ghibellines fighting. What is this? Lucrezia. I did not think that in this cloistered spot there would be so much doing. I had looked to find Savonarola all alone and tempt him in his uneventful cell. Instead of which, spurned am I? I am I. There was a time, sir, look to it. O damnation, what is it? Anon then. These my toys, my gauds, that in the cradle I at my mother's breast I puled and lisped at. 'Tis impossible, though faith 'tis not so, forasmuch as 'tis. And I, a daughter of the Borgias, or so they told me. Liars, flatterers, currying lick-spoons, where's the hell of it then? 'Tis time that I were going. Farewell, monk, but I'll avenge me ere the sun has sunk. Exeunt Lucrezia, St. Francis, and Leonardo, followed by Dante. Savonarola, having watched Lucrezia out of sight, sinks to his knees, sobbing. Friar and sacristan watch him in amazement. Guelphs and Ghibellines continue fighting as the curtain falls. Act 2. Time, afternoon of the same day. Scene, Lucrezia's laboratory. Retorts, test tubes, etc. On small Renaissance table, up centre, is a great poison bowl, the contents of which are being stirred by the first apprentice. The second apprentice stands by watching him. Second apprentice. For whom is the brew destined? First apprentice. I know not. Lady Lucrezia did but lay on me injunctions as regards the making of it, the which I have obeyed. It is compounded of a malignant and a deadly weed, found not save in the Gulf of Spezia, and one small phial of it, I am advised, were more than enough to slay a regiment of Messer Malatesta's condottieri in all their armour. Second apprentice. I can well believe it. Mark how the purple bubbles froth upon the evil surface of its nether slime. Enter Lucrezia. Lucrezia to first apprentice. Is it done, Sir Sluggard? First apprentice. Madam, to a turn. Lucrezia. Had it not been so, I with mine own hand would have outpoured it down thy gullet, knave. See, here's a ring of cunningly wrought gold, that I on a dark night did purchase from a goldsmith on the Ponte Vecchio. Small was his shop, and hoar of visage he. I did bemark that from the ceiling's beams spiders had spun their webs for many a year, the which hung erst like swaths of gossamer seen in the shadows of a fairy glade, but now most woefully were weighted o'er with gathered dust. Look well now at the ring, touched here, behold, it opes a cavity capacious of 3 drops of yon fell stuff. Dost heed? Whoso then puts it on his finger dies, and his soul is from his body rapt to hell or heaven, as the case may be. Take now this toy, and pour the 3 drops in. Hands ring to first apprentice, and comes down centre. So, Savonarola, thou shalt learn that I utter no threats, but I do make them good. Ere this day's sun hath westered from the view, thou art to preach from out the Loggia dei Lanzi to the cits in the piazza. I, thy Lucrezia, will be upon the steps, to offer thee, with phrases seeming fair, that which shall seal thine eloquence for ever. O mighty lips that held the world in spell, but would not meet these little lips of mine in the sweet way that lovers use. O thin, cold, tight-drawn, bloodless lips which natheless I deem of all lips the most magnifical in this our city. Enter the Borgia's fool. Well, fool, what's thy latest? Fool. Aristotle's or Zeno's, lady. 'Tis neither latest nor last. For marry, if the cobbler stuck to his last, then were his latest his last in rebus ambulantibus. Argal, I stick at nothing but cobblestones, which by the same token are stuck to the road by men's fingers. Lucrezia. How many crows may nest in a grocer's jerkin? Fool. A full dozen at cock-crow, and sometimes less under the dog-star by reason of the dew which lies heavy on men taken by the scurvy. Lucrezia to first apprentice. Methinks the fool is a fool. Fool. And therefore by auricular deduction am I own twin to the Lady Lucrezia. Sings. When pears hang green on the garden wall, with a nid and a nod and a niddy-niddy-o, then prank you, lads and lasses all, with a yea and a nay and a niddy-o. But when the thrush flies out of the frost, with a nid, etc., 'tis time for looms to count the cost, with a yea, etc. Enter the porter. Porter. O my dear mistress, there is one below demanding to have instant word of thee. I told him that your ladyship was not at home. Vain perjury. He would not take nay for an answer. Lucrezia. Ah, what manner of man is he? Porter. A personage the like of whom is wholly unfamiliar to my gaze. Cowled is he, but I saw his great eyes glare from their deep sockets in such wise as leopards glare from their caverns, crouching ere they spring on their reluctant prey. Lucrezia. And what name gave he? Porter (after a pause). Something Arola. Lucrezia. Savon? Porter nods. Show him up. Exit Porter. Fool. If he be right astronomically, mistress, then is he the greater dunce in respect of true learning, the which goes by the globe. Argal, 'twere better he widened his windpipe. Sings. Fly home, sweet self, nothing's for weeping. Hemp was not made for lovers' keeping, lovers' keeping. Cheerly, cheerly, fly away. Hew no more wood while ash is glowing. The longest grass is lovers' mowing, lovers' mowing. Cheerly, etc. Re-enter Porter, followed by Savonarola. Exeunt Porter, Fool, and first and second apprentices. Savonarola. I am no more a monk, I am a man of the world, throws off cowl and frock, and stands forth in the costume of a Renaissance nobleman. Lucrezia looks him up and down. Lucrezia. Thou cutt'st a sorry figure. Savonarola. That is neither here nor there. I love you, madam. Lucrezia. And this, methinks, is neither there nor here, for that my love of thee hath vanished, seeing thee thus bepranked. Go pad thy calves, thou mightest thou just conceivably with luck capture the fancy of some serving wench. Savonarola. And this is all thou hast to say to me? Lucrezia. It is. Savonarola. I am dismissed? Lucrezia. Thou art. Savonarola. 'Tis well. Resumes frock and cowl. Savonarola is himself once more. Lucrezia. And all my love for him returns to me 1,000-fold. Savonarola. Too late. My pride of manhood is wounded irremediably. I'll to the piazza where my flock awaits me. Thus do we see that men make great mistakes, but may amend them when the conscience wakes. Exit. Lucrezia. I'm half avenged now, but only half. 'Tis with the ring I'll have the final laugh. Though love be sweet, revenge is sweeter far. To the piazza! Ha 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 ha! Sees his ring, and exit. Through the open door are heard, as the curtain falls, sounds of a terrific hubbub in the piazza. Act 3. Scene: the piazza. Time: a few minutes anterior to closing of the preceding act. The piazza is filled from end to end with a vast seething crowd that is drawn entirely from the lower orders. There is a sprinkling of wild-eyed and dishevelled women in it. The men are lantern-jawed, with several days' growth of beard. Most of them carry rude weapons, staves, bill-hooks, crowbars, and the like, and are in as excited a condition as the women. Some of them are bare-headed, others affect a kind of Phrygian cap. Cobblers predominate. Enter Lorenzo de' Medici and Cosimo de' Medici. They wear cloaks of scarlet brocade, and to avoid notice hold masks to their faces. Cosimo. What purpose doth the foul and greasy plebs ensue to-day here? Lorenzo. I nor know nor care. Cosimo. How thralled thou art to the philosophy of Epicurus! Naught thus human I deem alien from myself. To a cobbler. Make answer, fellow. What empty hope hath drawn thee by a thread forth from the obscene hovel where thou starvest? Cobbler. No empty hope, your honour, but the full assurance that to-day, as yesterday, Savonarola will let loose his thunder against the vices of the idle rich, and from the bringing cornucopia of his immense vocabulary pour scorn on the lamentable heresies of the new learning and on all the art later than Giotto. Cosimo. Mark how absolute the knave is. Lorenzo. Then are parrots rational when they regurgitate the thing they hear. This fool is but a unit of the crowd, and crowds are senseless as the vasty deep that sinks or surges as the moon dictates. I know these crowds, and know that any man that hath a glib tongue and a rolling eye can as he willeth with them. Removes his mask and mounts steps of loggia. Citizens! Prolonged yells and groans from crowd. Yes, I am he. I am that same Lorenzo whom you have nicknamed the Magnificent. Further terrific yells, shakings of fists, brandishings of bill-hooks, insistent cries of "Death to Lorenzo!" "Down with the Magnificent!" Cobblers on fringe of crowd, down centre, exhibit especially all the symptoms of epilepsy, whooping cough, and other ailments. You love not me. The crowd makes an ugly rush. Lorenzo appears likely to be dragged down and torn limb from limb, but raises one hand in nick of time, and continues, "Yet I deserve your love." The yells are now variegated with dubious murmurs. A cobbler down centre thrusts his face feverishly in the face of another and repeats, in a hoarse, interrogative whisper, "Deserves our love?" Not for the sundry boons I have bestowed and benefactions I have lavished upon Firenze, city of the flowers, but for the love that in this rugged breast I bear you. The yells have now died away, and there is a sharp fall in dubious murmurs. The cobbler down centre says, in an ear-piercing whisper, "The love he bears us," drops his lower jaw, nods his head repeatedly, and awaits in an intolerable state of suspense the orator's next words. "I am not a blameless man," some dubious murmurs, "yet for that I have loved you passing much. Shall some things be forgiven me?" Noises of cordial assent. "There dwells in this our city, known unto you all, a man more virtuous than I am, and 1,000 times more intellectual. Yet envy not I him, for, shall I name him? He loves not you. His name? I will not cut your hearts by speaking it. Here let it stay, on tip of tongue." Insistent clamour. "Then steel you to the shock, Savonarola." For a moment or so the crowd reels silently under the shock. Cobbler down centre is the first to recover himself and cry, "Death to Savonarola!" The cry instantly becomes general. Lorenzo holds up his hand and gradually imposes silence. "His twin bugbears are yourselves, and that new learning which I hold less dear than only you." Profound sensation. Everybody whispers, "Then only you?" to everybody else. A woman near the steps of the loggia attempts to kiss hem of Lorenzo's garment. "Would you but con with me the old philosophers of Hellas, her fervent bards and calm historians, you would arise and say, 'We will not hear another word against them.'" The crowd already says this repeatedly with great emphasis. Take the dialogues of Plato, for example. You will find a spirit far more truly Christian in them than in the ravings of the sour-souled Savonarola. Prolonged cries of "Death to the sour-souled Savonarola!" Several cobblers detach themselves from the crowd and rush away to read the Platonic dialogues. Enter Savonarola. The crowd, as he makes his way through it, gives up all further control of its feelings, and makes a noise for which even the best zoologists might not find a good comparison. The staves and billhooks wave like twigs in a storm. One would say that Savonarola must have died 1,000 deaths already. He is, however, unharmed and unruffled as he reaches the upper step of the loggia. Lorenzo, meanwhile, has rejoined Cosimo. Section 9 of 7 Men. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Savonarola. Are not you ashamed, O Florentines? Renewed yells, but also some symptoms of manly shame. That hearken to Lorenzo and now reel inebriate with the exuberance of his verbosity? The crowd makes an obvious effort to pull itself together. A man can fool some of the people all the time, and can fool all the people sometimes, but he cannot fool all the people all the time. Loud cheers. Several cobblers clap one another on the back. Cries of "Death to Lorenzo!" The meeting is now well in hand. Today I must adopt a somewhat novel course in dealing with the awful wickedness at present noticeable in this city. I do so with reluctance. Hitherto I have avoided personalities, but now my sense of duty forces me to a departure from my custom of naming no names. One name I must and shall name. All eyes are turned on Lorenzo, who smiles uncomfortably. No, I do not mean Lorenzo. He is 'neath contempt. Loud and prolonged laughter, accompanied with hideous grimaces at Lorenzo. Exeunt Lorenzo and Cosimo. I name a woman's name. The women in the crowd eye one another suspiciously. A name known to you all, 4-syllabled, beginning with an L. Pause. Enter hurriedly Lucrezia, carrying the ring. She stands unobserved by any one, on outskirt of crowd. Savonarola utters the name, Lucrezia. Lucrezia, with equal intensity, Savonarola. Savonarola starts violently and stares in direction of her voice. Yes, I come, forces her way to steps of loggia. The crowd is much bewildered, and the crowds of Death to Lucrezia Borgia are few and sporadic. Why didst thou call me? Savonarola looks somewhat embarrassed. What is thy distress? I see it all. The sanguinary mob clusters to rend thee. As the antlered stag, with fine eyes glazed from the too long chase, turns to defy the foam-flecked pack, and thinks in his last moment of some graceful hind seen once afar upon a mountain-top, e'en so, Savonarola, didst thou think in thy most dire extremity of me, and here I am. Courage! The horrid hounds droop tail at sight of me, and fawn away innocuous. The crowd does indeed seem to have fallen completely under the sway of Lucrezia's magnetism, and is evidently convinced that it had been about to make an end of the monk. Take thou and wear henceforth, as sure a talisman against future perils, this little ring. Savonarola makes awkward gesture of refusal. Angry murmurs from the crowd. Cries of, Take thou the ring, churl, put it on, etc. Enter the Borgia's fool, and stands unnoticed on fringe of crowd. I hoped you like it. Neat, but not gaudy. Is my taste at fault? I'd so looked forward to... Sob. No, I'm not crying, but just a little hurt. Hardly a dry eye in the crowd. Also swayings and snarlings, indicative that Savonarola's life is again not worth a moment's purchase. Savonarola makes awkward gesture of acceptance, but just as he is about to put ring on finger, the fool touches his lute and sings, Wear not the ring, it hath an unkind sting, ding dong ding. Bide a minute, there's poison in it, ding a dong dong ding. Lucrezia. The fellow lies. The crowd is torn with conflicting opinions. Mingled cries of, Wear not the ring! The fellow lies! Bide a minute! Death to the fool! Silence for the fool! Ding-a-dong, dong, ding! etc. Fool sings, Wear not the ring, for death's a robber king, ding, etc. There's no trinket, is what you think it, ding-a-dong, etc. Savonarola throws ring in Lucrezia's face. Enter Pope Julius II with papal army. Pope. Arrest that man and woman. Re-enter Guelphs and Ghibellines fighting. Savonarola and Lucrezia are arrested by papal officers. Enter Michelangelo. Andrea del Sarto appears for a moment at a window. Pippa passes. Brothers of the Misericordia go by, singing a requiem for Francesca da Rimini. Enter Boccaccio, Benvenuto Cellini, and many others, making remarks highly characteristic of themselves, but scarcely audible through the terrific thunderstorm which now bursts over Florence and is at its loudest and darkest crisis as the curtain falls. Act 4. Time, 3 hours later. Scene, a dungeon on the ground floor of the Palazzo Civico. The stage is bisected from top to bottom by a wall, on one side of which is seen the interior of Lucrezia's cell, on the other that of Savonarola's. Neither he nor she knows that the other is in the next cell. The audience, however, knows this. Each cell, because of the width and height of the proscenium, is of more than the average Florentine size, but is bare even to the point of severity, its sole amenities being some straw, a hunk of bread, and a stone pitcher. The door of each is facing the audience. Diminished light. Lucrezia wears long and clanking chains on her wrists, as does also Savonarola. Imprisonment has left its mark on both of them. Savonarola's hair has turned white. His whole aspect is that of a very old man. Lucrezia looks no older than before, but has gone mad. Savonarola. Alas, how long ago this morning seems, this evening! 1,000 eons are scarce the measure of the gulf betwixt my then and now. Methinks I must have been here since the dim creation of the world, and never in that interval have seen the tremulous hawthorn burgeon in the brake, nor heard the hum of bees, nor woven chains of buttercups on Mount Fiesole. What time the sap leapt in the cypresses, imbuing with the friskfulness of spring those melancholy trees. I do forget the aspect of the sun, yet I was born a freeman, and the saints of heaven smiled down on my crib. What would my sire have said, and what my dam, had anybody told them the time would come when I should occupy a felon's cell? Oh, the disgrace of it, the scandal, the incredible come-down! It masters me. I see in my mind's eye the public prince, sharp sentence on a monk. What then? I thought I was of sterner stuff than is affrighted by what people think. Yet thought I so because 'twas thought of me, and so 'twas thought of me because I had a hawk-like profile and a baleful eye. Lo, my soul's chin recedes, soft to the touch as half-churned butter. Seeming hawk is dove, and dove's a jail-bird now. Fie, out upon it! Lucrezia. How comes it? I am Empress Dowager of China, yet was never crowned. This must be seen to. Quickly gathers some straw and weaves a crown, which she puts on. Savonarola. Oh, what a degringolade! The great career I had mapped out for me, nipped in the bud. What life, when I come out, awaits me! Why, the very novices and callow postulants will draw aside as I pass by, and say, that man hath done time. And yet shall I wince? The worst of time is not in having done it, but in doing it. Lucrezia. Ha, ha, ha! 11 billion pigtails do tremble at my nod imperial, the which is as it should be. Savonarola. I have heard that jailers oft are willing to carouse with them they watch o'er, and do sink at last into a drunken sleep, and then's the time to snatch the keys and make a bid for freedom. Jailer! Ho, jailer! Sounds of lock being turned and bolts withdrawn. Enter the Borgia's fool in plain clothes, carrying bunch of keys. I have seen thy face before. Fool. I saved thy life this afternoon, sir. Savonarola. Thou art the Borgia's fool? Fool. Say rather, was. Unfortunately, I have been discharged for my betrayal of Lucrezia. so that I do have to speak like other men, decasyllabically and with sense. An hour ago the jailer of this dungeon died of an apoplexy, hearing which I asked for and obtained his billet. Savonarola. Fetch a stoup of liquor for thyself and me. Exit Jailer. Freedom, there's nothing that thy votaries grudge in the cause of thee. That decent man is doomed by me to lose his place again tomorrow morning when he wakes from out his hoggish slumber. Yet I care not. Re-enter Jailer with a leathern bottle and 2 glasses. Ho, this is the stuff to warm our vitals, this the panacea for all mortal ills, and sure elixir of eternal youth. Drink, bonne man. Jailer drains a glass and shows signs of instant intoxication. Savonarola claps him on shoulder and replenishes glass. Jailer drinks again, lies down on the floor, and snores. Savonarola snatches the bunch of keys, laughs long but silently, and creeps out on tiptoe, leaving door ajar. Lucrezia, meanwhile, has lain down on the straw in her cell and fallen asleep. Noise of bolts being shot back, jangling of keys, grating of lock, and the door of Lucrezia's cell flies open. Savonarola takes 2 steps across the threshold, his arms outstretched, and his upturned face transfigured with a great joy. How sweet the open air leaps to my nostrils! Oh, the good brown earth that yields once more to my elastic tread and laves these feet with its remembered dew. Takes a few more steps, still looking upwards. Free, I am free, O naked arc of heaven, enspangled with innumerable— No, stars are not there. Yet neither are there clouds. The thing looks like a ceiling. Gazes downward. And this thing looks like a floor. Gazes around. And that white bundle yonder looks curiously like Lucrezia. Lucrezia awakes at sound of her name and sits up sane. There must be some mistake. Lucrezia rises to her feet. There is indeed. A pretty sort of prison I have come to, in which a self-respecting lady's cell is treated as a lounge. Savonarola. I had no notion you were in here. I thought I was out there. I will explain. But first I'll make amends. Here are the keys by which your durance ends. The gate is somewhere in this corridor, and so good-bye to this interior. Exeunt Savonarola and Lucrezia. Noise, a moment later, of a key grating in a lock, then of gate creaking on its hinges, triumphant laughs of fugitives, loud slamming of gate behind them. In Savonarola's cell the jailer starts in his sleep, turns his face to the wall, and snores more deeply than ever. Through open door comes a cloaked figure. Cloaked figure. Sleep on, Savonarola, and awake, not in this dungeon, but in ruby hell. Stabs jailer, whose snores cease abruptly. Enter Pope Julius II, with papal retinue carrying torches. Murderer steps quickly back into shadow. Pope, to body of jailer. Savonarola, I am come to taunt thee in thy misery and dire abjection. Rise, sir, and hear me out. Murderer steps forward. Great Julius, waste not thy breath. Savonarola's dead. I murdered him. Pope, thou hadst no right to do so. Who art thou, pray? Murderer, Cesare Borgia, Lucrezia's brother, and I claim a brother's right to assassinate whatever man shall wantonly and in cold blood reject her timid offer of a poisoned ring. Pope, of this anon. Stands over body of jailer. Our present business is general woe. No nobler course hath ever impressed the ground. Oh, let the trumpets speak it. Flourish of trumpets. This was the noblest of the Florentines. His character was flawless, and the world held not his parallel. O bear him hence with all such honours as our state can offer. He shall interred be with noise of cannon, as doth befit so militant a nature. Prepare these obsequies. Papal officers lift body of jailer. A papal officer. But this is not Savonarola. It is someone else. Cesare. Lo, 'tis none other than the fool that I hoofed from my household but 2 hours agone. I deemed him no good riddance, for he had the knack of setting tables on a roar. What shadows we pursue! Good night, sweet fool, and flights of angels sing thee to thy rest. Pope. Interred shall he be with signal pomp. No honour is too great that we can pay him. He leaves the world a vacuum. Meanwhile go we in chase of the accursed villain that hath made escapado from this cell. To horse, away! We'll scour the country round for Savonarola till we hold him bound. Then shall you see a cinder, not a man, beneath the lightings of the Vatican. Flourish, alarums and excursions, flashes of Vatican lightning, roll of drums, etc. Through open door of cell is led in a large milk-white horse, which the Pope mounts as the curtain falls. Remember, please, before you formulate your impressions, that saying of Brown's, the thing must be judged as a whole. I like to think that whatever may seem amiss to us in these 4 acts of his would have been righted by collation with that 5th, which he did not live to achieve. I like, too, to measure with my eyes the yawning gulf between stage and study. Very different from the message of cold print to our imagination are the messages of flesh and blood across footlights to our eyes and ears. In the warmth and brightness of a crowded theatre, Savonarola might, for aught one knows, seem perfect. Then why, I hear my gentle readers asking, did you thrust the play on us and not on a theatrical manager? That question has a false assumption in it. In the course of the past 8 years I have thrust Savonarola on any number of theatrical managers. They have all of them been, to use the technical phrase, very kind. All have seen great merits in the work, and if I added together all the various merits thus seen, I should have no doubt that Savonarola was the best play never produced. The point on which all the managers are unanimous is that they have no use for a play without an ending. This is why I have fallen back, at last, on gentle readers whom I now hear asking why I did not, as Brown's literary executor, try to finish the play myself. Can they never ask a question without a false assumption in it? I did try, hard, to finish Savonarola. Artistically, of course, the making of such an attempt was indefensible. Humanly, not so. It is clear throughout the play, especially perhaps in Acts 3 and 4, that if Brown had not steadfastly in his mind the hope of production on the stage, he had nothing in his mind at all. Horrified though he would have been by the idea of letting me kill his monk, he would rather have done this than doom his play to everlasting unactedness. I took, therefore, my courage in both hands and made out a scenario. Dawn on summit of Mount Fiesole. Outspread view of Florence, Duomo, Giotto's tower, etc., as seen from that eminence. Niccolò Machiavelli, asleep on grass, wakes as sun rises, deplores his exile from Florence, Lorenzo's unappeasable hostility, etc. Wonders if he could not somehow secure the Pope's favour. Very cynical. Breaks off. But who are these that scale the mountain-side? Savonarola and Lucrezia Borgia. Enter through a trap-door, back centre. Trap-door veiled from audience by a grassy ridge. Savonarola and Lucrezia. Both gasping and footsore from their climb, still with chains on their wrists or not. Machiavelli steps unobserved from behind a cypress and listens. Savonarola has a speech to the rising sun. The effulgent hope that westers from the east, daily, says that his hope, on the contrary, lies in escape to that which easters not from out the west, that fixed abode of freedom which men call America. Very bitter against Pope. Lucrezia says that she, for her part, means to start afresh in that uncharted land which austers not from out the antipod, Australia. Exit Machiavelli, unobserved, down trapdoor behind ridge to betray Lucrezia and Savonarola. Several longish speeches by Savonarola and Lucrezia. Time is thus given for Machiavelli to get into touch with Pope, and time for Pope and retinue to reach the slope of Fiesole. Savonarola, glancing down across ridge, sees these sleuth hounds, points them out to Lucrezia, and cries, "Bewrayed!" Lucrezia, "By whom?" Savonarola, "I know not, but suspect. The hand of that sleek serpent Niccolò Machiavelli." Savonarola and Lucrezia rush down centre, but find their way barred by the footlights. Lucrezia, "We will not be ta'en alive, and here availeth us my lore in what pertains to poison. Yonder herb," points to a herb growing down right, "is deadly nightshade. Quick, monk, pluck we it." Savonarola and Lucrezia die just as Pope appears over ridge, followed by retinue in full cry. Pope's annoyance at being foiled is quickly swept away on the great wave of Shakespearean chivalry and charity that again rises in him. He gives Savonarola a funeral oration similar to the one meant for him in Act 4, but even more laudatory and more stricken. Of Lucrezia, too, he enumerates the virtues, and hints that the whole terrestrial globe shall be hollowed to receive her bones. Ends by saying, "In deference to this our double sorrow, sun shall not shine to-day nor shine to-morrow." Sun drops quickly back behind eastern horizon, leaving a great darkness on which the curtain slowly falls. All this might be worse, yes. The skeleton passes muster. But in the attempt to incarnate and ensanguine it I failed wretchedly. I saw that Brown was, in comparison with me, a master. Thinking I might possibly fare better in his method of work than in my own, I threw the skeleton into a cupboard, sat down, and waited to see what Savonarola and those others would do. They did absolutely nothing. I sat watching them, pen in hand, ready to record their slightest movement. Not a little finger did they raise. Yet I knew they must be alive. Brown had always told me they were quite independent of him. Absurd to suppose that by the accident of his own death they had ceased to breathe. Now and then, overcome with weariness, I dozed at my desk, and whenever I woke I felt that these rigid creatures had been doing all sorts of wonderful things while my eyes were shut. I felt that they disliked me. I came to dislike them in return, and forbade them in my room. Some of you, my readers, might have better luck with them than I. Invite them, propitiate them, watch them. The writer of the best fifth act sent to me shall have his work tacked on to Brown's, and I suppose I could get him a free pass for the second night. End of